Right, on the count of 3. Hello.
I'm just playing with me foghorn.
Oh, go on.
As one does.
As one does. No, it's that new Labs thing, isn't it?
The choir.
No,
Labs.
foghorn.
Oh,
The proper
haven't
one
seen
of those
that
things.
today.
It's not quite what you'd expect. It really isn't.
Is that somebody hitting a foghorn?
It's very quiet, that, isn't it? What's wrong there?
I'll download it. Labs. Not installed. Oh, yes, Labs Foghorn.
Like a pipe organ.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's interesting, but I suppose it's.
Sounds
Oh,
like
that's a
Mustang.
bit more.
Oh dear. That sounds more like Fiona. She
Well,
does
that's
that in the
quite nice.
mornings.
Let's try that one.
See, flatulent box.
They've all been given a very low volume setting.
There might be a reason for that.
It sounds like something from Arrival. That movie Arrival.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Oh well. There you go, that's enough of that.
Well, there you go.
Oh, I'm stuffed full of fish and chips.
Okay.
I'm just saying stuff. We went to.
Oh, you ate some?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not somebody sort of. Yeah. No, we just on a whim we sort of, let's go up to Felixstowe because it's only like 20 minutes away. Sat by the beach, had fish and chips. It was oddly
Okay.
quiet for a seasonal, 4th of August. So I don't know whether that's just the time of day we were there or whether that's an indication that.
You didn't hear
Seaside
about
holiday.
the nuclear leak then?
Oh yes, there's that. Well, you go to Felixstowe Beach and you watch the container ship just slowly trundling along into the distance over the horizon.
I can't
and then
believe
the other
I
one
just said
coming the other way.
nuclear in public.
Nuclear. Fire the nuclear weapons.
It's nuclear.
Yeah,
Nuclear vessels.
There's no cl in there anywhere. It's nuclear,
nuclear.
Evening,
not
Matt.
nuclear.
Nuclear. Yeah, but that's how a lot of. That's how
no.
Toast says it. Is it fire the nuclear weapons?
There are certain things in here that do not react well to bullets. Oh, that's nice.
What are you sucking on now?
I get
I
around.
want to know.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh, he's off again. Here he goes.
yeah, there we go. There's,
So, how are things, Matt?
I'm not going to bore you with the details because it would be
All right, fuck you then.
Right then. All right, shut the fuck up then.
We
Let's move on.
only came for details.
Details, mate. We want details. What's going on?
There's one major thing going on that I can't talk about.
Fair dues.
I'll let you know later on. But my knee's fucked.
Oh,
Finally,
Let's do that.
Okay.
finally gave up the ghost this week. It's been coming for a while, and it just sort of went the other day and doesn't want to work.
Wow.
As
Yes.
in dislocated or worn out?
Felt like it, but it's probably worn out because I weight bear on that side so much. It's been sort of crunchy and horrible for years, and finally the other day it just went and just doesn't want to work properly anymore.
Are we talking about not going to get better, requires surgery?
Probably yes.
Yeah.
I've had bits of cartilage removed and a little bit of one of my kneecaps removed from a old rugby injury.
Well, mine came from work. It just the stress of the job that I used to do, and the doctor thinks it's osteo.
Well, you're a bouncer. You were like kneeing people in the nuts all
I
the
was
time.
a
or something.
fucking greengrocer. And it's lugging bags of spuds around on your
Oh
shoulders.
yeah, I did
Them,
that for a few
them
years.
spuds can get Larry, mate. I know.
I did it
Ouch.
for shy 20 years. So, yes. But yeah, you know,
Dear.
other than that,
Tickety boo.
bought a new mic. Well, I ordered a new mic today. I've got a Rode Pod mic coming.
Nice.
Ooh.
Get rid of that fucking PreSonus crap that I use next door. So, yes.
Cool beans.
And I had Nile Rodgers' autobiography turn up today. So that's my reading tonight.
Ooh.
I went into FOP in London the other day, and they got a whole bunch of books. I got that one, which I haven't read yet.
Ooh.
John Lydon's one.
Oh yeah.
Isn't he a
But-
bit conservative for you, Rob?
No, he's a bit just fucking anything, isn't he? He's. But then that's the one I'm really looking forward to.
Carl Hyde.
Yeah.
I am Dog Boy.
Yeah.
Why does that ring a bell?
Well, it's Underworld, isn't it?
Ah.
But yeah, it's kind of like
Are they large print books?
it's a non-linear diary, and a collection of photographs, and it's just like, you know, it just kind of jumps around from his childhood to playing Tokyo and
I only know
Just,
some
yeah.
Underworld stuff. Is Dog Boy a song of theirs, or what is that?
what's the track? Haven't got my thing open at the moment. Yeah, Dog Boys.
Yeah,
Somebody will
yeah,
probably
yeah.
get into the chat before I do.
I love the Froy song, the Doot Doot. That's a great one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sure Dog Boys. It's either a lyric or a.
Hey, you remember them angels in Doctor Who?
The Weeping Angels.
Yeah, the ones that if you
If you close
look
your
away
eyes,
from them, they
yeah.
creep over.
Oh, the statue ones, yeah.
yeah. You've got dogs like that.
He's a lot closer, isn't he? Looming.
My cats are like that. Close your eyes and they just they creep up on them. Oh yeah, I got this as well. Oh fucking hell! Which was only £11, which is the John and Yoko Imagine album, book. Sorry, which is massive and heavy, and it was like stupidly cheap. So got some bargains.
I got all the well, I was supposed to be getting the Daniel Miller AKS today,
Oh yeah.
and a small carload of stuff turned up. And okay, so I go in there. Use your foot. Use your foot.
Squeeze it.
Use your foot. That's it. Okay. I've squeezed them into the workshop, so I'll have a look at them tomorrow. But a very interesting conversation occurred
Mm.
in that a certain person, not 1,000 miles away from here, wants a full, complete, and delicious KSR service on a Cincy 100.
Ooh.
And I've gone, well, the answer is yes, obviously.
But you go to it.
Yeah. No, they're bringing it here. They're going to bring it
Oh
here.
Jesus.
And I said, I'll have to go in the front room and no further.
Yeah.
So I would prefer a cold month for it to
Yes.
turn up. And
Yeah.
so not now. No, I'm not working in there now.
You
And,
could almost fit it in your Mustang trunk. Though.
Yeah. You know what? The Mustang trunk is so small.
I thought it
Oh,
was
is
like
it?
three
It's all-
bodies.
It's all bonnet. It is all bonnet. Then it's like a relatively snug interior cab, and then the smallest boot you've ever seen in your fucking life.
Huh.
Yeah. So I thought, oh, okay. So, mind you, it's never going to be for boot space, was it? It was all
Well, it's
about
sort of fuel tank.
fuck you,
isn't it?
like that, isn't it? That's really what Mustang Mach 1's all about. So, and yeah, and I had a guy offer me, was it 29 for it? I went,
It's almost tempting.
go, no, not yet. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to do it. I want to work on it. I want to make 100% and maybe think about it then. Maybe. But no, not yet. We'll have some fun with it.
Well, the Synthy will be fun to work on.
Yeah, well, technically it's 4 VCS3s in a very big case, basically. That's essentially what it is. And a very large matrix system. And not much more than that. The rest of it is just empty space. You know? So, all right, they're putting a oscilloscope.
Is that Daniel's one then?
Yeah.
Because that one came from University of East Anglia, didn't it?
And how much did he pay for it?
Nothing, didn't he? He got it out of a skip.
550 quid he paid for it.
Well, it's for one of those, it's nothing.
Wow.
And they were so pleased he was taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just literally out the back of this thing
Yeah.
at the UEA in Norwich.
Yeah.
And fuck, I got it for 500
Yeah.
quid.
Yeah. Well, that's what he offered. They were quite happy for him to just take it. And he said,
Yeah.
"No, I've got to give you something. God, let me give you something for it."
It's education. If you can sort of...
Yeah, they're meant to be intelligent, and yet...
Well, no,
what they were.
What did they weigh?
Educational establishments back then were buying these things, and they were just tools, for them to experiment with. It was just like them buying, oscilloscopes or powerful microscopes or whatever. It was just like it was an instrument. It was a tool, not instrument as in not musical instrument, as in instrument of science.
It was lab equipment.
Yeah, exactly. And when they eventually sort of like moved on, these things just sat in the corner of rooms, ended up in cupboards. There is an instrument right now that I can't say what it is because of the fact that the person who technically owns
Andy.
it and
Evening.
the person that technically owns this instrument acquired it from his alma mater. I won't say the name of the college. But he acquired it from them because they literally just stuffed it in a cupboard and forgot about it.
Yeah.
So he asked around at the time, and they said, "Well, it used to be part of the department, and we've all moved on now. And who knows who it belongs to?" And that school shut down. So he acquired it, but he's being very cautious because somebody somewhere might turn around and say, "Oh, that belongs to so and so," and then start. But if he gets it, he'll have got it for basically
A
nothing.
song, yeah.
Yeah, and he's bringing it back to life. He's having it restored, and he's got plans. And if this said educational establishment or the benefactors thereof say that's ours, then he'll say, "Yeah, fine, here you go, and here's the bill for the repairs." And he said, "I'll be quite happy to do that because that's legally right." But he said, really, after so many years, this thing's just nobody knows about it. It's been written off. It
probably wasn't even on their asset register.
No,
to be
probably
honest.
not. Probably not. But so yes, he
So
will have
you
an
can't
extra-
tell us who it is. You can't tell us what it is. You can't tell us where it is.
Yep.
But it's
Let your
obviously worth quite a
imagination,
bit.
let
Great
your
story,
imagination run riot.
Yeah. Well, no, you came in kind of halfway through. We were talking about synthes being dumped out the back of the UEA and picked up for 500 quid.
Well, I had a similar. Well, it's not. Perhaps I'm just talking crap because when I was a foreign language assistant at this school in Germany, somebody said, "Oh, there's a synthesizer in the music department." So I went down. I spoke to people.
This.
And nobody, there is, but nobody knew anything about it or what it was or why it was there. Seriously, it was like, it's in this room. And I went in, and there was the complete System 100, Roland System 100.
Yeah.
The keyboard part, the module part, the speakers, the mixer, the sequencer. It was like, and I had never seen one before. I'd never heard of it. I knew what a System 100M was, but I'd never seen one of these. I thought, oh, this is... Do you know, and I still think I should have gone, "Oh, if nobody uses it, can I have it then?" But how would I got it back to England, I don't know. But anyway, so that was one of those opportunities.
Yeah.
It was one of the most beautiful sounding monosynths ever produced by man.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a gorgeous thing. I mean, to see one on stage actually being used by Martin Ware in the Heaven 17 Human League gig thing, that was just a joy and a delight in itself. So
Yeah.
I saw him do that. He did a thing at the Queen Elizabeth Hall in on South Bank, where there was, I think it was the Art of Noise. It was a orchestral thing with the Art of Noise, but Martin and Peter Howell from Radiophonic Workshop were doing this thing in the foyer on a little stage, and he got his System 100 and his Korg 700S or whatever it was. And would they behave? No, they wouldn't. He was trying to do Being Boiled, and Martin is not a virtuoso keyboard performer, and these things weren't playing nicely. So he got the Being Boiled rhythm going, that, but it was slightly out of time and all over the place. But it was interesting to see.
Yeah.
Well, I got my Korg prophecy today.
Oh, lovely! How is it?
Oh, nice.
Well, I mean, hats off to the seller. He said it would be well packed. He wasn't joking. This would have lived up to anyone's standards. I mean, to start with, I'm surprised actually by the physical size of the prophecy. I thought it was going to be smaller for some reason, and it's actually a reasonable size.
Oh, yeah,
it's a full size 3-octave keyboard, isn't it?
37.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But it's also fairly weighty. So the guy packed it in a box the size of a coffin. I could literally put probably the average 12 or 13-year-old standing upright in it. And he wrapped it in really, really heavy-duty clear polyurethane. Then it was bubble wrapped, and then it was encased with expanding foam.
Nice.
All inside the box.
It was really making sure.
And I mean, you could jump up and down on this thing, and you wouldn't even come near to damaging it.
Well,
So I mean, it was
worth more than the keyboard.
Yes, yeah, fantastically packed. But now I have this big fuck off cardboard box and all this plastic wrapping I've got to get rid of now.
Yeah.
But the keyboard,
And he doesn't.
exactly.
God, I got rid of all that bloody plastic wrapping that I
Yeah.
got from the last keyboard I bought. Yeah, it's gone.
The keyboard sounds really good. The controls are very interesting. But I actually, when people said it was difficult to program and sort of hard to get your head around, it's like the bastard love child of Kurzweil, a DX7, and the Sonicware XFM, but worse.
Yeah.
It is the
You mean
most
it's like an NPC?
incomprehensible menu system that I have ever encountered, and I am really, really struggling to get my head around it.
It is one of those ones where you do need to sit down with the manual and the keyboard
Yeah.
and go through it.
That's what I've been doing, but
Yes.
even then, it's sort of
it's not easy.
perhaps if I was an 18-year-old, it'd be a piece of nothing. But as you get older, some concepts are occasionally difficult to wrap your head around,
and the labels in the color in a dark room are kind of hard to read too. So
yeah. But
No,
it
it's
sounds
worth
lovely.
It's worth investing in that. The editor from Patchbase.
Yeah, that's Mac only.
Is it? Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
no.
Well, you get a Mac VM on your PC.
Well, I've got a Hackintosh, but it doesn't always work particularly well with USB. So,
Is there a controller panel for it? There is.
oh, probably. I haven't even started delving into patches and whatever. I quickly looked up how much the expansion card is, and there's someone in Holland, I think, that makes an 8-bank one, which is about £100 or something, which is quite tempting.
Sometimes, every time I've gone to look for one of those, he's like out of stock because he kind of makes a few at a time. But I managed to pick up some of the original SRC 512s.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
Yeah. And again, they're not always cheap. and you can only store one bank of 64 sounds on each
Which
card.
His will do 8 banks
Exactly.
for the 512 version,
Yeah.
or 16 banks
16.
for the 256.
And the 256 won't work on the Prophecy.
Hmm.
That's because I bought a 256 thinking, because I thought the 512 took 2 banks, but it only takes 1. And while at the time I was thinking it took 2 banks, I thought, well, if I get a 256, which I found one in Spain for like 30 quid, I'll get 1 bank on at least, but it just doesn't recognise it at all.
Yeah,
On the 8 bank, does he have a selection dial, or how do you choose it?
it's
a
just
little
got a knob on the
switch.
top.
Yeah.
No, it's a nice little bit of kit. It's a bit like Data Blade, the guy in Northern Ireland that does the Data Blade cards for Yamaha stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's worth getting. I must get one of those one day.
But I can always sys-X patches to it, so I mean it's not the end of the world. But
Oh yeah, it's just a pain. Again, that's another thing. You have to delve through the menu system to turn the memory protection off, and then receive, and then go back. That's why the cards are invaluable.
Do they have patch base for Android? 'Cause I know they do it for iPhone.
I think I'm just looking now. There is a controller panel for Prophecy, so that might be a good place to start. There used to be a program on Windows called Progenie, Progenie. I think it's long gone now, and it might only be, if you can find it, it might only work on old versions. But that used to be sort of like the editor of choice back in the day. But let's have a look at.
But I am genuinely really impressed with the quality of the sound.
Oh, it's great.
And the fact it's a monophonic synth, but it has some very interesting stereo panning.
Oh, yeah, there's some patches in there that they don't sound monophonic.
Yeah.
The Z1's great if you want poly.
Yeah, but the Z1, sorry, Z1 for our American friends. As much as I love it, it doesn't have the same. It feels like it's been watered down a little bit. It feels like a little. It's what it's made up for in polyphony.
They made it more approachable. I think it's less specialized.
Yeah. And it's. I think because they threw in like the electric piano models, and things that the Prophecy doesn't have. It can do Prophecy-like sounds for sure because it's using technically it's the same technology, but I love it. And I'd never sell it, but it didn't wow me as much as I thought it might. But yeah.
Speaking of WoW, Grace has got a new toy. I don't know if anyone's seen that.
No.
Yeah, Grace has got a Lyra 8, and has
very
stuck a
nice.
video up. I commented on that, so looks like I'm redundant now. I'll piss off.
Yeah.
They are a lot of fun.
Yeah, so actually, I'm quite looking forward to seeing that and having a play with it. But similarly, actually, like what Sassy was saying, the seller, because she's bought it second hand, the seller was saying, I packaged it really, really, really well. Sorry for the miles and miles of gaffer tape. And so, similarly, I mean, people, clearly serious sellers are actually taking a lot of care about how, because they don't want things to be damaged in transit, which I think is definitely a good thing.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, I got an LCD monitor today. It's an old NEC multi-sync, and they're the only ones that seem to work with the VGA cards on Series 3 Fairlight. So whenever we see one on eBay, we just buy it because they generally sell for 20-30 quid, but they're invaluable to us. And it came from a place in Exeter who seemed to specialise in selling reconditioned old technology. And it kind of like Sass said, it came in a massive great box, and this real kind of like industrial strength bubble wrap, big bubbles in really hard plastic. And it was packed within an inch of its life. So hopefully people are finally getting the message.
Well, I think serious sellers, if they've dealt with many I mean, this came via Hermes, and I was absolutely dreading it. But I mean, you could literally play football with this. Well, you'd break your leg if you're playing football. I think serious sellers, if they're shopping around for a good deal for shipping, they really do invest in packing it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to really.
Can I do a gratuitous plug as well?
No.
Yeah.
That's all right. I've for the first time today, I've actually listened to Rave Dave's Violently Purple album from beginning through to end, including the bonus track at the end, which I was driving because I'd be absolutely pissing myself laughing. It's absolutely brilliant from beginning to end. It's really, really joyous. So please go on to Darren T. House's Bandcamp and download Rave Dave's Violently Purple. You can do it for nothing. I'm sure we'd appreciate a couple of quid. But it's a great, great listen, even if only for track 10, which isn't on the album at all. It's hidden. It's just ace. It's just so funny. So, done the plug. Everyone go out and get.
I'll see if I can find a link for it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, by the way, Robbie, I'm going to need your expertise at some point.
Expertise in what?
Well, you delve into all these more modern machines, don't you? I was tidying up and clearing out the R&D shed, which contains all the 3D printers and the CNC machines and you know, that laser thing and it cuts, it's stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going, and there's a box, stack of boxes come across, and it's full of little boxes and bits and pieces, and I'm going through it and finding all sorts of shit that I go, oh, I didn't know I had one of them. And I found this huge bubble-wrapped parcel, and I mean seriously bubble-wrapped parcel, and it was lots of the, it looked like, you know, the Japanese shipping labels on it.
Oh, yeah.
But not open. So I've opened it up, and it's this massive colour touch screen for something Roland.
Oh.
We'll go, right, what's Roland and got a massive colour touch screen?
Do the V-Sense have touch screens?
Massive? How massive? What,
10
Oasis
inches,
massive?
12
No, not Oasis massive, but see, that's 10, so maybe 8 by 8.
It wouldn't be one of their hard disk
Studio
multi-track
piano ones.
recorders.
The weird
'Cause
thing is why I've got it.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had, well, I don't remember getting geared up to...
Could be Phantom
Oasis.
08.
They're not that big though. Not 8. I mean, I was playing the Phantom on Tuesday, and they're only about that. That's not. It's not 8 inches. Well, it might be in somebody's books, but
It's just
depends how you
weird.
measure it.
Let's all joke and ask
I'm
women
talking
about that,
about-
right? So, yeah.
But there was no invoice or anything in the packet, so there was no part number or anything like that. But it's from Roland Corp.
Roland M5000 digital audio digital mixer screen from Koshtukai's just said.
As a rule, I don't take in mixers, and
No.
or, you know, I have taken in mixers and then promptly handed them back again.
Interesting.
You won't fix my Mackie then, Kent. All right, okay. fair
Well,
enough.
you say that. I got to do Spearsy's bloody desk. He's got this massive Midas
Oh, was it
Midas desk that he got from Underworld, and one of the
that one. Ooh.
yeah, one of the channels has gone good night, but only the LEDs. And he spoke to the technician in the States who went, oh, it'll be either this resistor or, you know, this transistor, or possibly one or both of the LED driver chips. I go, yeah, we'll put a resistor in for it, for Christ's sake, what's the problem like that? And he sent me the schematics, and I looked, I went, oh, it's surface mount.
Oh.
And then when I bought gear to do surface mount repairs, I think I should break it out and actually go to Specsavers, get the better glasses, you know, the big thick ones.
Add it to the bill.
Yeah, it looks like binoculars, and repair the bugger.
You don't have a
So sit
dissecting scope?
No, I'll just have like a magnifying glass.
They're cheap on Amazon for like $3.50.
Well, this is it. I mean, I've kind of done my budget for the month buying that infrared camera, which has proved very, very useful, and also very strange where OBXs get hot and where they don't. quite interesting.
Oh.
Chips don't get very hot, but the board does. Lots of hot spots on the boards. So
Did you get the add-on for your phone or the standalone camera?
no, this is standalone. Was it a Fleur?
A Flare E4 or something like that?
Yeah. It's about
those are great.
nay big sort of thing. And yeah, it's been brilliant. So I was trying to see if my knob got brighter as it got harder, but it doesn't. So. Oh my God! Look, it's Busy Boy.
Nobody's mentioned Beringer.
Yeah. You must
Yet.
have misheard.
Good evening, Ty. Long time no
Hi,
see.
Ty.
How you doing, darling?
I am.
Well, since we spoke last, many
Does it
moons
begin with an
ago.
F and end in ED?
I don't know what day it is. I don't really know what time it is. I won't go to
Sunday.
bed tonight.
Sunday, 3 o'clock.
That'll do for me.
2097.
Went to bed at just before 5 last night, and
This morning.
this morning, and then was up driving daughter to somewhere, and
Please say ballet.
yeah, and I am fucking shattered, and I'm going to be up all night. And anyway, that isn't why I'm on. So I'm literally, I don't generally, I don't have any time because I'm fucked.
I thought you were meant to be going on holiday.
Fuck you. And
He's had
Said
that.
the wrong thing there, Sass.
He's had that.
Whoops!
no, literally, I had that.
Foot in
Literally-
mouth again. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Basically, so I'm not going to go through the whole scenario. Kent knows the whole scenario. So basically, I basically kind of just said, I had them over and just so I went, if you don't let me do the holiday thing, then I'm walking. And they kind of went, okay, well, you can do the week off. So I did the week off, and their answer was basically, so now we're going to make your life a fucking misery for the next 5 weeks.
You mean even more of a misery.
Yeah. So literally, joking aside, well, look, Kent knows. What have I said to you, Kent? Basically,
Well,
don't
it was
call
a lot
me.
of F's.
Yeah,
but
but
fucking in
basically-
between words. Mate.
Basically, don't call me. I'll call you when I can.
Oh yeah.
And
Which you can't do because my
which-
phone's still broken.
It's still broken.
Yes.
Fucking
They're
idiot.
coming tomorrow. And you know what? They phoned up to confirm the appointment.
No,
Fuck you,
exactly,
Virgin. All you stupid cunts.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
they didn't answer.
But anyway, so I'm not going to stop. I'm really not going to stop. I've only
No,
stuck my
don't.
nose in. I've only stuck my nose in to say hello, everyone. I am still alive.
Bonsoir,
B-
monsieur.
Have you got your
Hi,
OBX8?
Ty.
No, do you know what? I'm really fucked off. I actually sent a note to where I'm getting it from today, turning around and going, okay, people are getting them now. Where the fuck is mine? So, and with all the teenage engineering stuff, I still haven't had that arrive yet. So, I've sent a bit of a shitty email today. And I'm not in the right mood to be.
No.
So anyway, but no, the only reason I put my head in, apart from to say hello, is that fucking screen, you dickhead. That is for my V-Synth GT that you ordered. Do you remember?
Is it?
I
Yes.
said V-Synth.
What
You
for
did.
Synth
I
GT?
can I just point out you're on? I'm sitting here fucking working, and I've got you bastards nattering in the background, and you're talking
Well,
about
whose
screen.
fucking fault is that?
I'm there going, it's my fucking V-Synth GT! And I'm just there going, well, the V-Synth, and you're going, no, yeah, it is a fucking V-Synth
Oh.
GT!
Well, next week I'll be going, I got this OB12. I'm throwing it in the skip. I don't know what's here.
So anyway, so yeah, stick
Well, at least
my
that's
name on it.
cleared that up.
Stick my name on it, Ken, because that's mine.
Oh, okay.
Do you not
What's
remember?
he doing in the R&D? No, I don't. Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Do you remember
sorry.
remember the
Yeah, I
little
remember
incident
I
and
remember.
forgetting
I
the
remember.
last 2 years?
Do you not remember how difficult it was to actually just get hold of it? Do you
You
remember?
need a
No,
Sharpie
you don't
for
remember.
boxes so you can mark them all. So.
Honestly,
Well, he's
just
got
stick,
Fiona to do that now.
stick my name on it. It's
Yeah.
mine.
Well, what was good was Fiona goes, she goes, so what is it? I said, oh, I don't know. I don't need that. I'll fucking throw it. And she's going,
Oh, okay.
no, it might belong to something. And I'll go, yeah, it is brand new, isn't it? She goes, well, hang on to it. You never know. You might get one
It
of
took
whatever it
fucking
is.
ages to arrive. It was
was going,
really difficult to get
fucking-
hold of. Do you remember?
I
You
tell you what, don't
remember
have
any
to
of
go
it?
far. If you get it just right, they go fucking miles, mate. It's unbelievable. I nearly hit that excavator in the backfield. So it's
Just out of
yours, is it?
curiosity, as a regular bee synth owner, how long did it take to die? Is it a slow death, or is it just off one day?
No, it's well on the GT, it's the colour one, and all that basically happens. It's actually the touch side of things that fails. The actual screen itself is fine. It's actually you get sections of the touch screen that just fail.
Oh, what? The knobs are too far away, are they?
No, you can't. There's so much stuff you can't access.
Some stuff you have to touch screen.
I
Yeah.
You
know,
have
it's
no.
the same-
You have no
You know,
choice.
we've
Yeah.
got Oasis, I know.
Yeah, no. There's so much stuff you can't. The only way you can do it is touch screen, and even to get into the menus, you can't get into certain menus with it. So it's
Yeah.
once it goes, it's fun. So
I tell you what, you and me gonna have to keep get together, buds, and we're gonna have to keep an eye out for a tatty old Oasis.
I've got. Oh my god, you don't remember anything, do you, Ken? You really.
What part of I don't remember anything are you failing to fucking understand here?
I do remember I bought all that stuff from the guy, and I can't remember where he was, Cambridge or something. And I
No.
bought all.
What part of
This stuff I don't remember. Do you not
I
understand?
cannot emphasise this enough, Ty. Of what part of I can't remember anything you're fucking failing to
Which
remember.
part of who the
Yeah,
fuck are
what
you?
the
Do you not understand? He was. I've got all these. I've got all these boards. Do you? Okay, what happened was just for everyone else. This guy, I got in touch with this guy who was basically kind of he'd ripped apart Oasis, and so I basically called Kent and was going, okay, he's got all these separate boards. Which boards are the ones more likely to fail? And we went through the list, and you went, yeah, get one of those, get one of those, get one of those, get one of those. So I've got kind of half an Oasis in a box somewhere.
Yeah. Well, essentially that ASRock, whatever it is.
Yeah, but you can guarantee that the boards that I didn't get will obviously be the boards that go. Obviously, that goes without saying.
Well, no, the boards that are left are pretty easy to sort.
Okay, well, whatever it was, we did go through the list together.
Yeah.
I think we were just kind of post-coital, I think we just had a
Well,
normal...
having
I was
a cigarette.
distracted.
Just
I was-
wiping down
Yeah,
You know,
just
Pillow
wiping
talk.
down all the surfaces.
While we cuddled.
on the curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hence Ty's love of white.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay.
Slightly off. Yeah.
I just want to turn around and apologise to everyone for the aforementioned comments from all in the room. Obviously, I don't.
Speaking of which,
Oh, go on. Oh, whoa! Stop! Before you're talking of which, not sure we want to go any further with this. Maybe we should stop now.
oh, okay.
Oh no! Exactly. Yeah. Talking of coming on a curtain.
Yeah.
No, let's not.
Funnily enough, that's something I did
Stop.
remember. No,
Yeah.
So you're not on your own.
No.
Good man.
Yeah. All good. So.
Good man.
Yeah. So.
Do we have permanency, or is it
Yeah.
still...
It's all.
It
yeah,
is.
It's all good. Yeah. It's all fine. Yeah. So, but
Cool.
I need to now go back to work because I'm really generally not. I have to deliver tomorrow, and to say I'm behind. This week's not been a good week. I'm so far behind. And
Well, if you need any inspiration, you know where we are. We're
you're. Can I point out? So, hang on.
I'll have a word with the Spongles
Here-
manager and see if we can
so here-
ghostwrite for you.
Here I am working. What's that on the big screen? It's you lot.
I
There we go.
see.
But that's where you are.
That's you working hard, is it?
Oh my God. Yes. That's me working hard. So.
Actually, you're writing a score for this.
At what
live.
point are you
Cool.
going to splice some of our audio into one of the tracks you send them?
Yeah. Yes. When I send them the track going, coming on a shower curtain. It's that's,
Yeah. Actually,
that's when I-
Where did the shower curtain
as
come
long
from?
as you don't send them the clip of you explaining why you're going to burst into their office one day with a gun and shoot them all.
yeah. I can't remember that episode, but I'll take your word for it.
yeah.
But you don't remember that one. So that's what I
I
was
don't
going.
know,
I
I
don't
don't-
remember that one.
No, if it was 6 months ago, no. Sorry.
Anyway, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to disappear. Have a brilliant one. And
Lovely seeing you.
yeah, lovely. Oh, and by the way, Robbie, because I haven't spoken since the VP1.
Yeah.
I mean, that app was just fucking amazing. So yeah, that was just awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Thank
Of course, it hasn't helped me in any way because now I just,
Yeah, get in the queue.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, but he can afford to jump queues.
He can afford to buy one. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just triggered.
Well, I'm hoping that it's because it seems to have gone down well with certain people at Yamaha. So maybe it gives somebody a nudge. How about we dust off some of that code, some of that technology?
Well, the thing is, as was being said so many times, there was no reason these days why that couldn't be addressed. But
after the contents of that Yamaha shop beginning of the week, I'm not so sure they're going to be interested now.
Yes, well,
it was a bit sparse, was it not?
Well, you go in, and it's an amazing building. You must have been in there, Ty, the Yamaha shop on Wardour Street.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing building, and you walk up these kind of marbled stairs and this nice little entrance hall, and you go to the right, and there's a whole selection of, there's a few pianos in the window, or, by the windows. And
which you're not allowed to play.
Well, yeah, but they don't tell you this. And so my son sits down and starts playing part of the Star Wars score, as he does, because he's like that. And he was polite. He came over and said, I'm very sorry, but these pianos are actually for sale. As opposed to the ones that aren't for sale in your shop that sells things.
I just think there was a missed opportunity there, Robbie. When he came over and said, you can't play that piano, I just wish your son had looked at him and gone, yes, I can, look.
Well, friend of mine said you should have done the whole Pretty Woman thing. Oh, big mistake, big mistake. And then turned around and did that.
This is supposed
he was playing so nicely. He wasn't damaging it. He was using it.
This is opposed to people who come into a shop to buy a £125,000 piano by not playing it.
But the stupid thing is, he says we have some models upstairs that you're more than welcome to play, and so we went upstairs and they'd got the 120,000 Bosendorfers and the Yamahas, and they're all laid out, and only one or two you couldn't play because they had actually put something on the keyboard so you didn't play it, and that's the way to stop people playing the piano. Anyway, he was like a pig in
sold to Hans Zimmer. Yeah,
well, he was like a pig in the proverbial.
Smear human excrement all over the keyboard.
Well, he was doing very well, and we enjoyed it very much.
But
even though
the big disappointing thing is that you go downstairs into the music tech floor where they've got the drum kits and the amplifiers and the electric guitars
and the mixers
and the speakers and the monitors, and you go over to this little corner, this tiny little corner, literally out of sight. They've got the Modi X6, 7 and 8. The 6 and 7 weren't even plugged in to power. The 8 was on but not plugged into audio. They've got an MX88 controller, and then about 10 yards that way there was a couple of montages, a 7 and a 6, I think. One was black, one was white. Plugged in, all lights tinkling, again, not connected to any speakers. And that was the sum total of their synthesizer display.
Right.
Could I also point out, just to say, well, what else have they got apart from the reface? And you can't actually... They've been waiting for refaces for...
Well, yeah,
like
there were no refaces. They did have the little PSS, those new little PSSs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what else is in the Yamaha range?
Exactly.
There is nothing else in the range.
But at least if you've only got a few things, at least make them work. At least have them available to play. Nobody came up to us and said, oh, would you like to, Because 2 or 3 hours previous, I was in the new Roland store on Denmark Street, and they were falling over themselves because we were looking at the Juno X, because one of the store staff was sort of noodling on the Juno X, and me and my boy were sort of looking at it, and they just come and sit down, have a play. No pressure, just literally plonked us down. That and the Jupiter XM and System 8, and they got all the boutiques all switched on, all plugged in, stuck to a vertical wall, so it was kind of looked quite nice. It's only a small thing, but it was fully operational, and they were falling over themselves. I mean, yes, it was a new store, so they're probably very keen. But
so the plan of action here then is to send an email to Roland and say, how do you feel about doing the VP1?
Guys, I really don't want to be rude. Okay. I'm going to have to go. Oh, just before I go, literally the very last thing I'm going to say before I go, because I haven't spoke to all of you for so long, is I watched back one of the shows, I can't remember which one it was. I've watched back lots and not been in, but the whole comment about looking forward to what synth's going to be around the corner, what technology is going to be around the corner. And I can't delve into it now because I've got to go. But Sass, you're talking an absolute load of fucking shit. to turn around and say that we've reached a pinnacle and where else can we go and what else we're going to do? Total bollocks. Because if everyone thought that, we'd still be living with fucking stones and we wouldn't have electricity.
Some of us still do.
Well, okay.
Coming soon.
But honestly,
The Pebble Library.
I just want to point out that as much as 15 minutes ago I was screaming, "It's my fucking screen!" I was screaming at you, going, "You're fucking talking shit!" So, I just
We
thought
wouldn't want it any other way, though, Ty.
Exactly.
You screaming at people.
Yes,
like
but the
that.
point is, do you
That's-
feel better
that's
now?
good territory.
I don't feel better.
I was about to say we're here to act as a release
It's a sort-
for
it's
you,
a sort
but
of
that might come
therapy.
out the wrong way.
This
I
is a
was gonna
safe
say.
space.
Yeah. Okay. I am
Which
loving.
way would
I'm
it come
leaving.
out, Sassy? Just remind me.
Yeah. Okay. On that bombshell. See you guys. Have a good one.
Ta-ra,
See you all
Ty.
soon.
Take care, bud.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't even remember that conversation now.
Oh, but he does.
Thing is, now we know
Oh.
we're
It's
up
a
on
couple of weeks
Storing
ago.
it up for you, Sassy, you see.
we know we're up on the big screen now, so we can fucking annoy him.
Doing this.
He's going to come back and go, fuck off!
Oh, bless his
Anyway,
cotton.
Matt, how are you, Matt? Nice to see you. Not said hi
Mate,
yet. So.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh, can I give a shout out to
You've forgotten. To somebody, somewhere, about
Mark
something.
Barnes?
Mark Barnes, he
Barnes.
was on the
Mark-
chart. Yeah, Angel
He
Star
was,
was
yeah.
in the
Mark
chat.
Barnes, yeah, because of
Angel
his
Star.
Hydrosynth Bank.
Hydrosynth Deluxe.
Oh, right, cool. Yeah, I
new
saw you
pack.
put that out, yeah.
So I have purchased, and so we're going to whack that on. I might try some of those sounds out later, actually. Cool. See what we got. How many Hydrosynth Deluxes do we have within us all here?
No,
Chat included. Come on. Bye. See you, Rob. You're excluded, mate.
Yeah.
Only because I've got a
Thanks for
freebie.
making me
We've got to
feel
buy
part
one.
of the team.
Call
No, I haven't
me.
got one either, Robbie.
still on
no
my wish
Hydrosynth of any
list.
kind. It is on mine too.
We got many.
Just you then.
All right. All right. So I'm
Well, and Mark.
X101 is a non-deluxe, so
I'm
John
Non-deluxe.
Jackson's got
So
one.
it's an ordinary one.
going to try.
Some of
selling
us have got
Hydrosynth
two,
Deluxe
haven't
today.
they? Mm.
Well, no, I've got one, and a 49. There's a difference.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but the 49's got Robbie Preselli's name written on the back of it. Come on.
Allegedly, yes.
Well, you were at Junction 9, you twat.
I was, and I was.
All you got to do is go, oh! There you go.
Yeah,
Hey!
That's the first time I've ever seen somebody's face do that.
How does the 49 compare with the deluxe? Because the deluxe is effectively 2 and
Yeah,
a bigger
so it's
keypad,
half.
isn't it?
That's basically it.
Yeah, it's basically just half and a slightly smaller keyboard, but then it's not really a huge problem. Because 49
You still get the poly
is-
aftertouch and the,
Yeah. It acts the same. It's no problem. No problem at all. All the same controls on the front panel as well.
Actually, Sassy, I stuck a thing in the
Oh, really?
StreamYard.
Oh,
Yes.
Mrs.
In the StreamYard
Private
chats.
Yeah.
Again, I said to Lady Aptitude, that I would plug her on Ramsey's tomorrow, but as we're on here, on Saturday, but as we're on here, stop it.
Robbie started.
You said plugger. I mean, geez.
Yes, because
What am I
she's
supposed
brought out a really great video with a really
has.
great song,
She has.
and it's well worth saying. And I've been over on.
I have watched it. It is. Good.
It's really,
yeah.
it's really good, and it's spot on. The music's great, it's so funky. It's just like and some of the synth solo in it's just like so. Lady, I love that, and so just stick that in the chat, and if Kent can work out how to actually show it without getting a copyright strike, then let's do it because it's really good. It's really really good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You're right, Lady A. No problem. Yeah, I said I would. I'll do it again on Saturday with Ramsey.
Another very annoyingly talented person.
Indeed. I love those solos. It was so prog rock. It was ace in the middle of this funk stuff. It was.
Well, it shows you how bad my memory is because I went to buy that
Have you forgotten whether you bought it or not?
No, and then it went to my Bandcamp library, and I've already got all the other albums there as well. Oh, okay, got a collection, yay!
Yeah, it's good. Really enjoying listening to it. Got it on in the car. I stick on my date stick, listen to it in the car, drive around, it's just ace. Really enjoying it.
What's the YouTube channel name?
Lady Aptitude.
Lady Aptitude.
Oh, it's not coming up.
Well, the link's in the chat, so if you open the chat, you can.
Oh, it is. Yes, of course. Duh.
Use that. There you go.
It's catching.
It's
God, I hope not.
Hang on. Here we go. Oh, stop. Right. Okay. Where are we here? Right. Share screen. What's it called? There we go.
So far to go to get it together. We had to break free to see what we could be and learn what we didn't know was in our letter. Year after year we tried to get it right. Freedom for all, but not without a lie. To leave our exact words and make us less fractured. Now some losers with some watchers want to take us backwards. Slogan made, it's got a lot of deals for you. High in the sky, but not a lot of truth. We must see right through.
There we go.
Yeah, that's such a good track. Sorry, absolutely loved it. Thanks, Lady A.
Marky Barnes is in the house.
How you doing,
Hey, Mark.
How you doing?
How you doing,
Mark?
I was saying, great track, that. Brilliant.
Very good. Wasn't it? Very good.
Great stuff. So what you all been up to?
Not a lot, really.
What about? Not really. Not really.
No.
Not really. Not a lot, really.
No, I've had this week off. I've got next week off as well, so I've just been dicking around, as they say. Dicking around.
Dicking around what?
The house.
As here.
Uh-huh.
There's a good point, yes.
How's the kitchen? Oh dear.
Oh yeah, you've
You've done it again, Matt. Oh no.
Oh, I don't
broken him.
Man, it's stunning, but by God, it's taking a long time. It's just taking. It's going. Oh, it's going to be another week now. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I just love eating on the lawn, so cool. Yeah.
At least the weather's fine for it.
Well, yeah. But oh God, yeah. But it's all the dogs got to be locked in the garden.
Will you have more room for storing synths in there? Is that what it's all about?
Well, actually,
Or as Fiona said, you're not letting a single synthesizer enter this bloody kitchen, ever. Nope.
there may be a little bit of room under the stairs. maybe a little bit of room. But I want to try and stick to the fact of not having any keyboards in the hall, the toilet, the front room, and the kitchen.
So you're building another house then?
A basement is being dug as we speak. Yes.
Well, like I say, the once the kitchen is done, there's a few bits and pieces we've got to get rid of, so we're getting to skip, and that's where I go round the garage, and Ty is not invited.
Can I come?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, what's a water table like that? Do you guys have basements?
No, we just don't have basements. I don't think it ever occurred to us, to be honest.
No, I used to own a house that had a really big basement.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're unheard of here, but it's just not really.
It's not standard, is it?
No, standard spec. Yeah.
No.
You don't often see basements here.
Yeah.
In houses in Scotland, it's very, very uncommon. I had a house and that tiny basement.
Oh, like a coal cellar,
and it was like just below the kit. More like, but the washing machine was plugged in to there.
Just not to hide some bodies,
in
pretty
the
much.
winter, when it was freezing cold, all the pipes and everything would freeze up because there was no heating down here in the basement. But you don't see it an awful lot. But I think in the States it's sort of standard. That house comes with.
Well, there's some areas where you can't. Like Louisiana has a very high water table. They can't even bury the bodies. They have crypts.
Yeah,
really? Like New Orleans and stuff, they don't have buried bodies in New Orleans.
Yeah, all the bodies are above ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like back home in Italy, you can't dig into the mountains, so everything's in bloody walls.
Yeah.
Slide them in, slide them out.
But it makes cool cemeteries. I mean, having all those crypts are great. My favorite was the one in Buenos Aires called Recoleta Cemetery, where Evita's buried. Some of the best architecture you've ever seen in a cemetery. It's awesome walking through there.
Do all the families have their own little...
They
things?
do, and at the time she was buried there, she was the only embalmed body in the entire cemetery. Wow. So as you walk around, it still might be standard practice not to embalm. There's a funny smell when you walk around there. And I look through one of the windows in the crypts, and you see leakage out of one of the coffins, which is nice. So,
well, I mean, it's part of life, you know.
It's part of the horror vibe, though. It's really it's great. Statues there, creepy, like this creepy-looking nun kind of statue coming up a stairs to a crypt, and it's a perfect place to shoot a heavy metal video. It's really great.
Well, cemeteries are lovely, though, aren't they? By and large,
awesome.
generally, just really, really nice place just to walk around. We got one here in the middle of Sheffield, the Central Cemetery. It's no longer used. You can't inter or anybody in there anymore. But it's amazing, like all these, the great big, huge sort of statement tombs of the rich and famous, alongside the little modest ones, and then there's the great sort of almost like temples. And what's really weird walking around that cemetery is there's not a single or hardly any outward signs of Christianity, which you'd think, given that most of it is from the Victorian period, you'd think there would be.
Yeah.
But it's all the sort of the Protestant Methodist sort of. They just don't do that, which is a bit strange. You think it would be? There's none at all. Hardly any cross-shaped stones or any. Yeah, it is. It's very.
Another funny thing I noticed at the Recoleta Cemetery is a couple of the crypts have these grids instead of proper windows, and words are in the metal, and a couple of them had the word Pax, peace, facing inward. Yeah. So the spirits are reading the signs.
Yeah, or it may be that as it was a civic cemetery, they actually said, well, you can't do that. Sorry, it's a civic cemetery, therefore no. I don't know what the history of it is. I should go and find out more. But
the chapel where I first got married dated back to, I think, the 13th century. And the graveyard was absolutely fascinating because there were, literally 600-year-old crosses carved on headstones.
Yeah.
I was out in Dartmouth Castle back in May, and I walked into the chapel that they've got there. And there's a grave, there's lots of sort of gravestones in the aisles and stuff.
They moved them from outside and placed them for doing the floor. There aren't necessarily people buried underneath them now.
Well,
I'm
looking at a photograph I took, and it says, "Here lieth the body of Mary, the wife of John Hodge, that died in 1692, aged 45. and there's a skull and crossbones etched onto the bloody boot.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, you do
Dartmouth,
see
you
that
know,
quite
it's-
a lot.
a lot of sort of sailors and stuff. But yeah, there was,
Yeah.
and when I looked into my genealogy, I found out that my family originate from, I don't know, 10 miles away. And, you know, we've been in London for hundreds of years, but they originated from down here. And I've been over to a little village just the other side of Dartmouth and actually found graves of my forebears from 500 years ago.
Cool.
And just wandering around there,
I think it's fascinating, all that.
walking into the church and thinking, yeah, my ancestors walked in here 500 years ago. That kind of just knocks my head off.
Yeah.
I love that.
Is it weird? I do like trogging around cemeteries. I mean, it's famous cemeteries. I mean, Père Lachaise in Paris. Absolutely loved it. Or the other one that I really loved was the Vyšehrad in Prague, the old castle in Prague, where Dvořák and Smetana are buried and things like that. I mean, just walk. I just find them really lovely places. It's not more. I don't think it's morbid. I just think it's
very
lovely.
serene places.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
very interesting.
even Highgate Cemetery is
yes,
really
exactly.
nice to walk
Highgate in
around.
London too. Yeah, definitely.
Nunhead is quite a weird one if you've ever been there.
Where's that one?
It's in South London. It's one of the big 7 cemeteries that they built.
Okay, is it a big civic cemetery? Is it that one?
Yeah, it was one of the. They built 7. I think it was a big 7 massive cemeteries in the Victorian times.
Right.
Highgate and Nunhead is one of them, but it's really screwed up there because you can. A lot of it's sort of really, really dense undergrowth, and we used to go in there as kids,
Yeah.
and you'd act through this stuff, and you come across a perfectly kept grave in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what? No path, no nothing. Really weird. But yeah, I love them because I go to the local one and sit down when I sort of need a bit of.
When you think cemeteries are a celebration of life.
Mm.
Well, death isn't supposed to be morbid. We make it that way. Yeah, you're constantly dying all through your life. To make your skull in the womb, all kinds of cells have to die to make the skull.
Yeah.
So you're constantly dying and cells coming about, and so it's just part of life.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But as
That
a
was
teenager, they're
very
great
true.
places to hang out.
That's why, like, a lot of the Eastern philosophies have a real healthy outlook on death. They even sometimes, I mean, it's a little wacky, but they party with the bones. They bring them out of the tomb. They have a picnic right in front of the bones, talk to them, have a nice little day, and then put them back.
Dress them and things like that, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, it's
That's
the
really old.
Day of the Dead. Yes.
Well, but actually, it dates way back. I mean, in the Neolithic period and the early Bronze Age, they had mortuary houses where the bodies were basically left to decay. There, you talked about having the stuff oozing out the coffins. It sounds gross, but they were just left, and then the skeletons and the bones were then transferred into the long barrows, into the chambers. Yeah, the long barrows and things with the chambered cairns were basically like you've just said, Andy, ossuaries. And they would go and they were revered. They remained part of what was going on. I'm assuming we can reconstruct that. We don't know for certain, but it makes a lot of sense. If you've got an area where this is where the bodies are decaying, and this is an area where you find simply the bones, or cremations of them, and how the usage of these places changed over time, I do think it's fascinating. People say, all these stone circles and ancient monuments and human sacrifice. It's bollocks. It's not. People were buried. And not often, I was watching a thing last night that was saying you don't very often find whole skeletons. You find parts of. You'll find a femur or a couple of ribs or a skull bone, a bit of cranium. You think, well, that's weird. Why just a bit of? Well, anyway, so I'm going off on one now. Me sort of like ancient monument stuff. There was a brilliant video about things. I think a fella called the Amesbury Archer. Has anybody heard of that? Yeah, the Amesbury Archer was found near Stonehenge, and he apparently travelled from the area of somewhere like Austria or the Czech Republic. They could tell that from his dental, the stuff that's in his teeth. They could do all that. So, this is where he was born and grew. So he travelled all the way across Europe to the Stonehenge area. So people were making these massive journeys way back then. And it's unusual because what you've got there is a complete interred skeleton. So he's obviously somebody who was considered important at the time. I find it fascinating. I really, really do. Sorry, I'm off on my archaeology trip now, aren't I?
But you guys have those cool like burial mounds over there too, right? There are a whole bunch of them.
That's basically what we're sort of talking about. I mean, the barrows, the round barrows, the long barrows. Yeah, that's what they essentially are, and they date. I mean, West Kennet Long Barrow dates back to sort of 3,500 BC. So it's at least 1,500 years older than Stonehenge.
Well, you only have to look at aerial photographs of Stonehenge, and you can see the sort of the.
It's a period, yeah.
Yeah, the earth markings where the barrows and stuff was.
Sutton Hoo up here, where they bury them in the ships.
Oh well, that's Sutton Hoo. I mean, that's later. That's Anglo-Saxon. That's a lot later, but not a million miles from there, you've got things like Grimes Graves with the flint mines and all that stuff. That's really fascinating too.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Oh, hello, Grace. You popped in.
Andy,
just
all our
so you know,
trips around there because it was cheap.
I'll post a link to a YouTube channel by someone called Caitlin Doherty, who's a mortician in, I think, Los Angeles, who wrote a really funny book called Smoke Gets in My Eyes. But some of the videos sort of cover these things that you've been talking about, so I'll post that.
On a side note, what's really cool is a lady I used to work at the zoo. She has a canine forensics business where she trains border collies and other really clever dogs to find human remains, really old or really recent. So she went to Oklahoma City when they had the big incident. She's been to some other famous places to try and find bodies, but she also looks for ancient human remains at Indian Middens and other places in California. And it's really fascinating stuff because the dogs pick up that human scent from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Yeah. It's still there.
You just reminded me of something that nearly happened this afternoon. We nearly...
A few months since.
Nearly. I mean, seriously. She reached for the phone at least 4 times. We nearly got a husky puppy today. And then went, no. It's unfair on the others.
How many dogs do you have at the moment, Ken?
Only the 4.
Only the 4.
Only.
Wow.
Yeah, you used to have 9.
Wow.
I was going to say, the pack used to be bigger, didn't it?
Yeah.
I've only got one. One's enough for me.
Because she goes, oh, it'd be so lovely, it's so cute, and he is. We saw a photograph of him, and he is gorgeous. I said, look, this is the problem. Nellie already has this, can have a bit of a jealousy thing now and again. Show too much affection to one, and she comes over and she's like, what about me. I go, if you've got a puppy and you're making a fuss of her all the time, I said, there could be, she's not going to get pissed with you, she's going to get pissed with the puppy.
I have to say, see huskies, like my little dog that I've got is dead sociable and he gets on great with other dogs, but see the minute somebody's got a husky, he goes absolutely mental. He really hates huskies, and he's the tiniest wee thing. The husky would snap him in 2 in half a second.
Yeah, but
he goes absolutely crazy. Like if we're in a cafe with the dog and somebody walks in with a husky, my god, it's like mayhem.
This is it.
I don't know what it is. It's just something about the husky breed. It just doesn't.
It's the way they look. Sometimes they look. I think some dogs have trouble with the expression of a husky, because a husky looks
too much like a wolf.
Yeah, exactly. And it has that sort. Its relaxed face is, I'm going to fuck you. Kind of look. And the little dog's going, I'm little. Little dog syndrome. Billy Big Bones. Come on. But like I say, with Charlie, we didn't have any choice. We had to take Charlie. We couldn't let him go off to a kennel. And the only issues that we had initially when we got him was between him and Nellie, and it was because we're trying to bring Charlie out of his shell because he's had he's had a really hard time, bless him. So we're giving him extra care, extra fuss and everything. And Nellie was the only one that sort of like went, no, I'm not having that. And she'd have a go now and again. Not aggressively, not try to take chunks out of him or anything, but be very, constantly showing her teeth at him and...
Just asserting dominance.
Yeah, there's certainly dominance, but also the jealousy thing was really playing a very strong role. And I said, look, if we got this husky puppy, it's going to be fucking nightmare. It's just no. And she's going, yeah, okay. And
The worst is when you introduce a kitten to a cat and they want to kill it,
Yeah. So, I know, I mean, the puppy would be fine with Charlie, be fine with Noah, and fine with Siri, but Nellie, just don't know. She gets a little bit too carried away sometimes.
It's like introducing an ex-girlfriend to a current girlfriend.
Yeah, and it's just something you just don't. If you can avoid it, you just don't do.
You don't stroke your ex-girlfriend.
Erner. So yes, so sensibility prevailed. Christ. So. Oh, by the way, Robbie, it looks like you've got a storm going to be turn up on your doorstep soon.
Storm?
Certainly heading your way.
Riders on the storm.
There's Tiger.
Well, our guest messaged me earlier saying that they've got storms predicted tomorrow. So that'll be fun. But
yeah. Can I ask a dumb question? Has anybody ever tried that before?
Desperados, yeah.
Yes.
It's very refreshing.
Wow. I don't like them.
I don't like it.
It's more like a soft drink beer.
It's like pop.
Well, isn't it like
shandy?
beer with shandy with lime in it?
Kind of like Fruity beer, the fruit beer.
Has it really got?
It's got lime.
Has it really got tequila in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
got tequila flavouring or something.
It's 5.9%. I'll be falling off my chair when I finish.
It's nice if you're really thirsty and you don't want to get hammered. It's not bad.
But after 6 or 7,
This is what you don't want to hear a dentist say this, do you?
Screaming.
No, you say, is it safe? That's what he's supposed to say.
Well done, Manny.
Son, be a dentist. Oh, mama.
That'd be a good album name, actually. Screaming with a Chance of
Bleeding, yeah. Alice Cooper title, isn't it?
Every time I go to the dentist, I end up falling out with the dentist here. The dentist here in Scotland. Like seriously, I walk in and he goes, "You haven't been here for 4 years." I'm like, "Well, no wonder, because every time I'm here, you're a total dick." No wonder I don't turn up for my checkups, because you're really not nice to me every time I'm here.
Try another dentist. I know they're trying to find
do
one.
you know what? It's so hard to get a dentist here, and I was overseeing them because I had a filling at the back that fell out, and I'm like, well, look, I've had to wait 4 weeks for an appointment to get.
Only 4.
This tooth is exposed. Oh no! But this is the best bit. So, because then he says, no, I can only look at it just now, and I'm like, can you put a temporary filling or something in it so it's not exposed and getting worse and worse and worse? And he says no. I said, when's the appointment? Oh, it's another 4 weeks before I can I can fill it. And
you need to ring 111 and tell them that you're in a lot of pain.
Yeah, but the problem is, see if you tell them that, they pull the tooth out. Because I tried that before. If you tell them you're in a lot of pain, they'll go, "Oh, that needs to come out then."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake!"
That's never bothered me. Oh God, yeah.
I just hate it. But see, like when you go to and get work done in your teeth abroad. They're so nice and they're so gentle, and how they treat you and everything. And like
dental
here,
holidays in
it's
Hungary.
like they're butchers.
Well, I've got to say, my
Yeah.
dentist is NHS dentist, and they are absolutely fantastic. They operated all the
Oh,
way
you're
through the
lucky.
pandemic, and if you phone up and you've got an emergency, they'll say, well, if you come in, you're happy to wait for an hour or two. We'll see if we can fit you in.
That was the way it used to be here years ago. But now it's a case of like, don't come here if you've not got an appointment. Or but I'm in pain. Take ibuprofen. That's seriously what it's like. And then you get there and he complains that he's not seen you for 4 years, and I'm like, well,
I've been waiting on the line for that
20
long.
months of that 4 years. It was it was COVID and you were shut. So when you actually take that into account, I've not actually really missed my checkup by that long, and just a nightmare. But finally, I got it. And then it turns out as well. It turned out that I needed 4 fillings, not just the one.
So you properly milked it then.
Right, guys, I'm going to nip off. I'll be back later if you're still
All right,
around.
darling.
Take it easy.
See you, Robbie.
See you, Rob.
Bye.
I gotta go too. I gotta go to the office for a while, so I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Okay, cheers, Andy. Ta-da.
Y'all.
Yeah, the last time I was at the dentist, I think it was 12. It was the last time I was at the dentist. Man. Wow. So I know every type of pain there is. The pain that goes on for weeks. So I can sympathise with your exposed tooth there, buds.
I know. What I have found is there's no point buying fancy painkillers for toothache. Just like 2 paracetamol and 2 ibuprofen at the same time. The simple standard Tesco ones or whatever, they do the best job. There's no point buying.
I've found 30 milligram codeine. That works quite well.
Yeah, it depends which one though. Is it codeine phosphate or dihydrocodeine?
Dihydrocodeine.
Yeah, that's the better one.
I find pliers actually work best.
I've done that before. Believe it or
I've been
not.
there. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah, my missus has done that.
But
one.
self-extraction is a form of contraception, Kent, not personal dentistry.
I tell you
Well,
what.
no. If
the
you've got a
pain was
loose
like
tooth,
enough is enough, you know.
Yeah.
And the side of my face was like out here.
That's what.
They just strap it to the front and pull away.
To be honest, if you're extracting a tooth, the pain is actually quite fleeting, as opposed to the constant nagging pain you get from an infection.
Okay, let's return to the days of barber surgeons then, shall we? We can cut people's arms off and things.
Well, sometimes I'd rather go to a vet than a bloody doctor, I'll say that.
Yeah, well, they probably actually deal with their animals far better than they deal with us, but that's probably very true, Sassy, but there we are. Yeah, on the other hand, thank you, Mark, for reminding me that I also need to go and book an appointment at the dentist, which is on the list then for tomorrow.
Well, I just hate the place. And every time I always end up in a sort of semi-argument with the dentist. Obviously, I don't say to him, "You're a dick" every time, but that's what I'm saying inside my head.
I wouldn't
every time
recommend that
hear
approach to somebody that's about to poke around.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. So I've got to bite my lip and keep calm.
Well,
Which isn't easy for someone Scottish, I can assure you that.
Well, my sister is a dental technician. I know. Can you believe it? I have a sister. I don't. When did I see her? Oh, the Wake. That was the last time I saw her. And she's a dental technician, and you think, well, I don't know whether I can trust a profession that would allow my sister to have a career in it, to be honest. But yeah, and yeah, it's just one of the, I don't know how many dentists she's worked for now. She's worked for quite a few, and I think she went sort of freelance, so she'll be in different places all the time. And I'd said to her once, because I was having this problem. She goes, "Oh, you need to get that filled." I said, get some temporary filling. I said, "Well, can you get us some and pack it in for us?" I said, "Well, no, can't do that. You'd have to go in." I go, "Okay," so I did without.
Plaster of Paris mixed with Evo Stick.
Actually, I found the best is Wrigley's.
Araldite. Yeah.
Wrigley's. That's the way forward. So I must have scars on my tongue from all sharp bits where I bit in my tongue and all torn the inside of my mouth and stuff.
When I was at college, there was a chap I sort of vaguely knew who was studying to be a dentist, and his dental course was longer than it was to become a medical doctor.
Yeah.
And that always surprised me that they are obviously highly trained and highly skilled.
Oh yeah, it's off the chart.
To the extent that their education is longer than that of a quack.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh, don't get me started on fucking GPs.
Yeah, but I mean, a GP is more generalisation, and in many cases, it's just diagnosis, and then you're referred. But a dentist.
Oh yeah, God forbid a GP actually
is.
does what GPs used to do. Occasionally pick up a scalpel or stitch someone up. Oh no, they can't do that.
Well, there you go. There you go. So, and it's only going to get worse.
Or work more than 3.5 days a week.
I mean, after reading today that they BBC have cancelled Mock the Week, I was like, really?
Oh well, it depends on your perspective, Kent. And obviously, I'm not on the same side as most of you here. In that, I would have cancelled it a long time ago, because to me it was just bollocks. It was dreadful. It was painful to listen to. I just did not find it funny in any way, shape, or form.
Sorry, what site you're talking about, Sass?
It's Mock the Week.
All right.
TV program.
Right. I've never watched it myself.
The one that launched Frankie Boyle in this country.
Right.
Who suddenly becomes so woke and progressive after a career of making jokes about rape and paedophilia.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, but that's the point about comedies, to go into areas you couldn't normally.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of it. That's why comedy's been destroyed.
There is a bit of... See, in order for something to be funny, it needs to be moderately offensive. Yeah. Or it ends up just sort of like a kiddie's joke, like 5-6-year-olds in the playground jokes, and it's difficult. But I think joking about rape and paedophilia, I think that's
it's all context. It's all about context, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So you can. I mean, Christ, I think we've said worse things on this. In all honesty, so it is. So it's about context. So, but if you have too many areas that become taboo,
there shouldn't be any areas that are taboo.
Well,
you should be able to joke and talk about anything.
Yeah, but there again, you just put Frankie Boyle down for going into those areas.
No. I fully support him going in on those areas. What pisses me off is that he's now done a complete 180 and is about as woke and progressive as you can get after being almost a bottom feeder.
Did you see him on The Last Leg a couple of weeks ago?
No, I've stopped watching TV.
Oh, okay. Well, he wasn't very woke and progressive on that about Boris, mate.
Yeah, but would he say the same jokes about Keir Starmer? Or, it's that sort
I
of.
don't know, because Keir Starmer is up there for ridicule as well, because I think he's probably more on the right than the right is in his outlook on things. It certainly doesn't seem to represent the party he's supposed to be representing. Do you know what I mean? It's not very
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that
not
you
very
know,
left, shall we say?
But to comedians, Boris is fair game, but Keir Starmer seems to be untouchable.
Yeah, but at the moment the Conservatives are so game. I mean, Liz Truss, fucking hell.
They're just lining up the ammunition for all the comedians at the moment, aren't they?
Well, I mean, Liz Truss. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, you could.
Yeah, but I'd to be
you could
honest,
put
I'd rather.
a skirt on a sheep, and you fucking got more chance of winning. It's got more fucking.
I'd
you know
rather
what I mean?
have her than Rishi Sunak, though.
That'd get the Welsh vote, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but so would the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail's, you know, their headline might as well be, "We back Liz Truss because she's white."
No,
I might as well put that.
Most members I know actually wanted Kemi Badenoch, and that there's a hell of a lot of anger within the party that the MPs are being complete twats.
Well, yeah, but there's no point wanting somebody who's not in the running, or has been designated to not be in the running. You know,
I think she will end up in the cabinet. I think Kemi
you're right.
Badenoch is
And
one
I think
to watch.
next time round she'll be in a very good position. I just don't. I mean, everybody's going who, and then when you scratch a little bit, you go, oh, that's quite interesting.
yeah.
But whether she'd be ready to be prime minister or not, that's a different matter. And I think that's the issue. I mean, to be honest, I listened to her speak and I thought, yeah, she's great, but the prime minister's a different role, isn't it? It's a difficult one. I mean, I don't
Yes,
know. The whole thing's a bloody mess. But
I agree, and I do hate the way that, I'll just say, the media trivialises politicians and always wants to pigeonhole them or present them in a way that actually has nothing to do with their policies. You know, there's too much personality base and too much focus on personality as opposed to, you know, whether people can get things done.
shall we take the cameras out of Westminster?
Yes, absolutely. I would still have them broadcast, not picture, but you know, audio broadcast.
Well, they used to broadcast when question time, and that'd be about Prime Minister's questions, and that'd be about it. At one time, though, didn't they? That was it.
Hey, I asked
Now
the
there's
question
24-hour
because
bullshit.
I do remember my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, who, you know, was this very, very severe old lady. And I remember being a teenager saying, "Oh, why won't they broadcast it? Why won't they?" And she, I remember her saying quietly, "You would not want to see them, Andrew, because you would despise them if you did." And actually, that's what's happened in reality. The viewing of
It's become performative.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's not just a window into what goes on. It's a box to be, ta-da, here's me doing my politics, and I actually would be very much in favour if they choose to take the cameras out and let it go back to broadcast it on the radio, or you know, record it so that but none of the sort of, you know,
the Parliament TV channel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just I'm not sure I want that.
But
maybe
saying
that's regressive.
I would have the courts publish. I would have TV cameras in court.
Then everything was reduced to Jeremy Kyle.
No, I think justice should be seen to be done. And also, people would then get an understanding of why some of the decisions are made the way they are.
But it's dangerous in that respect. I would say that's dangerous because, all right, somebody goes up on a rape charge, right, and gets acquitted. Right, that person is going to be on screen, and people are going to be going, "That fucker's."
No, you you can still broadcast proceedings without actually showing the people. You know, it's not beyond the capabilities of the the broadcast systems.
No, but then you look at the shit show that the Johnny Depp thing turned into.
I don't think it turned into a shit show. I think it exposed so much that even the UK judgment is being queried now because of the way that the libel case was heard and the refusal of the judge in the UK to accept evidence from sworn police officers in America because they don't record notes contemporaneously in a little notebook like British police are meant to. And yet there are so many trials here in the UK where the police officer is in court giving evidence and has conveniently forgotten to take his notebook with him. You know, it's... They do say that, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And I think that certainly with the distrust that people have at the moment with certain parts of the legal system, actually letting people see how the decisions are made and how evidence is presented and how judges sum up cases, and also in some cases how judges themselves behave.
I agree. I'm with you on the transparency thing. I just think that there is an element of danger to it.
Oh yeah. I mean, yes, it's nothing is perfect, but I do think that it would potentially tighten up the legal system, and also expose how much time, effort, and money is wasted. When some judges will only sit for 2 or 3 hours a day. It's. I'm with Andy. I don't think the Parliament should be televised, but I think that certainly big cases, big decisions in the UK should be, and they can be broadcast after the fact, so they can be recorded. Any necessary bits edited out because you don't necessarily want to show the jury, certain images or certainly some witnesses should be protected. I think the accused should be have as much protection as possible until such time as they are convicted. So they could be recorded, but they don't have to be broadcast live. But certainly after the event, I think it would be good, especially when some contentious decisions are made. I mean, just for example, just look at the outrage over some of the grooming cases that have been heard, and then someone who's been done for multiple offences gets off with or only gets 2 years suspended, and all this sort of stuff. I think it would go some way to either educating people or alternately changing the system.
Yeah.
Because change can be good.
Yeah, but it has to be managed correctly, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's got to be. There has to be mechanisms in place to protect people when they need it.
Yeah, but this is how you can do it if it's broadcast after the event. So after the judgment has been heard and the case is over, then it could be edited.
Yeah.
To provide those protections and then broadcast, or even re-dramatised as we used to have with Crown Court.
Yeah. God, yeah, going back some there.
Yeah.
Was that all based on real shit, was it?
I think they drew elements from real cases, but I don't think there were actually specific cases that were used.
Okay. It's just an interesting thing, isn't it? When you go back to these high-profile cases where people have had multiple fucking sort of convictions and things like that. Katie Price is the biggest case in point, isn't she?
Oh yes. Well, I mean, was it the last case where she was
She off her tits
either
and
high or pissed or whatever, and
was both.
rolled
drunk.
her Range Rover over? Yeah, I mean,
which is an impressive feat by anyone's fucking standards.
yes.
You know, and
You don't do that at 5 miles an hour, do you?
No, and she was on a driving ban at the time.
Yeah, and so therefore uninsured as well.
Yeah. And basically walked away. What was it? A suspended 2 years suspended, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got to read out Lisa's comment. She's saying that the judges are less corrupt than the dentists.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Who is this Puff Diddy anyway? That's the one who used to get. What is it? I can't remember which bloody thing it was now. They've got a judge judging the case, and he hasn't got any fucking clue about who it is.
It was over the
The
Beatles,
accused
wasn't it?
was it's something, wasn't it? He just didn't have any idea about it. He go, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Who are the Beatles? They're a modern rock combo.
Oh, didn't fucking not the 9 o'clock news do one like that where they were talking about, oh, this man stole a video recorder, and the judge says, what's a video recorder? Oh, it's a machine that records programs on a special tape. And he goes, and he stole this something or other, and it was, what's that then? So the brief describes it, and then he says, and he stole this blow up doll, deluxe thing, whatever that is, and the judge goes, oh yeah, that's the one with the real hair, and
yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh
makes
man.
sense.
Right. So I don't know what that's doing out.
Pardon?
Oh, pardon? Yes.
Yeah. No, I
Put it away.
wasn't expecting to see that on the screen.
Not on this channel, at least.
Ah, there it is. Right. Search for data file. Search for data file.
I've got 2 data filers.
Oh, you have
Yamaha.
Dirty young man.
No, I used to run my gigs off them.
So what are they? Please, I've seen them, here and there. What are they?
Yamaha data filer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MDF2. It's like a little box. It's got a floppy disk drive, a MIDI in and a MIDI out, and you plug a MIDI into it, you press record, and it records all the MIDI data that it gets.
Yeah.
Right.
And you press stop,
And
you
then
give the
you can
tracker
play
name,
it back.
and you press play, and it just plays it back.
Okay.
And it was.
I've got a door that doesn't it?
You've all just
exactly,
worked out my level of knowledge, haven't you?
But I bought them when I was using the Atari ST, and I was using the Atari ST live, and I just thought, right, this is not good. This is going to die eventually. How else can I do it? And it seemed the easiest.
It's basically a MIDI file player.
Yeah,
so it's sort of like what Roland used to do. What was that?
They had a sound canvas one with the disc drive in it as well. It was similar.
The sound canvas.
Roland did have that, but this. I mean, it's just a box. I mean, I bought one, and then for some reason, which I really have no idea why, I decided to buy another one. So I've got 2 of the bleeding things, which I don't know why, because I never use one at a time. I thought, do I need a backup of these? Maybe that was it. I thought I need a backup just in case this one dies in the middle of a gig. But they were absolutely fine, and they just played it back.
Yeah. The beauty of them is
you can't interact with them though.
Yeah, but you don't have to fire up a computer. You can just plug your keyboard in. You can noodle away.
90s technology. It's
just
totally
save it
these days.
But actually, it's that simplicity which is what makes them attractive.
Yeah, I used to use the Roland NV30 for that purpose.
Yeah,
so all the MIDI was in 2 Roland NV30s, and I had a MIDI through box, and it was going to other modules and synths. But to be honest with you, it was a nightmare. It was one of the worst things. I always remember I had a Korg X3, and it was connected to the MIDI through box, and the Corget it worked fine, but I think it was 8 or 16 part multi-timbral, so I had like, a few sequencer tracks run into the Corget, and all of a sudden, through the gig, notes would jam, and couldn't figure out for the life of me what was causing it. Brought it into the house, everything worked out. Everything worked perfect. Went to the gig, we'd get through maybe 10 songs, and then all of a sudden it started. Oh God, here's the start. I need to turn this chord on and off and get rid of that stuff. No, and do you know where it ended up? What was causing the problem? Right? We had a lighting show on the stage at that time, and we had UV lights, so that it would make us all look like ravers back in the day. And one of the they were basically like these tube lights you used to see in kitchen ceilings, and one of them had a bad electrical contact, and every time it sort of didn't quite make an electrical contact, it mucked up the electricity, and I got a MIDI jam. It was crazy. But that was the problem. I told my brother to get rid of those UV lights. Never happened again. It's like the craziest thing out.
That's
weird, that
story if ever I heard one.
Yeah, but honestly, see, as soon as those UV lights were gone, never had another MIDI jam in my Korg.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be anything from the high frequency ballast or
maybe but one of them, the connection was a bit dodgy. You could see it, and it was a case. See if it was maybe bumped or something, the tube would kind of move and flicker, and then your
visible
MIDI
sparks
jam.
are never good.
And see, to be fair, you'd never be allowed to have them nowadays. Exposed big tubes like that
as Kent well knows, if you see sparks or smoke, it's not good.
Yeah.
Glass of water sorts it.
Right.
Say one thing that like I've definitely noticed over the years. See, back in the day when everybody smoked in the venues you were playing, gear broke down all the time. See now, I don't get a lot of broken down gear. See the amount of like power amps and things like that would break down, and I was constantly having to take gear to get it repaired. Like it's very rare that I have any gear that breaks down at the gigs that I need to get fixed or replaced. I did, to be fair, my Yamaha O2R that Robbie's got, it got ruined because someone was dancing with a pint in their hand and someone bumped them, and you actually saw the gear projectiling through the air all the way across the street, right in top of my O2R, and that was really the death of my O2R. It never really. I tried clean it all out and everything, and it still kind of worked, but it was never right since that happened. To be fair, if I lived closer to Kent, he'd have probably been able to fix it, but he doesn't do mixers.
No, he doesn't do mixers.
No,
I mean, Grace
never
has
liked
got
that
an
wind.
interesting O2R. Grace has got an 01V, which we've had. I say we. I mean, that was the desk that we used when we were recording the Chillage People stuff way back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Good desk.
It's still going. It's got a few dodgy contacts and a few dodgy.
I can tell.
Working really.
I can
well.
tell you which ones. It's the white ones to the right of the screen. The rotary knobs that go funny. I think.
I've no idea about those. Certainly, there's a couple of the inputs and the gain knobs are a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a bit
I've got the new 01V, the 01V96. Aye, that's what I'm using it. My gigs now.
So,
that's
sometimes
still an
life-
old piece of kit, though, isn't it, Mark? I mean,
It's absolutely
solid,
great.
though.
I was actually saying, my friend was over. I'm mixing his country guitar album for him, but he was over, and I was saying to him, look, basically, we've got all our settings saved in this desk. We turn up, we plug everything in, and very rarely do we need to change anything. Maybe a little
bit to suit the room.
touch on the EQ to suit the acoustic. Maybe a little less reverb if it's an echoey hall or whatever. But it's fine. We turn up to do every gig. Desk plugged into the PA. The amps are in the PA now. They're all active. Stereo out into the PA. Everything's set up, and we do a verse and a chorus of one song with Cheryl singing. We do a verse and a chorus of one song with Frank singing. That's the other fellow in the band, and that's it. And very rarely do we actually need to change anything. It's brilliant. In fact, the only sort of disadvantage with it is when it actually comes to it that I need to change something, I'm like, oh God, how do I work this desk again? because it's like that long since I set it up, and or someone's been pressed by accident or something. It's not right, and then I go re-alter band settings, and it just all comes back. But that's the only thing, because I very rarely need to do much with it, is actually when there's something like you really need to change. Is absolutely, God, how do I do this? And it takes me a few minutes to work it out again how you do it. I get great desks, so I mean, for what we do live, it's brilliant. And even down to the vocal effects, so we've got no effects units, anything. So we've got reverb, delay, and compression and EQ on the vocal lines, and that brilliant for a live gig.
The problem with
don't really need.
The problem with modern affordable mixers is that they are an absolute pig to try and fix.
Oh, I know that. I mean, even like back in like 2002 when I first got the O2R, that was my studio desk. I couldn't find anybody to repair it. There was something happened with the power supply, and Ken, here we go again. Smoke started coming out of the fans. One of the caps had blown. I know that smell from my time in electronic, and the power supply wasn't right, and certain channels went down, but it was because one of the 5-volt rails or something wasn't getting power properly, and I couldn't get anybody to fix it at all. Well, what was weird was you could plug everything into it, though. If you used the digital out, it all worked.
Yeah.
Just the analog outputs. So if you used it into like an interface or something with a digital coaxial, you could use the desk as normal.
Yeah. The problem is it's the labour costs. I mean, if you think if you've got an 18-channel mixer, I mean, how many knobs and sliders, just removing all the caps, and then if they're captive pots, you then got to put the nut spinner on them, and
I know.
Take off the 38 screws on the bottom. And,
because to be fair, I did carry out a few repairs myself on it, and it was as a nightmare. In fact, when I brought it home, the first thing I had to do was carry out a repair on it because I bought it off a man in Belfast, and as you do when when you try and buy something second hand, you try and cut them down in the money. So I said to him, look, I'm in a tight budget here. I'm a new studio business. I've just been made redundant from my day job. And to be fair, that was all true. But I was trying to get, and he said, well, what to do is come as a foot passenger in the ferry. So I had to get the ferry from here to Belfast. And went as a foot passenger, and he said, I'll come and pick you up. And to be fair, he did come. He was as good as his word for everything. He was actually a really nice guy. So, but they end up at this big box with an O2R in it, like this. And I said, there's no way this is going in the ferry, because like I paid him like £1,500 for it, and at that time that was really a lot of money to me. It's still a lot of money to me, but at that time I'd just been made redundant, and that was like an absolute fortune to me. I said, there's no way that's going in the luggage, and the security stopped me and he goes, that needs to go in the luggage. And I said, no, I can't, because it's a Bixen desk. It's going in the luggage, or you're not getting on the ferry. So it went in the luggage, and then it came out, and I brought it, and I got off the ferry, and as soon as I got off the ferry, the anti-terrorism police were waiting on me to inspect this box, and I had to sign forms and everything. And to be fair, I was lucky that I just registered Angel Star Productions as a business, like literally like a week ago. So it was obviously on record, and I'm like, look, it's a mixing desk. I can open this box and show you. It's not none to word. It's a mix. I'm a musician, and I'll open the box, and they're like, no, don't open the box. like crazy, like there was a bomb in it. Honestly, it was crazy. But the rest of the story is, I got it home, and there was a problem with it, even although it was working there, and I had to open it up, and I had to hardwire a couple of tracks that had got damaged on the PCB, and then it worked. It worked for a good 5-6 years after that.
Yeah. Oh no,
So,
I'm traveling to Ireland frequently was quite entertaining, Andy.
Yeah.
The
To be fair,
number
that was my. Well, to be fair, it's my first and only time ever in Belfast. Believe it or not, I've travelled to lots of places, but I only ever travelled to Belfast once, and that it was just to get that Yamaha O2R with it, which, and it had a TC electronic card in it, and at that time everybody was like, if you want a pro sound, you need to have a TC electronic finalizer. I'm sure you can remember those days when you'll not have a pro sound unless all your master goes through a TC electronic finalizer.
I thought it was a Lexington compressor that you had to have.
At
one time, at one time it was the T. And to be fair, it was great for the time. It did make a big difference. Although it got to the stage you could hear the sound of every recording that had used a TC electronic finalizer on it. You could just hear from the sound of the they've done that, and people could hear from like my mixes and stuff at the time. People who hadn't seen my studio and that would listen to a track I'd done and say, "Oh, that sounds good. I hear you're using a Yamaha O2R with a TC card." That's what it was like. But,
Wow.
No. You know all about my story going to Belfast, getting a mixing desk.
I like the fact that you were attacked by the bomb squad. That was the best bit.
Like I'm honestly, you couldn't write it, right? And
So what's
to
the
be
mixing desk?
I've been given Irish plates.
There was a bomb that big.
No, I've been given Irish plates to put in my car before by the security services, because having a car with English plates in certain areas was not a sensible idea.
yeah.
And we were also given mirrors to check underneath, check for any devices that may have been attached to our vehicles.
I mean, to be honest with you, like the guy I bought the day, he was like really nice, and he met us in his family car, and I was there with Cheryl, and he drove us about and showed us it all, and showed us what it was like in Belfast at that time, and I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing, and like the gates to get into some streets and things like that, like you don't actually realise what it was actually like till you're actually
That was
there.
pre-Good Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But on a totally different note, can I just show you something? That bottle's now empty. That's really bad news, isn't it?
It's only a little bottle.
It's a 660 bottle.
Yeah, it's only little.
Yeah, well, how tall are you, Sass?
6'5".
7 foot 12.
Oh, there we go.
That's
So
13 foot. So it may be a little bit. Honestly, that went down so quickly. I'm not sure whether I enjoyed it or not, but it was really easy to drink. Sorry, Mark. That was my
That's all right. That's cool. I'm just actually reading Azurhead's quote. It says, "I can't imagine how that story would have turned out if it had been a Belgian accent." That's great.
Oh,
Well, you know what would happen? They would have just brought the robot out with a shotgun and just...
Yeah, probably.
Oh, Sassy, you are so cynical.
Probably.
Really? Here?
I'd have been standing in front defending it, of course, but, you know.
They wouldn't have sent the robot out. They would have sent Ty out with a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. So how have your repairs gone this week, Kent?
Not bad, really. I'll be honest with you. Let's see, what did I do? I did a Tyco 110F today. That didn't take long. What else have I done? TB303. I mean, there's always a TB303.
You love them, don't you?
Oh, so much.
I thought you were going to...
Especially the crunching noise when you stamp on them. Music to my ears. Bloody things they are. What else has there been? Oh, Christ almighty. Come on, Ken, think. An OBX. Finished off a Jupiter 8. 2 T8s and something else. Can't remember what it was.
It's just like a list of synth porn, isn't it? So.
Yeah, except when you're working on them, it's not very porn-like. It's sort of like, whatever. Pain in the arse.
But to be fair, Ken, there's not really been a better time for your line of business and the knowledge you have to be able to repair these things. See, with them being worth so much,
No, it's not that they're worth so much. It's that people are asking that much. But whether they're selling them... I mean, put it this way. I worked on... what did I work on this week? Oh, I know what it was. It was a Nat special. So... You know the Wasp, and you got the Nat, which was the 1 VCO version, and this one's in a little mahogany case, right? And it's tiny, and it's a little touch keyboard done in black and gold. Yeah, all right, they didn't make many of them. Okay, fair dues. And it's as a synth, it's like, it's all right, I suppose.
Mind you, I mean, someone's going to shoot me for this, but I didn't really rate the Wasp.
Well. It did the job.
Some people like it, I understand that.
It did the job. It gave you a 2 VCO synth for under 300 quid. when everything else was like hundreds, right? At a time when 800 quid you could practically buy a second-hand car with in nice condition for that. So it did its job then. Anyway, so they got this NAT. It's one VCO. It's a 2-octave touch keyboard, and just a few controls. Nothing special, right? And it's going up for 1,500 quid.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So, again, you can build one yourself for less
you could,
than that.
yeah. Honest to God, there is about. All right, there's a few ICs in it because of the touch keyboard, but the actual synth itself.
Yeah, but that's only for multiplexing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So
all right, there's some decoding going on and all the rest of it. The actual sound engine is a few FETs, a couple of transistors, a 3046 chip for the sound, multi-vibrators for your VCO. Yeah. That's it. All right, there's wave shaping, but it's done via FETs and transistors again.
It's a complex stylophone.
Yeah, I think the filter is a 13600, which is literally an off-the-shelf IC, transistor ladder filter type thing, in a chip. And there's really nothing about it that stands out in any way whatsoever. And yet, it's short of buying a
somebody was
Hydra-Synth.
buying this for £1,500. Yeah. Buy a Hydra-Synth Deluxe for £1,500.
Exactly.
Less. I paid £1,400 for mine. Which I have to say, see the value for money you're getting with a Hydra-Synth Deluxe.
Yeah.
Is absolute. I mean, see, since even down to the size of it, right? It's hard to get a synth of that size and that quality for under £2,000, and to get it for 1,400 quid. Yeah, I just think that's a phenomenal.
Like most new companies, when a new company launches, it's wise to hit hard with something sort of like, wow, really, and to get noticed. And the Hydra-Synth for ASM really did that. Big styling.
Did.
Yeah, you watch all the different podcasts and stuff like that, and there's a Hydra-Synth there. It's all like they're everywhere.
Yeah, they are everywhere. And to be fair, if you work at it, you can get, well, at least what I think's nice.
Well, it's the everyman CS80 now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. And the thing is that I've had so many people now saying to me, like, so you got Hydra-Synth, what do you reckon? I said, well, I don't feel the need to turn a CS80 on anymore. And I got one 3 feet away from me. And they're getting their phone and go, how much did you say it was?
Yeah.
I would say those sort of CS80 horn sort of sounds, those Vangelis type horn sounds, it really excels at that.
Yeah,
really
needs a little tweaking, but
if you want to buy you need to find the sweet spots. But see, by God, when you find it and you're like, whoa, I didn't expect that to sound as good as that. So,
but also
patch to it in my bank. My wife says that's the best synth patch I've ever made.
The beauty of the Hydra-Synth is because it's popular, there are lots of people like you who are making patches for people who either don't have the time or the talent to make their own patches. But because other people are making patches, it also makes the synth itself much more attractive because there are all these different patches available for it. So it's a self-sustaining process, which is just going to make it more attractive going forward.
Totally 100% right. I remember when I started the Wave State Facebook group, I said, no, look, every sound designer who makes Wave State patches can post them in this group. folk are like, but they're your competitors. I says, no, I don't look at it like that. The more people making patch sets for the wave set means the more people are going to be interested in buying a wave set, and everybody wins in the long run. See this? Yeah. Or this is my group. You're stealing my business. It's all a load of nonsense. The more people doing it, the more people buy them. So there's more people.
We saw the same when the DeepMind 12 came out, because I accept all the criticisms about the DeepMind 12, but for the price, it was and still is a bloody good synth. And the fact that so many patch makers bought it because it was quite easy to produce patches on it. I mean, you have to put effort in to get really good sounding patches, but it was one of those synths that sort of people suddenly woke up to and went, oh, I can actually create something with this. Yeah. So, if you want DeepMind 12 patches, do a quick Google and you come across thousands and thousands and thousands, which again is great for people who either don't have the time or the knowledge to create them, and they can just find something they like the sound of, and within seconds they've got it.
Or they want to learn. They've heard something that they like, and they want to learn, so they deconstruct a patch has been made and say, how is this came about? What kind of waveforms the oscillator set? And so forth, and there's a lot of people buy patches as well to deconstruct them and to learn the synth as well. That was it. It's no, but you're right. I nearly got a DeepMind, but unfortunately, I played one in the shop, and it was a prototype.
About this, Mark.
And it was like. It was like crazy. It wasn't working properly, and it would start playing music by itself. So it'd start playing sequences and things like randomly.
I didn't play that.
And there was a girl working in the shop at that time, and she said to me, she said, see this prototype. She said, there was nobody in one day. A quiet afternoon or something. She says, I was walking about, and then all of a sudden this DeepMind starts playing John Carpenter, but itself. It started playing sequences and things by itself, and I think it was just purely because that was my first impression of it, and that's how I didn't go. But see now when I hear what people do with them now, I'm like,
it's a really impressive synth.
Especially Jamie when he linked the DeepMind up to the desktop version. That sounded phenomenal. I'm like, God's sake, that sounds great. But I missed the boat a wee bit with the DeepMind because of that, and sometimes that's just the way it works. Your first impression can just put you off something, and you're like, no, not bothering. They don't get a sledge, Hydra, which I don't have anymore.
The Hydra wins also because as a control surface, it's it offers everything that anyone could want. The fact that they brought back the ribbon controller, they brought back poly aftertouch.
And the deluxe with the 74 keys. Although I will say, I don't know if I really need the 74 keys for a synth like the Hydra synth. I very rarely play anything the very top octave. So I don't know. Maybe a 61 would have been enough for me.
Yeah, maybe I must admit, I don't go up the very, very top very often.
No, an odd time.
Yeah, but sometimes, but when I do, I'm really glad those keys are there.
But also, if you do key split, then you can set the octave for each split, can't you?
Yeah.
But even sometimes when I'm doing something, and you do want to go up high, and because you've got the extra notes, especially you've got you've got a sustain running, and you can get a nice flourishy finish because those keys are there.
Yeah, as it's quite so like quite often I like turning on a pitch sweep with the macro and then crossing over and tapping a high note and it just goes while I'm playing a pad or something, and that is handy for that. You get brilliant electric piano sounds out of the thing.
Yeah,
I mean, like phenomenal. And I'm feel I'm getting there with the pad sounds and stuff. I'm quite happy with them. Some of the stuff and the splits, what you're talking about, Sasquatch. I love the splits because I hate like playing like a bass sound on its own or a lead sound on its own. It needs to be something I can marry up together so that it's like an actual performance. So no, I'm very happy with the deluxe. I'm glad that I got it. I'm glad. I like the 49 key overall, but it always annoyed me that it was only 8 notes and you couldn't split and layer. That always annoyed me about the 49 key. So when the deluxe came out, I was like, I just wish they had that deluxe from the start because it's much more me to be able to layer a few sounds together.
Yeah,
or a couple of sounds together. It just
But also
even down things like pads and an FM pad mixed in with a virtual analog pad. It's got so much more depth to it than just the one single. Sorry, Sasquatch, I'm talking too much.
No, I was just going to say. Also, it's if it was an 88 key, you wouldn't be able to fit a guitar strap to it and hang it around your neck.
I'll tell you something. I would need to put on about 10 stone to put that Hydra deluxe around my neck. It weighs it's really heavy.
It is,
I mean, the 49 keys, 10 kilos. I don't know what the weight of that, but it must be about 15 or something at least. It's really heavy. I mean, to be fair, that's one disadvantage about it. It's great sitting here in my studio, but it's not something I'm ever going to move about with me. Do you know what I mean? It's just like it's not. For me. It's a sit in the studio. It's like my flagship synth thing. The Hydra Synth Deluxe, and it'll always sit in the studio. There's no way I'll be taking it travelling or going abroad and doing some sound design abroad on it or something. Like, right enough, I might get a little Hydra Synth Explorer for that.
Yeah,
because they're very reasonable. What are they? About 525 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they're not a lot. Yeah. Sometimes seem cheaper than that. It's like
that. I mean that could go, but it's certainly that big and bulky. The only place I can sit it is in. Let's see if I can turn this so you can see. As in top of that piano. Like I've no room for it anybody else. It just needs to live on top of the piano. It's too big, I think, for these.
It looks good there,
Jasper stands. What?
I said it looks good there, though. You can't get.
I know. I like.
To take an 88. You can get them with I think 150 centimeters between the thingies, which will take an 8 octave. Yeah.
It's sometimes if the way you're looking at it, I mean, that JD08's only a 4 octave, right enough. To be fair, there's quite a lot of space at the side of the JD. No, the JD08, JDXA. There's quite a lot of space at the side, but no. To be fair, I quite like it on top of the piano. It's got something nice about it. See
is
that
it ju-
piano?
Mark, is it just plonked on
Yeah.
top of the piano, or have you got it on a separate X stand shoved in behind it?
No, just plunked on top of the piano.
Really? Okay.
Clonk.
To be fair, that's what I was just about to see. That piano, right? I picked that up for £240.
Huh.
Because
Is that the Kurzweil one? That you
no.
All right.
I've still got the Kurzweil, right? But this was the thing. I prefer the Kurzweil. I just love Kurzweil. But I prefer the action on it. I prefer everything. But because I use it at my live gigs now, see, although it's not that heavy a stage piano, see in a flight case, see getting it out of that band van and bringing it in here and taking it back every time, and then there's a wedding song I need practice on piano or whatever. I was just like, no, I'll pick up a cheap second-hand piano, and I go, it's a Yamaha one, and it's fine. There was a couple of sticky keys that I moved to the sort of very top to the keys. You have the play up here, and it's fine. And to be fair, it's got speakers on it and everything. I don't need to turn anything else on. If all I need to do is play piano, it's all there, and I just turn it on. But I'm not worried if the hydrogen scrapes it or whatever by sitting on top of it or whatever. I couldn't care less, because it was only 260 quid, and it's not something I'll sell on at that price. The day I want rid of it, I'll probably either give it away or put it in a skip. It's one of these sort of things. But it's handy for me, because there is certain things that I need a piano for. If we're doing one of these Westlife ballads or something as a first dance for a wedding, I really need a piano. I can't really practice that properly on a hydrosynth or whatever, and I need an actual weighted keyboard.
We need to arrange a meet-up with you and Ben Simpson.
Yeah.
Electromantics and Angel Star together.
Yeah, and Angel Star, absolutely. Well, to be fair,
I don't know that.
do you know something? That's something I've actually kind of thought about before, because we could do the 90s vibe and Ben does the 80s vibe, because a lot of the music we do is more the 90s, and that would it'd be a wide range of music to suit a lot of people. If Ben was doing all the big 80s hits, and we were doing the sort of big 90s hits. And
Sassy, have you seen Electromantics?
No, I haven't.
Has anybody else here seen Electromantics?
I've seen videos of them. I was going to go and see them. I can't remember what happened. I don't know whether, I think Ben was ill or something. But
you're all right, yeah, because
they sound bloody good.
Show. Yeah. It's a fabulous show. I mean, it was like, I can't believe there I was in this working men's club in Barnsley, and I'm going, this is just unbelievable. Okay, I mean,
well, and is it Andy, the singer?
Andy,
brilliant.
I think he does the t-shirts and stuff as well, doesn't he? Doesn't he run that bit?
Oh,
anyway,
is he Viper Graphics?
I think so. I may have got that wrong, but I think so. I made a connection up here that went, oh, that's all right, bing. But anyway, that's by the by. Yeah, they are, and it's uncanny. If anyone gets a chance to go and see Electromantics, go and see them. It's all the predictable. I mean, but it's not. Now, when they did, what was it? They did Ghosts by Japan. You know, in the middle of this working men's club, you've got all these sort of dancey synth pop stuff, and then Ghosts, and it was like, And that made me go. Yeah, it was just, and the work and effort that must have gone into creating that sound and getting it just so right.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's spot on, the sound quality.
yeah, even I mean, let's be honest. The more sparse it is, the more difficult it is to get right. So, Blue Monday. I mean, I'm sorry, absolutely spot on. And I'm very critical about Blue Monday. It was great. So, if you get a chance, go and see them.
Oh,
But what Mark was saying, actually a sort of two-way segue. 80s, 90s, 80s, 90s, 80s, 90s. That'd be a lot of fun. Would work well.
No, absolutely, because like we have like done some gigs down south as well. Not so much anymore. The problem we've got is we're that busy to actually fit anything else in. It's just becoming
Good, get on with it.
near impossible.
Look at you.
Well, but it gets draining and tiring. So it does. See, like the first week where you do 4 or 5 gigs, you're like, oh, this is great. Oh, look at all the money we've earned. This is brilliant. But see, after 4 or 5 weeks of that,
just imagine how
gigs a week.
Yeah, just imagine how Rich Hilton feels. Oh, it's Thursday. I'm in Copenhagen.
Yeah. Although, obviously that's it. But although Rich will no need to lift a PA system in and out venues and upstairs.
No.
And all that as well. Everything will be set up for him. But to be fair, I hate the actual travelling anyway. So that would do my head in totally. See that going to one country and then getting on a plane to the next country. I'm saying I don't like I don't like the actual travelling bit. I enjoy myself once I get there. But see the whole situation with airports and everything, and see getting gear onto planes and travelling with it. I hate all that. So that I don't really have, because I'm driving to most of our gigs, apart for that one gig we done in Portugal this year. but that must be really draining for somebody like Rich. But what Rich will not have to do is lift 50 kilo PA speakers upstairs and things like that. But it does get draining. So it does.
We seem to have got rid of Kent quite successfully. I don't know.
Do you know? I think I'm boring everybody to tears here, so I think I'll probably head off here.
But it makes a nice change.
There's that. No, but everybody was saying there's that daft jock talk.
Well, no,
talk about synths.
Oh my God! Like that. It's
you talk about
really
synths on this show.
Nice hearing it. Well, before you go, tell us about your guitars.
Mm-hmm.
Because I saw that you got a new travel case for one of them.
No, that was a memory from 3 years ago.
Oh, okay,
so,
sorry.
I got the Swan. If you're travelling with any gear, my advice to you is Swan flight cases. They're expensive, but all the cases are handmade to fit. And your gear will stay in pretty much mint condition, no matter how. So if you're travelling at all with your gear, definitely Swan flight cases, and they're not cheap, right? So like that case, I think was like 220 quid or something like that, which for a case, especially when you can buy a Behringer synth for about the same money, it's kind of sore one paying that for a cake, but it's worth it because keeps your gear pretty much mint. So I've got a Swan Flight case for my Kurzweil piano. I've got one for the guitar, and I've got one for the 1V96i mixer. And even although it was only this size, it was still like 170 quid for that case. But it's, if you're doing a lot of travelling with your gear, it's so worth it.
Well, I've got a travel case for my Kurzweil K2600.
Yeah.
Which is almost as tall as I am.
Yeah.
When it's standing upright. I mean, it would be great again for transporting a body in.
Yeah, well, that's what my Kurzweil case is like, and it weighs.
And it's got wheels, and you know.
Yeah, it's got mine's wheels at there, but and that's the thing, they customise them. So inside my piano case, there's a compartment to put my sustain pedal, the power supply for the keyboard, and they hand build it and customise it.
Yeah.
Oh, so like I couldn't. I used to be the person that would never buy a case for anything. Right, I was too stingy to buy a decent case.
It's cheaper than getting the synth repaired.
As in the long run, you save money, and if you buy good cases, they last. If you buy cheap cases, 18 months down the line, you'll need another case with it rattling out the back of vans and things like that. You'll need another case. So, sorry, what were you asking me about the key?
No, I was just
saying about my guitars.
They intrigue me because they sort of seem to be coming back in fashion a bit. There seem to be more and more people, either digging them out of the closet or buying new ones.
Right. Well, what about? I'm going to say two things about the guitar, and the first thing about the guitar, for me, it was never about a fashion thing or a statement. It was a case of, back when I was 16, 17-year-old, my brother had a band. He played keyboards and organ the same as me. We had a guy who sung and played the guitar. He left the band, and we got in somebody who was a much better singer, but he didn't play the guitar. And he said, "Well, we'll have two keyboards," but it just seemed daft having two keyboards. And so my brother bought me a guitar, a Roland DX1, and that's how I started playing. It was never about, oh, I'm buying this because I want to be cool, or it's part of the show. It just seemed like a more complete setup rather than have two people standing behind keyboards, me playing the guitar. And because of that, everybody that knows me and has seen me gigging in Scotland expect to see me at a gig with a guitar. So it's a necessity. It's a necessity for me now. I've been warned, right, by many people that I've never to learn to play the guitar because what I do on the guitar, they say
sounds just as good,
unique,
if not better.
Or they say it's so unique. I've never seen anybody actually doing that with a keyboard. So when Angel Star is booked, they expect to see me on stage with a guitar. Now, that's my personal story with the guitar. What I will say is, see that guitar I'm currently using, that Roland Axe Edge.
Yeah.
It is a phenomenal synthesizer. It's got a great engine in it. Am I getting slagged in the chat here?
No.
It's me going about manuals.
Right.
Kurzweil manuals are bigger than the Akai manual. I'd say that.
They are. But see these new Phantoms and stuff.
Yeah.
It's basically that engine inside that Roland Axe Edge.
Oh, right.
And it
wow.
came out in 2018. See this Zencore thing? That's the engine.
They've crammed all that tech into the guitar.
Oh, they say what you don't get that you get is you don't get Jupiter models and Juno models.
Right.
See the Zencore engine? It came from the guitar. That guitar was the first Roland instrument that had the Zencore built into it.
Wow.
And
so that explains why it sounds the way it does then.
Oh, like it's like, don't get me wrong, Sass. It's the worst thing ever to program.
No, I've just bought the worst thing ever to program. So. The chord
let's
prophecy.
Just say it's rotten to program. It's got this iPad app to program it, and it's a nightmare. And basically, I nearly gave up on it. I'm like, I need to get this guitar in a state to do a Angel Star gig. What I didn't want to do was MIDI up to other keyboards, because I'm like, what is the point of that with that sound engine inside? What is the point of me having to rig up wireless MIDI and everything? So now everything I play in the guitar comes from that guitar. There's no wireless MIDI or main stage or anything. Every single sound that I play on it, straight off the engine. And it's a great engine. The actual sound and capabilities. I mean, it's 4 layers per program. And each layer has got 4 partials. It's like a really
fairly
deep sound.
Yeah.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Nobody wants to program the thing. No, that's a problem. Nobody wants to program it, because.
But it's one of those synths that if you put the effort in,
if you put the effort, and on top of the 4 layers, you've got a vocoder part. Yeah. So you can use the vocoder on any of the 4 layers that you've got.
So you can plug your mic in via the keyboard.
I've got a little headset, just goes straight into the guitar, and then I've got a wireless transmitter side to the mixing desk.
Wow.
To be fair, if you actually do singing, you can do it, but I wouldn't do that. I just use the mic for the coding, but you can blend singing voice and vocoded voice and just have a singing voice do it with reverb and everything off the engine. And folk, see, really, when you consider all what you can actually do for it, 830 quid isn't a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
Really, for the amount of synth you're getting. And it's built like a tank as well.
Yeah.
Just I never have any problems with it.
Well, you certainly seem to get some bloody good sounds out of it.
Yeah, well, all those sounds that I programmed myself right at the beginning. So I'm like, right, I need a variety of guitar sounds. I need a guitar sound to play Queen. I need heavier guitar sounds to play Status Quo or whatever. And then I was like, I need synth sounds. I need big super saws for the dance music that we play. And I need lead sounds. I need vocoder sounds for the Black Eyed Peas or whatever. And I went through and I basically made a sort of mini sound set for an Angel Star gig, and that was it. And now I make an odd sound for it now and again. We've done a new sort of, I forget the name of it. It's called Where Did You Go or something like that. It was in the charts, and the vocal on it suited our male singer, and it had that kind of plunky dance music guitar sound on it, and I had to make that for it, and I split it. That it's got a pad, but filters down with the filter to be a pluck sound when for the verses and stuff, and then and
So, for, are most of your gigs sort of weddings and bar mitzvahs, or are you doing pub tours and clubs?
We're not playing many pubs anymore. To be honest with you, we've got so many weddings just now. It's difficult to fit anything in.
Well, there's a 2-year backlog, isn't
but
there?
that is, and that's what I was just about to say. That's not going to last forever. So basically, just now we're doing all the weddings from 2020, all the weddings from 2021, and all the weddings that were booked this year. So that's how we're out for a week, and that's how you really see me on the likes of this these days, because it's like crazy. Even finding the time that hydrosynth bank took me forever. I started working on that in the middle of April when I first got the hydrosynth, and it's a time thing. It was great. See, when we were in lockdown, so I'd get up in the morning and I'd have every morning. I'd not have to worry about anything else. I could just do sound design for the whole of lockdown basically. But now, see, because I'm back at work, I'm gigging, and then finding the time to try and do sound design. It's sore. So this bank of patches for the Hydrosynth Deluxe, this will be the last bank of patches for a while. As much as I enjoy doing it, but it's
don't worry, I'll be rinsing the fuck out of them.
Bit of my spare time.
Yeah, Kent will be after a second copy because he's going to wear this first lot out.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, Kent, I hope you enjoy them, and I was absolutely delighted when I get the notification that you went and purchased them. That was very, very kind, and I hope they're useful to you, because it's one of these things doing patches. You do what you like when you're doing patches. You don't really think so much about, well, what's everybody else going to like. So I like, kind of, for my own enjoyment, I like sort of chilled ambient style pads and things like that, and pads with little sequences running gently in the background, and that's my kind of thing. I think it's probably all these years of rave music at gigs has made me compelled to chill out.
It's interesting you say that, Mark,
and,
actually. You know, because I'm just saying it was interesting you say that, Mark, because I was thinking about this earlier. I saw the notification that you'd done these patches, and I was thinking about it. I thought, what do you do? And I think the only way that, as an independent sound designer, the thing that you can do is do sounds that you yourself like and are happy to play. Because we have got myriads of synthesizers full of bland, vanilla sound patches. The thing that one of the biggest things that was wrong with the DX7 was it was full of shit sounds. It had one good one, or one or two good ones, and you know, I don't want my synthesizer to sound like a chucking clarinet. I really don't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to go on mute for about 10 minutes. I've got to do taxi duties.
And then.
You know, Sasquatch will say goodbye just now.
Yeah, Sassy, see you later. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a rant about presets in synths. I want my synthesizer to do what Kent's doing, to sound like a synthesizer. I don't want it to sound like a chuffing oboe or a saxophone. That is of no interest to me whatsoever. So people who are going out and making sound patches which are synthesizers, great, that's a good thing.
Oh, that's nice, man.
Is that one I mean?
Yeah.
What one's that? It sounds good.
Lust
Eminem
Strings
Thor.
2.
Sorry?
Eminem Thor. Is that one of yours?
No, I don't think that. That's one I mean. That sounds like one I mean.
Yeah, but it's definitely
Andrew's
in this
summoning
bank.
Robbie. Yes, I'm not summoning Robbie. You know.
OBX brass.
No, that's not me.
You're on the wrong bank. Are you on the right synth there? Are you sure you're not on the...
Do you know what? It's just taken me half an hour just to get the computer to talk to the bloody Hydra synth for a change. Let's have a look. See what's going on here then.
If you go at the multi.
Yeah, we're in the multis. Sounds like a summer holiday, doesn't it? We're
So
in
the
multis.
the first one's called First Pad.
First pad. No, this one says drive me home. Hang on. Does anybody know what's going on?
I like the fact that you bought them and can't find them.
I tell
That's
you what.
delightful.
I tell you what, make you laugh.
Sorry, Mark.
That's all right.
I downloaded.
Oh, you'll be all right. He's paid you.
I downloaded Incinerator when Dom released it. I put it on. I have never seen it since. I was toying with the idea of buying it again and then making a note of where it went because it doesn't show up anywhere.
Ken, see a note on that Incinerator because I remember you in one show saying your favourite piano was that Alicia Keys.
Yeah. Oh.
Stick that.
Darling, you're upside down. Is that deliberate?
Upside down.
I think Lyra has entered the building.
Whee!
Lyra has definitely entered the building.
There we go.
I'm definitely redundant.
I'll find the bugger. Hang on. It's got to be on here somewhere. God, these patches just go on for...
See while you're scrolling, stick your Alicia Keys piano through your Incinerator and you'll be really chuffed with it.
Yeah?
Trust me on that one.
Okay, well, make mental note.
Well, one, he's got to find his Alicia Keys piano, and two, he's got to find the incinerator.
Right, let's just... Oh, that's... yeah, I've got... I'm still looking here. Come on, you said you downloaded them into this. Come on. What gives, dudes?
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hey up, Grace.
Oh man, this thing's crazy. I don't know what I'm doing with it, but it's great fun.
Then that's all that matters then.
Indeed, it's the best way, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not for the incinerator, that's for certain.
Because I'm sitting here going, what the fuck is going on here? Where is it?
Is that coming through? I thought I'd do native BS and make it even. This would really annoy Ty. Where is he? Berringer.
No, it's not, though, is it? It's Lyra.
Oh, I know.
Said it went on.
It's an interesting toy.
Yeah.
Where's Inky?
She's there, saying hi, Will.
Hi, Will. Hi, Mark.
Hiya.
Come on, first pad, where are you?
Ask Kent to post link. Or ask Sassy to... Oh, no, all right. No, I can't post the link because I'm not a moderator. So you can post the link, Inky. You're a moderator. Why are you asking us? Kent, if you make me a moderator, I can post the link.
Yeah, well, all right, how do I do that? Because
No
if I
idea.
knew how to post a link, I'd know how to do that, wouldn't I? I'm on my own
Sassy!
here, come on.
Come back.
What goes wrong without Sasquatch?
We need Sassy here. Yes.
I really should learn how to do this shit, shouldn't I? Really? Come on. No, I'm not finding it. Let's try to...
Do you not just right-click on a name in StreamYard and say make
thing?
moderator?
Oh, but... And no not.
I don't know how to do it. I'll try that. Right-click. Copy. I don't think it'll let me do it, though.
You have to put it in the private chat and let Kent do it, don't you?
All right, if I put it in there, paste.
No,
Where's
don't do
paste?
that. Come out
Right
of
click.
that.
Oh no, I've got to put it in there. Right click, paste.
No, come out of that.
So if you, Kent, if you stick that in the YouTube chat,
What?
what I've just stuck in the private chat in
Oh.
StreamYard.
Is that what that is? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's high tech round here, isn't it?
Oh, bloody hell.
YouTube past the parcel.
Oh, right, this. Yeah. And what do I do with that?
60 minutes had Laurie Anderson. She's 67. Is Laurie Anderson really 75? Yeah, I guess she would be. That's interesting data.
Let's try that. Copy.
Right click, paste.
Right click and paste. Right,
That's on a PC. No idea what they do on a Mac.
I think
Stick
it's
your
the same.
finger up your nose and.
Right. Did that come
There
up?
you go, Inky. Yeah, it's come up, Ken. You've done it.
Oh.
Woohoo!
Woo! Tech wizards.
Super fanfare. From
Right. Let's see if I can load this again and see if it produces anything from. Oh no! Don't do that. What's that? Don't want that.
Super Kent's more, I think.
Well, you do have the feckin' link now, Inky. You can click on it.
So if I want to paste that now, I choose.
Was that your phone, Mark? Was it?
Sorry, I've just a couple of messages coming through.
That's that. Yes.
I got my phone on charge in the other room, which means I can ignore it completely.
That one. Import. Already imported. Yeah, yeah, I know. I get that. So it wants that to there. Oh, what are you doing? Connection error.
What's this computer's being
Don't
awkward?
worry about it, Ken. It's okay. Okay, I would play a few, but I've not got it set up. I would need to reroute everything because I'm just using the Mac mic. I'd use a few sounds, but it's probably not going to sound very good because it's just the.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you hear that?
No, I couldn't hear anything.
No.
Like that, Mark.
Wait a minute. Let's.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
So, how does that sound at your end?
Was that Kent or Mark?
The Mac. It was me.
Yeah, it sounded all right. Getting the idea of the sound, man.
Idiots.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounded
That came through. That was nice.
A slightly Vangelis influence patch.
Is it true to say then that actually the sound of Vangelis is the sound of polyphonic aftertouch and bugger all else?
Yeah, a lot of it is.
It tends to be the influence.
To be fair,
yeah, the nuances that are in there to make you go, ooh, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I made two patches in the set that were obviously Vangelis influence, right? It's dead obvious. So there's that one.
You need a selling point, Mark.
That's like is Blade Runner. See, to be fair, it's just I love them. So I love it, especially on a polyphonic. And I made this one which is more like the brassy kind of thing, the horn. I did a split. I put some bells on the left hand, so.
Yeah.
So you get that idea. So to be fair, it's a love. See, for doing that kind of thing, it's a lovely synth, the Hydra synth. Just feels right.
Sounded really nice. Sounded lush.
I've never had the pleasure of ever playing a real CS80 like our good friend and the corner there. He's played many of them, but like it just
few.
He gets bored of
right.
playing them, Mark. He
Yeah.
likes picking up stylophones and enjoying them.
Do you know what? I spent ages playing on a 700S. Absolutely bloody loved it.
A 700S. Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
So many brilliant sounds from so few controls. It's an engineering genius.
So sometimes that's
great
how
machine.
it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ian Cole loves his, doesn't he? He really does.
So, why has this been a tit? What is going on?
I don't know. What are you trying to do, Kent?
I'm just trying to load the bank.
happening?
That's all I
Try-
want to do.
So I had a little bit of bother with it, but then I realised there was a button in the top corner that changed it from multi to single.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the mode on multi.
Right.
It's calling up. I don't want
If
that.
you want, I could share my screen and I can show you.
Well, I've got bank M3 upper and lower.
Right.
So if I select lower, I've just got a load of initials.
I know you don't actually need. You don't need to install both the upper and the lower.
Oh, okay.
They're just there. At a minute to go screen.
I'm with you.
Share screen.
It's very good at receiving data.
Google.
This version 2 manager is like, what?
Yeah, you need to. Can you see my screen? No.
No.
No. Oh, wait a minute. All right, hold on. It's make me change a privacy setting. Oh, for God's sake! see when they change something in a Mac, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
I used to could just share my screen now. It's asking because I could show you, and so the. What's it called? So if you're in multi, it's Emotions Volume 1 for Hydra Sound Deluxe.
Right.
Multis, and you can just copy the multis in. You don't need to do the. I only included them so if people wanted to install them as singles or install them as one or the other.
Gotcha. I just wish it hadn't done whatever. What has this done?
It's just wipe your entire machine, Kent. Don't worry about it. You can reinstall it.
That feels like it.
You
Let
know
me
how to do that, don't you, Andy?
get rid of that.
Thank you. Yes, Grace. Yes, I've. Dave Best's got it at the moment. I lent it to Scary Dave. He's got my Electram sampler. Now, do you know what? Halfway through setting something up with a jam with me and Grace, rather than deleting a sample, I actually pressed complete the wrong button and did a complete factory reset, which wiped fucking everything in the machine and put all the. Oh God, what have I done? So but anyway, Dave's got it right now, and I've said if you want to wipe them all, you can. And he's had it, and he's been playing with it, and said, yeah, it's great, it's so easy to use and really quick. I went, yeah, good. So if this thing disappears for
Well,
whatever
if you-
reason,
If you
I might
always
be
want
wanting to-
lessons, I'm sick of actually.
Yeah, Lisa, I've got to the point with it when I don't want lessons.
Telling
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
but you
know,
wanted to
Lisa.
read the Bible, which every update is like out of date, and I'm like, dude, just
Wait,
because
wait.
you like reading books, just forget
Grace,
it. Just,
how long did it take us the other day to work out how to get it to actually recognise a MIDI input? Please do explain how long
but
it took
but
us.
then if you
Please
just
explain.
texted me, if you just text.
Well, actually,
it's
yeah,
not
Grace,
like you don't have my phone number and we can't
Grace,
call.
did I not say?
And
Did I not
I could
say?
have said 2 minutes. Da-da!
Grace,
It's not like we
did
don't
I not
actually
say?
speak on the
I
phone.
think I'm gonna have to. I
Like-
think I'm gonna have to ring in. We're gonna have to ring in here in a minute. We're gonna have to ring in, and eventually,
Well,
eventually, Grace, who doesn't own an NPC, managed to solve
How
it.
to do it quite quickly, really. But,
Yeah,
Oh,
but
don't say that. It makes me feel
Andrew
even
wants
worse.
to go.
I just-
Andrew likes books, right? And he wants to read the whole history.
No, yeah, I do like books,
of
but I
the
actually
NPC.
like musical.
But the NPC
It's a pain in
is
the
not
fucking
the same.
arse. It's the most unintuitive thing I have ever owned on the bleeding planet.
No, it's not.
And if
It's
Neil
just-
Wharton's still watching,
You're reading. You're reading like
I
the
don't read. No,
history
I'm
from
sorry.
day one.
I've read the manual. I have read the
fight,
manual.
fight.
I am not reading the manual. I haven't opened the manual in ages, and
Yeah,
I keep
because
going back. Does mean nothing.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. Just call your friends. That's what your friends are for. That's exactly why you have friends. Although I'm thinking at this point, I'm unfriending you.
What? Because I decided I can't get on with the NPC. You got to unfriend me. All
No,
right,
because
Lisa,
I've
yeah, go on.
decided
Click
you're
the
so
button.
stubborn that you can't actually pick up the
It's
phone
not
and
about
go,
being stubborn. It's
"Oi,
about being
mate."
frustrated.
You ring me about
Not
other
frus-
shit all the time, mate. You literally
know,
ring
but
me
that's-
and talk to me about shit. And yet the one thing I'm going, I'll help you with, you're going, nah, too stubborn. I like German. I like to learn German and I need to, you know, I win.
Yay! It's a bit like asking for directions.
Guys, on that bombshell, and Lisa,
Just frighten
nice
Mark away.
to hear you.
Mark, do you want to buy an NPC? No, sorry, Neil. Do you want to buy an? What was it, Neil? What was it? A DFAM and an M32? I might be very tempted.
Don't you want to buy a hydrogen?
Do you want to buy a microfreak?
No, don't need a
hate
microfeed.
that
Grace
thing.
has already got one.
Do you want to buy
I hate that thing.
a Lyra 8 and we can do steroids?
You hate it. Oh, right. You need to speak to Grace. Right, ring Grace. Ring Grace, Lisa.
I
Speak to your
do,
friends,
I
Lisa.
do,
That's what
I
friends
do.
are for, Lisa.
I know,
Speak to
I
your
know.
friends, Lisa.
I do.
Speak
I do.
because Grace.
I
Can I tell you,
do.
Grace makes that thing sing. She does. She sings when Grace is on it. So you need to speak to Grace. Ring her up. Speak to your friends.
Andy, Lisa
Hello.
and I were on the phone till 1:30 last night. Not talking about
Speak to Grace again.
Did Laura 8 come up at all?
No.
yes,
that was
yeah,
a
it's coming through.
surprise. That was a surprise.
Oh my God.
Already imported previously. Yes, where?
Wow.
Was it
Maybe don't get upset, Andy.
fucking
Maybe
hell.
don't get upset, Andy. Mark.
John
Mark.
Simpson saying if you read the instruction sent with it, it should. He said it's really easy.
Yeah, read Mark's.
you follow
Read the
No,
manual, Kent.
No.
Don't read the
no.
manual. Yes, read the manual. No, don't read the
No.
manual. Yes, read
It's
the manual. No,
outdated by the time someone's written
no,
it because there's
no.
a new
Inky,
update.
we're not talking about the NPC manual. We're
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about Mark's manual for uploading sounds to the
Oh, sorry.
Hydrosynth,
All right.
Side of
which is
my-
probably not yet out of date. Mark, is it out of date yet?
But I'd like to know because I only wrote it yesterday.
Yeah, didn't it say a date?
we love you.
I would like to think
Already?
I would think it's still going to work. Because it was-
Maybe Kent needs to ring. Maybe Kent needs to ring Robbie and ask him for help on it. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
We could make a new track on that one then.
Okay,
Grace, we could
right.
do that.
Elizabeth, yes. Copy of the 3 files supplied. Yes.
NPC
Passes to
makes
documents.
people commit. No, it just makes people crap. Well, sorry.
All right, let's do that then.
Well, good evening, Grace, and good evening,
Oh,
Inky.
hi, Sass.
Oh, welcome back,
Back
Taxi.
Hello, Sass.
Yes.
Cresshead, help me. I need some help. Help me in the conversation, right? Get in the conversation. Back me up, mate.
Not everybody in the world is going to love NPCs, Inky, in the end of the day.
No, it takes a certain type of brain to work with something like an NPC, as opposed to, for example, a keyboard or a computer.
Or Electron.
Yeah.
Electron, for fair enough. Fair enough.
All right.
I mean, I don't get on with
Yes.
the NPCs with all the flashy lights. I just want to rip all the LEDs out of them.
Where's it gone?
What, like this one?
Yes, the one they all light up. Yeah, in
Who
different
doesn't
colours.
love flashing lights? Have you never been? You've been to the hacienda. Come on,
Yes,
mate.
I know, but I was off my face most of the time, so.
But. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so angry.
No,
on so many levels
I
here.
do like the flashy lights on the NPC, actually.
Okay.
So
Got
I have to be
it
honest,
now,
I do
Ken.
like those.
You have to think, connect over USB out and have a sense manifest.
Want to buy an NPC 61 cheap? No, right
Sass-
now, John.
Sass-
I really don't.
Sass, which synths without flashy lights do you like the best?
Okay.
DX7.
X101
smile.
is saying, let me in.
X101. Oh, let X101 in.
Hey,
Ink-
I've
Inky
come to
with the-
back up Inky.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm going to sound like Ty right
I
now.
love you, John.
He-
I
he's-
love you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Inky's right. It's easy. Well, no,
What's
I must
easy?
admit, I have an old NPC, so I can't
Well,
actually
we
comment
mentioned
on the
you
new
mentioned this the other day, actually, didn't you? Where you said you got the, what is it, the NPC 2000 or something?
one.
like that. You got
1000.
the- 1000. You got these old NPCs. They're probably much more sensible. It's this bleeding thing. Oh, all I wanted to do, honestly, I got this keyboard here. I got this little keyboard here. I got it plugged in, and it took us half an hour to work.
Was you
out
plugging
how
in
to
through MIDI or USB?
USB?
Yeah,
It was a USB straight out of the.
And all you had to
37s.
do was text me, like you don't text me on other crap all the time. That's all you had to do is go, text me, and I could have screenshot some stuff and gone, ta-da! But no, you are stubborn. I would say you're Yorkshire, but then I would actually
County Durham.
hurt inverted copes feelings. So. Yeah,
Don't hurt
stubborn
IP.
comes to mind, Andrew. Stubborn.
There is a certain truth in that, but it's also the fact that why isn't it fucking obvious, like it is on every other keyboard? You can set MIDI in if you want to sign. No, it was buried somewhere about 37 menus down.
Yeah.
And it was like
the
Because it's a
wasn't
door in a
seeing
box.
My current one is you just press 2 keys and you get to the MIDI in and out settings.
yeah.
You literally press the mode
It really
key
is
in
that
the
simple,
pad.
John. He's just like yeah. It is really press preferences, MIDI, and then you've got to tick a couple of boxes to make it do what it wants to do. But these
yeah, but those
people-
boxes aren't labelled in a sensible way. They're called something like
It says
aspidistra and
MIDI.
geranium, or something like
It
that.
says
I mean, it's
MIDI.
like
It says fucking MIDI. I mean, can we have? Anybody got a new topic before me and Andrew really fall out now and drive up to his house?
we won't fall out about an NPC. Inky. We know that's true.
Ken, how are you getting on now? Ken? Yeah.
That worked. RTFM.
Yeah, Andrew.
Manuals are
RTFM.
amazing. We've just landed in the Shire, I think.
Is
Broken
that
by
two
Brooks,
batches
mate.
layered or?
don't.
Sod off,
even
John.
know. There you go.
I had an argument with some guys on Reddit, I think it was, about talking about the Hydra Slim, which just sounds so digital. Yes, it can, but it doesn't have to.
Okay, that seems to be working. What we got here? Nice. Oh, the lock's on, isn't it? Yeah.
Sod off, Crescent.
He makes an interesting point, though. If you thought of it as German, it might be easier for you to understand.
Oh yeah. Well, that'll please Robbie.
Well, I like a case system in columns. Okay.
Kind of.
No.
Well, Crescent, there's one issue. There's issue with updating to 11. If you update to 11, you might find that your MIDI doesn't work anymore as you had it set up previously. Because that was the issue. For some reason, the MIDI had gone completely out the window.
Yeah, I heard there was bugs with the latest NPC.
Yeah,
update,
that's what it. I mean, originally when I plugged the Keystep 37 into the MPC, I had absolutely no problem at all playing it. In fact, I had a great time playing this with all the sort of synth plugins and stuff. I really enjoyed it with that. And then I've updated it to 11, and suddenly the thing doesn't work.
Yeah, I heard that.
My brain's not configured to solve things like that.
Yeah, I've been considering upgrading mine to a latest one, but yeah, all the extra stuff is maybe a bit too much distraction for me. That's what I like about my current NPC. It's just, compared to a computer, it's just so simple. You just play something into it and play it back, and that's it.
That's sort of what I'm after. And it doesn't seem that this thing really wants to do it.
There is answers if you know where to find them. It's only because it got the so the 32 MIDI imports now. So obviously the MIDI import has got to be a bit more complicated, because if you've got 32 MIDI channels going on, the MIDI part of it has got to be a bit more, well, complicated. Did you have a person
who needs
who can tell
32
you?
MIDI inputs?
Well, some people
Well,
do.
MIDI outputs.
Jamie, I don't know. But
32
people
MIDI
do.
outputs. I can understand.
Well,
32
no
MIDI
outputs on
but-
inputs. You know, ports.
I want them because
Don't
they're
get
available.
technical, Andrew. I've had a beer. I'm just going to go. Yeah, you know.
Once you get to
I'm saying-
16,
mate.
it's not enough. You know.
I mean, mine's got 2 MIDI outs, and I've got 2 free boxes connected to it. But that's because it runs my entire studio. Everything in my studio
Yeah.
runs off my own.
Well, you can now.
I bet the
run
old ones are much
32
easier.
MIDI
Probably.
channels off an MPC. So obviously that means the menu's got a bit more complicated. But it's easy.
Anyway, guys, I've got to go. I've got something to do. But I was just coming into
Yeah, thanks
All right,
for dropping
John.
in. Thanks for dropping
Thank
in
you
to
very
101.
much.
Guys,
See you.
guys, on that
Thanks
note,
for the support.
I'm gonna need to head as well, because we've got
Things.
something I need to get done before I go to bed tonight. But listen,
Anyway, Mark.
it's been great talking.
And
Ken, I
likewise,
hope
Yeah.
you
It's good seeing you, Mark.
enjoy them. You look engrossed. That's great.
I'll be there.
That's
Take
great.
care.
We're all enjoying them now, Mark, even if we don't want to.
Yeah.
Great stuff. No bother. See you later.
Great
That's
to see you,
it.
Mark.
Take care, Mark.
Bye.
I think David Serchek will be popping in a minute. Can.
Oh, pardon me. In fact,
Just. Yeah.
Cleo's dead.
Thank you. Give,
popped
Evening,
in.
David.
My ears.
Hey. Woo!
How you doing, David?
Oh, fabulous.
You look fabulous. You're looking very lovely. You're looking very lush.
I
I'm sorry, I'm not
showered.
flirting. I promise I'm not flirting. I'm
Wait, were
really
you the
not.
one that said luscious lips earlier?
Yeah, give a kiss.
Booyah.
No idea why I typed that, but it just came out
Oh.
my fingers, and that was that. I'd press send
Stream of
before I could stop
consciousness.
myself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Come on, Clee. Get over here. Yeah. They're calling for you. Yeah. Oh, you want to be fed? Hold on. She wants some food. Hold on. We'll be right back. She's just
Demanding cats.
So how are you, Grace?
Yes, floating in outer space, and going to spend the rest of the week doing the same, I think. I've been experimenting with putting this thing through my Chaos pad, and I'm waiting for Andrew to turn up with his modular tomorrow, and I'm going to plug it into some envelopes and see what happens then.
Oh, so you're no longer on tour?
I've got a couple of weeks off, and then we're back out again.
Woo!
So, yes, temporarily at home and enjoying a break, actually. Italy was just constantly ridiculously hot. All the locals said it was 5 degrees warmer than normal everywhere we went. So, it was hard work outdoors.
Try 15 degrees warmer than normal is what we had.
Well, for 2 days rather than for all
yeah, exactly. It was unbearable. But if you're out there forever, what are we doing? We're doing a thing for.
It's your idea. You tell me.
I forgot.
Was it E-Mom, V-Mom, Mom?
Yeah, that's
Mummy.
Thank you, Sass. Yeah, that's it.
I tell you what, I went to see Mom today.
See Mom.
You went to see Mom. Well done. I'm glad you saw Mom. Yeah. Well, no,
just for our American friends.
Saw bomb.
Saw a bomb.
Bon bon.
Link.
We're going to do a thing for the next V-Mom, I think, is what we're doing. The next V-Mom we're going to do tomorrow.
Oh, we could do something for Mum as
and
well,
also
if you
perhaps hardware jams as well, if we.
I was about to say, isn't V-Mom just like hardware jams?
No, well, it's.
Well, we're all
it's not competitive, and
interconnected.
it's not. It is integrated, but the V-Mom is just a thing that Dave Walker seems to run it. And he puts. It seems that he puts them on every now and again. There's another one coming up towards the end of August. So Grace and I had a chat about it. So well, we can slot this in, and if we do it, we looked at our diaries and said we'll do it then. And you a bit like an ordinary E-Mom. You get about a 15-minute slot for your recorded contribution, and you upload it to them, and then they play it.
I'd be interested in that because a lot of the hardware jammers are doing the E-Mom stuff.
I mean, they are.
They're all over it.
Seb
They're loving
Seb
it.
had been down, hadn't he? Seb had done the
Yeah.
Brighton ones, I noticed, and things. So
A lot of them have.
They've just
well,
announced one in
it
London,
does-
haven't they, as well?
It does cross. Yeah, there was one that was cancelled, and they've opened up. They've done a separate one, but yeah, they do. It's bound to cross over. It's got to, hasn't it?
Well, why wouldn't
So-
we work together? I mean, that would be stupid not to work
Well,
together. It'd
in
be
which
the
case-
craziest thing in the world. You know, I
People,
mean,
people like us are the bridges between it, aren't we? I mean, Martin Christie's aware of hardware jams. We've spoken to Martin, so the idea of doing something, and yeah, I guess it's a case of just communicating. So if you look up Dave, I don't know if you're in touch with Dave Walker, but look up Dave Walker on Facebook.
I'm not,
He's definitely
I'm
got a
touching
Facebook.
with
link.
Martin.
Yeah, or speak to Martin. Martin will give you the links for VMOM. He will do that. So it's a variation. It's broadcast. The last one was broadcast on Twitch and Facebook, I think, mainly through Twitch. It's not through YouTube, but you know they're out there, but they're doing it, which is a nice thing. And
Personally,
there was some good contributors. Ian Boddy contributed to the last VMOM, which I thought was amazing. No, that's Ian Boddy. Oh, brilliant! Get him on
He
there.
did his druidy thing, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he was in that sort of pseudo stone circle druid thing in North Yorkshire, which is a complete folly. But he should have gone to a real stone circle and done it. But anyway,
Maybe that's what we need to do.
Is there any
Well,
strict
why not?
rules to hardware jamming?
Ask Inky.
There's 2 rules. Every post must contain a jam. The second rule is if you enter the competition, don't vote for yourself. You look like a knobhead. That's it.
That one's
I voted for Andy.
Strike 2.
We didn't. We don't do that.
No,
My
you
vote
can't
went
do that.
to...
You look like a proper knob. You can just
No.
knob. It's
No,
all about
don't
the
do that.
fun. I mean, we had to kick someone
It's
out
great.
recently because they tagged 56 people in and went, vote for me. And you're like, dude, really? That's not the game. You know
That's
what I mean?
not what it's about.
So you
I
basically
get hundreds of them a day. I ignore them, so I don't see what the point is.
as long as you're playing the kit and not a computer, I think anything goes.
Yeah, even if you're playing, say, like a machine, a machine with connected to the computer. Basically, it's no pressing play and walking away, right? So as long as you're making music to whatever, you can post on the site. And if you want to join in the competitions, just accept it's a bit of fun. Because when you're making music to a picture of fish or... hey, this alien octopus needs calming down because they're telepathic and they're going to blow up the universe. So you must make the music. You've got to understand it's not serious. It's defo not serious.
You take the challenge and you interpret the challenge in your own way, and it's really they're actually really cool. I mean, because it makes you think about. Well, this is the challenge. What we're going to do with it? How are we going to interpret that? How does that fit for us in what we do? And you make it work. Like the last one, the last one was all about using mallets, mallet sounds. I can electric pianos and mallet, so I got eventually, thank you, Grace, I got this to play an electric piano on here. So we got that's a mallet, and I've got my Basimilus alta on a skin setting.
Can you say that again? I didn't quite catch it.
What didn't you catch? Grace eventually worked out how to find it, how to get this to work. Now Grace made it work. Grace made it work, and then I had the Basimilus set to it.
I can't say that.
Oh, shut up. That module in there that goes boom was set to a skin setting. So why are you making this difficult for me? I was trying to be.
So it sounded like a tambourine.
Sorry.
Or a drum membrane. Going boom. Okay.
See, the things we do is like extra brownie points, where if you used Timmy Mallet samples, things like that.
Excuse me, Grace. What did I want to call our jam?
What did I want to call it? Yeah.
I wanted to call it Tim. Yeah. I wanted to call it Timmy's Mallet.
Yeah.
I wanted to call it Timmy's apostrophe S Mallet. Timmy's Mallet.
Can you explain to David what we're talking about now?
Yeah.
Timmy's
Mallet.
What about Timmy's
Grace
mullet?
vociferously just his mullet. No. And do you know what? Did you notice? It is. And did you notice what? Did you notice?
Alex.
This is getting so difficult.
David, you're in for a treat. Polka dots and mallets.
Charming looking fella.
Did you
see? This is what I want. This is what I wanted
Have
to
you
know.
looked Timmy Mallet?
This is what I wanted to know because I watch the hardware jam videos and stuff like that. Like I always watching Grace and Andy doing theirs.
That's very kind of you.
And it's very, you're doing everything, right? Blah blah blah. You're doing lots of stuff. Do you have sequences running?
Oh yeah, you're allowed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is my point. This is my point, right?
I think you're overthinking this.
No. Because I think
it's simple, right? Are you having fun? Do you want to join in fun? That's it, right? If you want to join in the fun, there are really no particular rules except don't be an ego dickhead and don't take it too seriously.
Okay.
Just have fun.
All right.
You're not there to win. You're there to make friends, have fun.
Ooh. I didn't even know it was a competition. All I'm saying was,
it's not really.
It's a challenge.
Well, that's what I mean.
Challenge, right?
The thing was, instead of using a sequencer, I will play say 2 tracks into a door and play them back like they're tape.
No. That's
see?
Well,
Actually,
you can.
I
You can
thought that might be
technically. You can technically if you've got your MPC doing it, because that's hardware.
Yeah.
So you'd have to get
if
your
you-
MPC out then.
I hate to point
If
this
you've
out,
got
but an
the
NPC
door
is a
playing-
computer.
I know.
Got the door playing,
And if it's
you
playing back
turn around
the
and
track
play
you
your
put in, what's the difference?
Kent, if you turn around and play any of those keyboards and play them with your hands,
No one's
fine.
gonna know.
Cares.
No one's gonna
No one's
care.
Oh, okay.
No, what? You're taking it too seriously, mate. It's
That
really
sounds
join,
about right.
just join in the mayhem. We'd love to
When you
have
ask if
join.
we're doing sequencing, I mean, what we do is
Just look what
Yeah.
Dave's just chucked up. Sorry, I'm being silly.
It's Timmy's mullet.
I think when, in terms of what we do, at least, we have little mini bits of sequencing going on, which we muck around on the fly, and they get changed as we're going along. Whereas obviously, if you're running a track, it's a commitment that you've already made, and you can't then tweak it other than maybe affect it or something
Okay.
in the time domain. But you couldn't just change the sequence steps on the fly. Like that's definitely what we're doing in both our setups.
I get it.
Dropping bits
It's
in and
more
out.
about fun than the end result. So if you're thinking about I'm going to make a piece of music, then you're looking at it wrong. You've got to have an idea and go, oh my God, this is going to be so crazy, but I'm going to go for it, and let's have a go. If you're looking to make, I don't know, a brilliant piece of music, you're definitely in the wrong group.
Right,
You know what I
okay.
mean?
Even
It's
if
not that about that at all. It's
This is
just-
the this is the clarification I was kind of looking for. I must admit.
Yeah, I think
just be your mental self, Kent.
have a laugh.
Just
Yeah.
be your mental self,
Yeah,
Kent, and you will fit in. I mean, it's all about the more mental you are, the better. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Anybody serious gets kicked out pretty much. Or they leave. They just leave. They
No,
go,
it's not that
no
I
one's
would treat
taking
it.
this seriously. I'm going, no,
No,
we
no,
know.
it's not that I would. It's not that I would be taking it seriously. It's just that I want to try this because it's a breakaway from my norm.
Yeah,
Right.
Do it.
That's right. That's
Because
why
what
you
it
out
do
of
is-
your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Because even when I go
Absolutely
mad,
right.
even when I go mad, there is a structure and there is, it has a melody as well. Do you know what I mean? And I want to try and get away from always doing that same kind of thing. I want to be more
I'll tell you what. Part of
Well,
the challenge.
Oh,
throw
well-
it out there, you know.
Will
Would it be more like
Joseph.
Timmy Mallet?
be more
Will-
like
Will-
Timmy.
Will Joseph has sort of summed it up, hasn't he? He said no one's taking the competition side seriously. It's about the challenge. It's
Yeah.
about making a track or a jam in a very short time, having fun, and then listening to what other people have done.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't mean to do that.
That's
my
cool. Leave it like
favourite-
that, David.
Yeah, no, I like
my
listening to what
favourite-
other people have done. You know, it's
So,
I think
Grace,
one
what
of
were
the,
you going to say?
I think one of the interesting aspects is having a time constraint of quite a short period of time.
yeah.
And having a topic, and those two things in themselves is more than enough to keep you busy in terms of imagination and stuff. And like trying to do something which is fulfilling in 5 minutes is quite a challenge.
So
Yeah.
my favourite ever challenge is 5 minutes and go. So you are not allowed any sequences or
Yeah, no
any
prep,
kind of
yeah.
any prep, and it's just about getting something that's kind of musical and getting out of it again in 5 minutes. That's the real.
And the other thing
Gold.
that's
Then I think we
Challenge,
broke the
I
rules
love.
on that one last time then, because we you know, it was great. We definitely went for that, and none of the sequences were. We all the in our jam that we did to try. I think that was Messi's law. Less is more, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
Messi's
different.
law.
That's different.
And we none of the sequences were input in advance, but we'd spent quite a lot of time setting up the sounds and what we were going to do.
So I'm friends with John Alchemy because I didn't know him, and he, I said, right, 5 minutes and go, and I did a little track, and demonstrated that it's possible, because it's my favourite challenge. And he started with an ARP, and I went to town. I went, you started with an ARP, so instead of being like all egotistical, Oh no, he took it well. He went, right, fair is fair. So he strapped a camera to his head and showed the whole panic new jam of him making a jam from scratch in 5 minutes with the time clock and everything. And that is why we are friends, because it's that kind of people you want that are just going, yeah, okay. It's just fun.
Next time you do that, we'll do it like that.
I really want Ty to enter one of these.
Oh no, he's too competitive.
No, it takes. No, the problem with that is it takes 5 minutes for just the string libraries to load. You know what I mean?
Oh man!
You can't just do it and have fun. It's always good fun.
But when you think, Ty's done all sorts of music, and it would be.
Don't invite Ty. We've already got enough talented people, for fuck's
the poor guy
sake.
doesn't have enough time. But you can just imagine, right, Ty, come up with a dance track. You've got 5 minutes.
He'd bloody do it as well.
Oh yeah.
I know he would. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he'd
just
do it. Yeah.
bang it out.
It might be a bit Busman's for him, mightn't it? I suppose.
No, let's not invite too many more talented people. We like.
Okay, don't second guess it. Just do it. It's a lot of fun.
All right,
Right, Andy. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but you see, it's also that it's going to give me that kind of driving force and reason to take the NPC into the bedroom and sit it on my lap in bed until the wee hours of the morning, learning how the bastard works.
Well, don't be a stubborn. I'm not going to swear like
Let's
Andrew.
not go there again.
Right.
Let's not go there again.
I am offering 1-to-1. Do you know what I mean? Anytime. No problem.
No, but
When
I
you bought an NPC X, it's about 3 meters wide. It's massive.
Mate, I've played in bed with a Kurzweil 2500 on my lap. Honestly, straight up.
It cuts the blood supply off, I'll tell you.
Mate, yeah. After 45 minutes, I knew what it was like to be a veteran with no legs.
I was going to say, did they have to amputate?
There was nothing going on at all.
Okay, just set up your rolly and your hydrosynth and a multi-looper, and you'll be amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Actually, that's pretty much kind of what I'm thinking.
Rightly said.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
David, you should join us in it as well, actually.
I know. What is wrong?
Yeah. Well, you see, the reason is, I mean, I wrote a track yesterday. I'm going
to do it one day. Go ahead, Ken. It's about you.
And it's only 2 tracks, and then I play a lead with it, right? And it's just the same thing.
Just send it off before you can, like...
Yeah, but the thing is, there's nothing different. Is it melodic? Yeah. Is it lovely to listen to? Yeah. Does it sound nice? Yeah. All right, yeah. But it's the same thing that I did the last time I wrote a track, and the last time I wrote a track, and the last time I wrote
That's why you need a Lyra 8, Kent.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. That'll decide for you.
That's where the prompt of the theme comes through. That's the thing about having a different theme
take you down
every week. It's like it's a writing prompt, like writer's quotes.
Well, you just sample your mates and chuck them in like we did.
Yeah. So it can be like a very technical.
I'll tell you what, if I'm going to do some crazy shit, I'll bring that AKS up and I'll just there you go. See what
do it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Giving it all
right.
that, you know?
Just do it.
Absolutely.
All right, Ken, I'll challenge you whenever.
Inky, what's tomorrow's theme? Oh no, you can't tell us, can you? No, I've got to wait till midday.
I'll do it when Ken does it. No.
We've got a new host tomorrow. We have a new person.
A new host. Who's hosting it tomorrow?
I can't tell you that, but his last track that he made for this week, I thought he deserved to be a new host, and you'll know who it is when you see it, yeah, because his last track was so self-deprecating. I can't say it. I'm drunk. But he was
we know what you mean.
Taking the piss out. Yeah. He was so taking the piss out of himself. It was hilarious. So, he's got a new
T-Telf in it. It's T-Telf in it.
Is it Todd?
Can't say, can I?
It's T-Telf.
I think everyone would love to see an AKS though.
I think we would. Yes, that would be amazing. Right, Ken, you've got to get busy this weekend. Submit it by Monday 12
And if
o'clock
you can
you'll be
throw in a Kraftwerk vocoder as well.
No, it doesn't work.
Well, that would sound mental anyway, without me going anywhere near it.
Honestly, it would blow their heads if we had an AKS, a CS80, a Memory Moog, a Jupiter 8. If you can have a few of these things, it would even if set them up in your garden, record yourself on a cam, and it would absolutely blow people's minds.
No, only if he does it. Only if he's dressed as a nun again, because people have been on Volkers. Only if you're dressed as a nun again.
Inky, you said you weren't going to tell anybody about that.
It's on your YouTube.
We failed to summon Ty. We've got Mr. Wiggly.
Was dressed like an? Oh yeah, I remember I know what you're talking about. Praise the mini Moog.
Yeah.
With a blanket over me.
So I would also just on that whole inspirational thing. What Andy Synthetic does is great because he brings out little bits of gear which are different in combinations.
Yeah, he really
every
does.
time.
It was brilliant this week as well.
It's just like he pulls out all sorts of different combinations of stuff. You know, there's recurring equipment, but I love the way you do that, and it's different each week.
And also, I've noticed how people have improved. So, one guy will join, and you're like, "Yeah, it's okay." Then 6 weeks later, you're going, "Oh my God, is that the same person?" Jeepers, I'm scared now. You know what I mean? I don't want to enter now. You know, it's brilliant. It's
that's what kind of excites me because I don't know what it is I'll produce. I have no idea.
Good. That's the point.
Kind of,
yeah.
The idea, isn't it?
Because after doing the same, just to do something totally different.
And also, don't do loads of goes at it. Just go for it. And
Yeah, one go, I think it gets boring.
Yeah.
It's boring. If you rehearse it, you've lost it.
3 like we did this weekend.
So we have a rule. We have a rule that, like, basically, if you take more than 3 takes because you've forgotten the camera or press record on your door or whatever, then you kind of lost the plot. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
If we take the mickey out of each other, if people say we've done 10 takes, you're like, what?
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, don't worry about not having ideas. I do almost everything late Sunday night before it's due, so I have zero prep. I just do it.
Yeah, well, the idea of zero prep really appeals.
Then. But then you get better at the live improv. That's the whole point. Yeah. I mean, we can all do.
Yeah, it makes it easier. Yeah.
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 I mean, my first attempt will probably be an absolute fucking car crash, but I really don't care anyway.
Well, nobody will.
It's not like I've got a musical reputation of damage, is it?
There's nobody there that cares because everybody has started going, jeepers, that was a bit of a car crash, but I'll go on then, I'll enter it. You know? Nobody. There is 0 egos in that group, I swear to God. That's what the beauty is nobody cares who you are, how famous you are, what you've got. It's just about, can you have a joke? And if you can't, can you please get lost? Do you know what I mean? That's it. That's the whole idea. Just a bit like this show, really. It's not It's not like we've all got careers on the line joining in this chat, is it?
Well, actually.
What is the structure of your show? He goes, well, it's leaning up against some books. That's about it. There you go. That's what it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like that anybody would watch this show and we might get into trouble at all.
Do you know what? An idea for an invention, right? Somebody invent a vape that when you use it close to a microphone doesn't sound like
crackle.
somebody... Yeah, it doesn't sound like somebody sucking the toothpaste out of a horse's arse with a straw.
You could build a little...
Why not this?
Couldn't you build a little air-powered musical box into it so it plays some blinky bonk?
Little harmonica.
Was it the harmonium that had the little keyboard attached?
A little sampler in it that when you press the button to inhale, it plays Stranger on the Shore by Akka Bilk. So you go...
Maybe you could have like 3 or 4 tunes to choose from.
Yeah.
Or a Hamlet tune.
Sorry, that sounds awful.
Or have it play a really annoying MP3 of a a 6-year-old child learning to play the recorder.
And the lyra sample.
Oh, Grace Barrow.
Right, guys, I've got to go because I have
Going to pee yourself. What?
No.
Go on.
That as well. But places
She's got to
go.
find someone to text with her bum at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yes.
That's only to you, mate. Keep that quiet, mate.
Your bum texted Sassy at 4 in the morning.
No, I was joking about
What
the
a,
bum.
what a
bit.
wake-up call, Sass.
I'm important. I've got places to go and people to meet, you know. So, got to leave you lot. I'm sorry.
I'm going to follow you.
NPC users to tell off.
Yeah,
Or
only
NPC
here, though.
not users.
Andrew.
Only me. It's only
But I love
me.
you all, and I'll speak to you all later. And
Love you too, babe.
Catch you soon, Inky.
See you later, darling.
Love you all, bye. Love you all, bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Oh, dear.
No, I tell you
Well,
what,
that's
Andy.
me putting my place.
If I can learn this thing and get it to work,
Yeah,
you can.
right.
There's our challenge. We've both got
Right,
to try and learn how
can
our
I-
NPCs work.
Oh, yeah.
Go
Do
on.
an NPC.
The thing is, what
Yeah.
gets on my tits is whenever I try to switch it on with the intention of doing something,
Yeah.
it defeats me completely. If I switch it on just with the intention of playing some nice synth sounds through the lovely synth plugins and this, that, and the other, it's fine. It's whenever I try to do something with any meaning with it, and I just get stuck, and it drives me up the wall. I think I shouldn't be like this. This is not how machines should be made. They shouldn't be made to defeat us, so that by the time I've actually worked it out, I've forgotten what on earth it was I wanted to do in the first place, and I'm so pissed off. All I want to go and do is have a lie down.
This is why, dare I say, I like synthesizers that have a lot of knobs and a lot of labels.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
So
but
interesting.
I've got an NPCX that's got a lot of knobs
it's-
and everything's labelled.
and none of it makes any sense, does it? No.
Not completely, no. I agree.
Did I make a mistake buying the NPC? That's the question. And is it? I've got a live and sample track on the way at some point.
Yep.
So, what is the point of hanging on to something which actually causes me more frustration than joy?
Because
And
maybe if you nail it, you might find that becomes one of the most useful tools you've got.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is why I've still got it, I suppose.
Yeah.
What I'd
possibly.
suggest is if you concentrate just on learning that and literally work your way through the manual page by page.
Tried that.
But you'll start off slow, but then it will actually become more intuitive to you. I mean, that's what I'm hoping with this new synth I've got. That if I just start off with the basics and then look at the more complex functions.
Can I point out that the new
eventually
synth that you've got
the
is,
UI
is
will
vintage
click.
1995?
Yeah, it's too late. It ain't happening.
But I've got I've got the Sonicware XFM, for example, which is another synth that I like playing with, but the UI just makes me want to hit it with a wooden mallet.
See, because I've got a Sonicware
Oh, you
coming.
could do a
That's
Highgate
Sonicware,
Cemetery
the sample track. is
Yeah, I've
Sonicware.
got a sample track coming as well.
Have you,
I think we all do.
But the UI the UI on the UI on the sample track, it actually has a display, whereas the XFM just has LED characters.
You guys have a lot more patience than me.
It's
I think
yeah.
there's a little bit. I agree. with what you're saying
Remembering
there.
shortcuts when you've got 20 synths is a complete pain in the arse.
Yeah.
And
Well,
actually, well, here's a business idea. Perhaps someone should come up with printing out templates that can overlay on top of a synth that is completely fucking indecipherable.
See why I
Go on,
fail to
Grace, what are you about
understand.
to say?
Plates out there.
I would just offer up that when you're talking about the NPC-1, it's only in part a synthesizer. It's actually a DAW in a box, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
it is.
some of the issues that I've watched you have with it are perhaps because you're approaching it as a synth and wanting to use it as a synth. not use it as DAW. Which, you know, if you switch on Ableton Live, because you don't know it, would be equally bewildered. But because it's many things to many different people,
Yeah.
it has a certain cachet in the same way as an MPC-1 has. Now, if you wanted a DAW in a box and had specific tasks in mind to achieve with it from the get-go, you'd be a lot further down the line of learning it by now.
Yeah.
But evidently, that's not what you're doing with it.
Well, it's a
That's very,
sample
very
launcher.
I don't think it's.
perceptive.
I don't think it's a criticism of either the user or the device here.
You're right.
It's
It's
just
not
a
a good
mismatch.
match.
Use
So it's a bit
case
of a
analysis.
mismatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
So either you want to persevere and learn it and use it as a fully fledged MPC-1, or you hybridize your use of it and go, oh, I like the keyboard instruments that were there. Great, brilliant. But
I think he's saying, for fuck's sake, don't make me jump back on.
Because the thing is,
but you know,
the way you were talking about the way you were talking about Andy, you were saying like, you know, it's really complicated and everything, you know.
It's a very powerful machine, right? It can do all
However,
that stuff.
look to your left.
Yeah.
Who's
Look
left?
at all those wires to your left.
Right, I'm looking at that lot, going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you already. What are you
No,
trying?
Kent's looking, going, I've got a soldering iron. I'm sure I can fix that lot, you know.
He's going. It's inside
I mean,
of the S80 outside.
Yeah,
What can it
it's
provide that another
totally-
Behringer Go case couldn't?
Oh no, he's got a new he's got a new case coming in October.
Whoa! Stop! What's coming in October?
No, I haven't. Sassy's just made that up because he's been a git.
No, I said I was going to lend you
He's
that
being proper.
12U
Oh my God,
104 case,
Oh my god, you did.
Ooh.
Oh,
and I'm a man of my word.
Oh my god, you did, Sassy.
oh no!
Now you just scared the fucking willies out of me.
Oh my
To
god!
quote Zlati Bartfast. So, oh my god. Shit. Don't do
I mean, I know what a 12U 104 case looks like. I have no idea what I'm saying when those words come out of my mouth.
Does it have a cool like curve? Like the curve?
Yeah, it's sort of
it was
three.
max,
I think it
wasn't
takes
it?
4, but it's basically like 4 rack units
Oh, yeah.
altogether. You know,
Yeah,
A lot of
it's a piece
space.
of furniture. I'm saying,
and I can screw a handle onto the top of it if you want.
and a front panel. It's a. Oh.
You
Yeah,
already have.
what
You have a
would you
good setup.
say?
Your setup's
Okay,
fine.
I'll put this to you, Andy. If
Wait a minute.
if you haven't cracked the MPC by October,
Yeah, you're running out of time, buddy.
you can borrow the case, you know, indefinitely. Let me borrow the MPC for a couple of months, and then I'll post it back to you.
Oh well, you see, there's
I-
already
I-
another. There's another offer in front of you.
Bidding war breaking.
Oh, okay. Well, if it
There is
involves
a bidding
sex, I'm
war.
out.
Don't speak too quickly. You don't know what
Look,
the
I'm an
offer is.
attractive bloke, Sassy. What's your problem? Right? No, don't
Yeah.
go there.
It's like,
Right,
You're too short. Sorry,
Oh,
mate.
yeah.
You know,
true.
if there was
Yeah.
another foot on, you know,
I'd have to stand on a bleeding stool. Yeah, I know. Right, let's not go there. Enough
and that's just for a blowjob.
Right.
Oh,
I said, let's not go there, and you
Come
did.
there.
That's
Yeah.
very wrong of you.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3. Stop.
here's a confession for you, then, right? Listen, and this is a
You
hell
had
of a-
to stand on a stool as well once, Ken. Is that the
Yeah.
confession?
No, this is a hell of a confession to make. But to this
Hang on.
day,
That's why we're here.
I still can't program a TB303.
That's
That's
perfectly
all right.
normal.
Nobody else can either.
That's normal.
I
Yeah.
don't
No,
think there's
it's
any
not
shame
when
in that.
somebody has to repair them and then check to see if they're working. And every single
Grace will do it
time,
for you.
I have to go to a manual and goes, right, select right. Okay. Press 1, yeah, okay. And then the
Any
same with the
consolation,
dramatics.
I
And I
have to
used
do
to
the
own
same.
a dramatics.
Yeah, but also, Ken, dare I say, if you ask 90% of Kurzweil owners, we all understand the basics.
Oh, yeah.
and we can all, we can tweak filters, we can play with funds. There's all sorts of stuff that most users can do.
Yeah.
But none of us would ever admit or even try to claim that we could program it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Collectively, says to you,
know,
goes, so what's this vast do? You go,
it does whatever you want it to do.
Everything.
If you can understand it.
Yeah.
Yes. So collectively, we have a hive mind. So, between in the whole community, there's always someone who knows how to do something, but there are very few people who know how to do everything properly.
Yeah.
So most of us, when we're playing with our old, vintage Kurzweil kit, we're all sort of, oh yeah, we can make it do this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And if someone actually said, okay, well, starting from scratch, can you try and do this? You go, yeah, come back to me in a week or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got to go through the manual.
Yeah.
I think it's the third manual, and it's like section 18, paragraph, such and such on page 195 billion.
Yeah. Or you're going, what would you even call that? What mode or function would that actually be?
Yeah. So
the envelope generator then.
Since with crappy interfaces, yeah, everyone comes up against it, and even now, something like the one of the greatest selling synths of all time, the DX7. I would imagine that 95% of people who've owned a DX7 have never actually really programmed one. They might have modified a sound, but they've never really started from scratch.
Yeah.
On that delightful programming note, I'm going to retire to my bed and worry about various offers that have been made and not your offer, Sassy. I know that's out of the question, but
he hasn't got a stool.
Big
Sorry.
Mrs. Right. No. Right. Anyway, cheers, folks. I'm going to go and retire. I will see you all. So, Grace, I'll see you tomorrow.
Andy.
Oh, Grace, what time? Did you say 3 o'clock or 4? I forgot.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock it is. I'll see you at 3 o'clock. Everyone, take care, folks. Bye.
Cheers, Andy.
See you later, buds.
Bye.
Oh dear. Oh. Yes. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how to program half of the shit in here. Actually, that's been generous. Probably like 3/4 of the shit.
But it doesn't matter because
not massively. No.
Yeah, if you get nice sounds out of it, and I mean, I work on the basis that I'll dial something random up, play around with it. If I like it, great. If I don't, well, find something else.
Well, this is it. I mean, my head's already full of tons of shit anyway, without adding more to it, to be honest. So
I always take the view with any of this stuff that as you need to do something, that's how you learn it.
Yeah.
It's very, it's overwhelming amount of information to put away otherwise, isn't it? And for any of us, even the most geeky, it's like, I want to know how I'm going to do it. I've got an idea I want to achieve, figure it out, and it gets locked in better than if you read a book and try and go and do it. And that's how I've done everything I've done in my work as well. It's like hands-on learning, always.
But when you have 20 synths and 10 of them are the interfaces are designed by I don't know, either really highly intelligent 8-year-olds with crayons or people who have no concept. They know in their mind what things do, but the rest of the world just goes, huh? It's a real struggle.
That's what made Bob Moog so special, right? He recognized what he was, and he's like, I'm making him for musicians.
Yeah.
And he did an unbelievable job. But you're right. I mean, you get into modular, it's crazy. Like some of it, it's like these people are so brilliant from an engineering side, but I'm like, how am I going to remember this? Like I can read it and execute that night, whatever. Kind of remember, and then I come back and I'm like, man, if I don't do that again tomorrow, it's going to start. I'm like, oh wait, this function, this knob does this if it's over in this setting, but if I switch this, it can also do this, and it's like, oh my god.
Well, perversely, that's why I wanted the machine, because there is no manual, there is no.
Oh, it's
button
crazy,
pressing,
isn't it?
And the dials, I think every single one of these is probably slightly different to all the other ones. They're probably all slightly unique, and I can come back to this tomorrow, and the dials will be in exactly the same places, and
It sound different.
Yeah.
You'll be out to I remember when I love the dual delays, and they're just so gnarly. Like running drums through them is just oh, it's so amazing.
I plugged the micro freak into it earlier. That was
yeah, I know. I used to use both of those together.
I was trying to do that earlier.
But and then I stopped and said, why don't I still use that setup? It was really awesome. And then, well, that's a different rabbit hole. But the tuning of those things is so crazy. I remember I used the same coins like you did. I had little nickels.
Yeah.
And I remember I would just work those tunings. But then if you turned one other little knob, but it's really sensitive, which is what I love about any kind of equipment. I usually go for the gear that's like you really have to be gentle with it, like really, or else it'll kind of start just breaking up on you in a really weird way, and that's what the Lyra does. I think just so much feedback and modulation happening.
Yeah, exactly.
All over the place. Like
I think it's one of those where it's a common comment on it. I think that you find a little zone and you only have to make tiny little moves, and it's unpredictable as to quite what that's going to do, and it's very hard to go back to the same place. And
yeah, it is.
Which is a right bugger for live work, but it's also the joy of the challenge, isn't it? It's like, okay, so you don't know what's going to happen. Okay, let's put the randomizer in the middle of the gig. Brilliant. And,
yeah, you definitely have to use your ears because the tuning on them is...
Oh, yeah.
There's no way to tune it otherwise. I mean, like, you can kind of tune it beforehand, but then it kind of...
I had a little experiment of actually tuning it to a tuner and putting a chord on the oscillators, but obviously you can't actually get it bob on because it's too small, the increments, isn't it? You can't.
Why would anyone design a synth that you can't tune?
Well, you can, but
you can, but it's
you don't want to tune it to a guitar tuner. You want to tune it just to feels nice, and
you just want it to sound good to whatever you're feeling. It does. It's got a weird architecture, right? They're not really.
Is it sort of Buchler-esque in that respect then? Evening, Ollie.
Evening, folks.
Hello. All right. I don't know enough about Buchler to say yes or no, actually, Sasquatch. I couldn't really answer that. But
I don't
it's
think
not
it's
really like that, I don't think. But they are... It's unconventional is an understatement, isn't it? But,
Dom's asking if you could... Is there any chance of you upping your mic level, Grace?
Any chance of Dom coming in?
Yeah. How's that? Is that right?
Dom's stroking his virtual beard at the moment, I think.
Me too.
But I would say with the Lyra, what I did find is if I spent a few hours with it, I started to feel slightly comfortable with what the knobs sort of did. It didn't intimidate me. It's just that I had to kind of accept that, okay, I'm going to have to kind of let this
you're committing, aren't you, to a bit of time? Which... Yeah, I've got a little bit of time at the moment, so it's absolutely great.
But the delays are great on its own. I think they're digital. I
think they are, yeah, and
really cool.
I like the way they intermodulate. It's quite interesting. Yeah.
I think I really got rid of mine only because it was kind of distracting me from what I was trying to do at the moment. And I said,
that's what Inverted Popes has been saying. Is he can only get it out every few weeks because it takes too much time up.
Yeah, I should have shelved it because it's kind of it kind of asserts itself. Maybe that's the word.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of why I'm quite interested in running it through other devices, so that it's not just doing kind of long sustained stuff. It's sort of something which chops it up a bit and gives it some transients and things.
Run things through it, run it through it.
Kind of like exactly, yeah. And that's how I do stuff anyway. Is I loop it all backwards and round, and Yeah.
Oh, and there's some.
I've got there's a gate input. I'm going to try that at some point and see what happens to it when I start gating it.
So how's Ollie?
Hey, Ollie.
I'm good. I had to come here to get distracted. I've been eyeing up a Korg MS-10, and I'm afraid if I stay on my own longer...
don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Walk away from the MS-10.
What you need to do, Ollie,
away.
is buy an MPC-1 from Andy Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing.
I thought the MS-10's not too bad. It's not too expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know how much...
Although it's more expensive than the MS-20, but, you know.
Yeah, but you see, it's not an MS-20.
Oh. No,
but
it's
this one is 500 euros, so...
Oh, yeah. They're
That's
so
why it's not an MS-20.
I think the aesthetic of it is so cool looking. Same with the MS-20. Just the way it's got like this weird 67, almost like the Lyra 8. They're just really aesthetically pleasing to me.
See, I'd get an MS-20 if there was an MS-20 available around me, but
yeah,
I'm limited with what's around me. Like the closest place to order is the UK, but then I'd get hit for taxes and all sorts of nasty.
Oh yeah, no, it's terrible.
Well,
Yeah.
if you ever want to buy anything, Ollie, I'm happy to send you damaged electronics in a box.
He
Gotcha.
said openly in public.
Well, I mean, you know, if
Yes.
knobs have come off something, it patently is never going to work again. So, you know.
Well, if I said I've never done it, I'd be lying.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've done it with arcade parts and that kind of stuff. Yeah, for repair, you send them for repair. But sometimes customers get wise to that as well.
Oh, sometimes they charge you the import anyway, and then you spend time getting it back, even when it's legitimately been shipped
Full
as
repair.
part. Yeah.
I've been lucky from Toman. I can get things shipped to the United States if it's small and there's nothing.
But
Yeah.
then individual
just
states
started
have
like
different
500
duty
bucks.
rates, though.
Yeah, it's now with the euro kind of matching the dollar. I can get things cheaper through Toman in Germany than I can in any place in the United States.
But isn't
I
it
buy
perverse
stuff in
because
Toman a lot as well.
if you
Even with the
want
shipping.
if you want to buy a lolly stick in the States, the shipping is always $58 to ship to the UK, and yet Toman can ship from Germany to the US and still come under the price of US retailers.
I can't even understand somehow how cheaper some of their module prices are. It defies logic. It's like one, Sweetwater will be 110 and Toman's like 70. It's like that drastically different for a brand new product. That's why I bought all the 2500 modules. I bought them all from Toman. It was so cheaper. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, what is going on?
Again, how do they ship to the States quicker than anything from the States can ever come to the UK?
It's a good. It's FedEx. I don't know. I think again, a lot of it's small, so that could be a part of it because I don't buy anything real big when I use them, but I don't know.
I bought a book from the States, and it cost me about $25 in shipping just for a fucking book.
Well, if I agree with you. If I tried to ship a book to one of you, it's $25, no doubt.
I got a cello from Toman, and the shipping was free, and it was here in 5 days.
A cello, bloody hell!
Well, they float.
That's okay. But it's
wind's
impressive.
on the weight, but it does take up a little bit of space.
Yeah.
But I'm trying. Well, I didn't buy that Korg Op 6 for $300, whatever. I was really proud of myself. Somehow I was like, I can't buy anything else. I was like, I don't care how cheap it gets. I was like,
no, but $300 for an Op 6 though. That's really,
but
really cheap.
It is cheap.
They're 450 quid here. So.
Oh no, it was cheap, but I was like, but I just don't need it. I don't.
No, you do. You do need it.
I do need it? Okay, well, no, I don't.
Click.
No. No, we don't.
Yeah, I don't know how bad this is going to get. I mean, I bought some RAM today. I know I buy six 116 RAM chips about every 6 weeks. It's all the sixes, isn't it? Because I have to replace RAM sometimes as standard, but most of the time because it's fallen over.
Yeah.
And I get them from the same place, and for as long as I can remember, these RAM chips have been between £1.50 and £2. And so they've been £2 for the last 2 years now. And I'll buy the 6, it comes to £12, and the shipping, a couple of quid. I bought them today, same place, £68.40.
Yeah.
For the same chips, from the same place,
So
same distance, same shipping, everything else. But suddenly these chips are very expensive for no apparent reason.
I was going for a bag of 128 10k Alps pots, and I was quoted £7.68 each.
Yeah, they can go up as much as £11.90 before that.
But just a simple, bog standard, off the shelf Alps pot. I mean, Alps are a good brand, but that is just taking the piss. Because they're not even costing $1 to manufacture.
I'll have a look what I have if you want. I have quite a bit of leftovers from my arcade repair days, in terms of RAM, like 116. I would have a few as well. I'll have a look at what I have, and I can send them to you. Like, you're welcome to have them for free. I don't need them anymore because I'm not repairing stuff. Yeah.
Well, if there's any bits you ever need, you give us a shout.
No, I'm trying not to repair stuff anymore because I'm.
Oh no, I mean,
I'm tired of it. So
it's something you need, and knocking around it, you can have it. Do you know what I mean?
I'll ping you on Facebook or something like that. I'll make a list of what I found. And, you can have that.
Because I've got 2 Super Jupiter controllers that don't seem to belong to anybody or anything, and I'm going, where did these come from? Them Roland controllers for the Super Jupiters.
Do you think we're entering a phase where component prices are going to fluctuate rather than just always go up and up and up?
Oh yeah, and I do think some retailers are absolutely scalping,
isn't there? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they will continue to go up because then their excuse will be, oh yes, well none of these through holes ICs have been made for the.
Do you think they're going to fluctuate around an increasing price, so they go up and down around?
Like Curtis did.
Dom wants one of your Super Jupiter controllers.
I bet he does. I'll dig them out. They'll continue to go up in price, like Curtis did, where for a 3340, people were spending over £100 for one single VCO chip.
Yeah.
But then, of course, when AS went, oh, we're doing them now, and then it went down to £6 again.
Yeah.
But with the through-hole stuff now, because no bugger's going to be making them anymore.
Yeah.
And they'll just, as stocks deplete, the price will go up again. But if it starts going up for all the digital and analog ICs, straightforward ICs, off-the-shelf stuff, it's like... How much longer can you keep doing this?
Bizarrely,
got to be an
I worked
point
out.
there.
I worked out it's cheaper for me to design a PCB here and get the surface mount components and surface mount pods pre-installed, along with multiplexer chips, in China and sent over, than it was for 10 pots.
Yeah.
Well, the same became for powder coating and silk screening for the synth front panels. We used to get them done here. It was quick, it was easy and efficient, and then it got more and more expensive, took longer, more and more expensive. Ended up sending them out to either Poland or Romania, who were doing them for a fraction of what it was being charged here. And then when Brexit happened, it completely fucked that. Now, if you want to get your panel done, you have to get it done here. And honest to God, you might as well just go out and buy another analog scenes with a better panel on it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what you see, right? You can buy a book. I never used to buy things brand new. I never did. I always bought things used, and you know what I mean, either fixed them, whatever. And now, it makes almost no sense to buy anything used anymore.
Yeah.
Regardless of what it is, like it's better to just be a little bit more open to what you're buying, and just find something new.
Yeah.
That's really bizarre to me. You know?
Well, we looked into maybe we could do the silk screening and the powder coating here. So if I'm doing it myself, cuts out all the cost, doesn't it? Right. I looked at the price of the equipment to do the job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
The gun itself in the UK now is stupid money. The oven is really simple to do.
Yeah. But
the charge circuit is really simple to do. But the gun and then the actual powder, that's where you get screwed.
Yeah. Well, now, although the oven would be easy to do, the fuel for the oven now is going through the roof. The silk screen...
But that's where you put the dogs on a treadmill and have the treadmill running as a generator.
I gathered them for a meeting and we put it to them, and they were not interested. You just don't want to know. They go, just send it somewhere else.
There is, I mean, I know even when we were getting our windows done, he was trying to explain to me that they used to have these, they had a main factory in another state, but they used to have smaller vehicles that could get things to you quick, and they don't do that anymore. Now they have to load. Everything is just, everybody's re-engineering their processes, for lack of a better word, and they're cutting rid of all the stuff that is risky for their business, right? And so now everything is slowing down to this new, whatever it's going to be. And it's, and plus it appears that a lot of these countries, you know, even China can go and dance around Taiwan and stop all those ships, all the shipments for days now, which is going to trickle all around the world, right? All the semis. And I don't want to get into the political part of it, but the point is, people are, you know, there's just these massive things happening, and they're realizing the power, I guess, behind it. But there's just so much disruption, you know. Now, I got plenty of stuff, so I guess it really doesn't matter. But I do feel bad for a lot of the smaller companies that we all see kind of bailing. And not even the companies that are bailing, but the products they're bailing on that we don't even realize. We don't even know what they had in the pipeline that have all probably just been...
Yeah,
you know?
With electronics, the market will stabilise because it has to, because there are too many massive corporations now depending on it. And certainly in the US, I think Intel have just invested $50 billion into fabrication facilities in the US. And, you know, as I said before, it would be nice if we had some foundries here in the UK so we can start manufacturing our own shit again.
But that's going to take years probably to...
Well, no,
I agree what you're saying.
Intel are fast-tracking it, you know.
But is it even going to meet demand? I mean, not to be contrarian, but...
Yeah, they will. They will. It's a natural consequence where corporations identify where the weak link is, and the weak link is evidently China. Therefore, a lot of them, especially in the US, are pulling out all stops to eradicate that link as a risk. And it's a sensible strategy, and it will pay off. I mean, $50 billion for a company is a shed load of money.
Oh yeah, taxpayers are going to pay for it. Again,
it's not going to be an overnight change. Like the stuff about everything being outsourced in China, that started. Well, it started in the 70s, really, but it was huge in the 80s.
It used to be Taiwan, you know, made in Taiwan.
My
and
dad
actually,
was
made
an
in
engineer
Taiwan
for
now
Philips.
is actually a badge of honor.
My dad was an engineer for Philips, and at the time in the late 80s, there was a company policy, not just in Philips, but in a lot of companies that they worked with. And it was, if you can produce or manufacture or have anything for the same price or slightly or slightly more in China, move to China. It was the plan, the goal. It was company wide, and for so many companies, it was actually to move everything to China to outsource all the manufacturing, production, and all that kind of stuff. And even if they lost a tiny bit of money, or even if it was equal, the plan was move to China at the time. And we're paying for it now, like 20, 30, 40 years later.
But that ran and ran for years, though, Ollie, that whole philosophy.
It was just,
It's only very recent that has turned 180 degrees.
But it was madness. It was just a handful of people deciding on a business plan that made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. But also, as some chip manufacturers and motherboard manufacturers are finding out that having all your chips fabbed and your motherboards produced in China might introduce a little bit of a security risk in something called an UEFI BIOS. So there are other reasons why insuring manufacturing is now becoming not just a sensible thing economically, but a sensible thing for a country's security. Because if you can't trust your manufacturer not to have code or hard code embedded in your system, which you can't detect for a decade, then it says something.
And are you encountering many issues with fake chips?
Oh God, yeah. I've given up buying chips on eBay.
Oh, they've gone well beyond that now. There's actually fake companies selling chips. Yeah. Well, fake companies selling fake chips,
which don't actually exist.
But the fact they make money by polishing off the original manufacturer's markings, then laser etching the markings.
There's a process
of the
behind
chip.
all that, the manufacturing process.
I mean, it's a great scam. I mean, hats off to them, but my God, they're bastards.
Yeah.
So, have you guys heard that story about car manufacturers dismantling washing machines to get the process?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's remarkable, isn't it? I mean, that's very postmodern somehow, I think. It's also quite sci-fi.
Yeah. Well, wait until car manufacturers start hoovering up, if you excuse the pun, washing machine motors to start powering cars, a la Clive Sinclair. Yes.
Wow. He was a prophet, after all. Right, I'm going to go. Goodbye, everybody. Nice to see you all.
Cheers, Grace. Lovely seeing you.
Cheers, all. Bye.
Take care.
Ta-da.
Yeah, we are in a weird postmodern cyberpunkish
actually we're
situation.
in a shit puddle that we created.
The West created.
Yeah.
I think we also got kind of
cocky.
Got a little spoiled, right? We were able to pretty much do what we wanted, and now it's kind of a little harder again. But like I said, in the music industry, it is a problem for a lot of the repair stuff, but it won't really hurt music. You know what I mean? Like, it's more a lot of the people that are involved are going to get, affected.
Yeah, well,
which is a shame. You know what I mean?
You can see the music industry becoming less product driven and more. And concentrating more on what people generally will concentrate more on what they own and what's not, coming out next week.
Yeah.
Well,
because it won't be coming out next week.
Well, apparently,
certainly won't be putting the vinyl out next week. Yeah,
exactly.
To tie, obviously, I'm full of shit, but if we talk about new synthesis, maybe we can concentrate on extracting more out of what we already have.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's always. I mean, certainly we can get a lot better with. Well, I mean, look at modular and stuff like that. Certainly, I don't feel like I've even touched what the skill level that I probably could get with it. And I try to use something like playing the drums as an example. I mean, that just took so many years, constant, every day. It was every day practicing, you know, like a pianist does or anything. So, I mean, we just dabble, you know, we're not really putting in, I don't feel like people are putting in the time. I mean, they're spreading themselves thin too, Sass, right? Everybody's trying to be producers. So they're all over the place trying to learn.
But also that there are people like Ty who are professionals who do extract pretty much every ounce out of the gear they have, but also they are looking for the something new bit. But for the majority for the majority of us, it is that gas thing, which is, oh look, here's a new, and I'm doing the inverted quotes bit here. Here's a new toy. This sounds different to the stuff that sounds exactly the same. If only I knew how to use it. Type, you know. Yeah. I'll buy this because that sounds like what I want, because I haven't invested the time in extracting that sound out of what I've got. And it's a very modern problem.
Well, we've all bought into it because...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can remember one time a day where I would buy a keyboard.
Yeah, we all...
I'd either HPing it or whatever, and I'd get that machine, and I may have one other machine.
Yeah, and that's...
And you would rinse the living fuck out of both of them.
5 years later, you still just had that one.
Yeah. And although there's machines coming out, you go, oh, that looks nice, and that, yeah, but I've got this, and I'm happy with this. And then something changed, and then once it became really easy to just go, oh yeah, buy now.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, literally, apart from the Oasis, everything in this studio, I didn't own 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I got all this stuff, and I'm using 10% of it on any regular basis.
Wow.
I mean,
well, I'm being generous because I don't want to look too much of a twat.
Well, the other thing too is the gas gets you excited, but the new gear, you're talking about hardware jams and stuff. The new gear gives you new ideas and makes you try crazy shit. Gets you excited.
I'm not saying it doesn't. It's whenever you
or new old gear if you want to get something that you haven't had before.
Yeah, whenever you play something new to you, it's great. I mean, the Korg prophecy I talked about earlier. To me, plugging it in, I've spent maybe an hour on it today, and I still think it sounds really, really good. The interface is great. It's got that little ribbon controller. It's got the little barrel. It's got the pitch and mod wheels. It's got those 5 knobs that are assigned and it's great. But I'm wondering how long that is going to last. Is it going to go the way of my Craft Synth 2, for example, which is sitting here looking at me forlornly and saying, please play me, and I'm saying, no, you've got a really shit interface. I don't.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've used the Craft Synth 2 with external keyboards. I don't use the built-in Craft Synth keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. But it's sort of all this stuff can wear off, and it's all about the dopamine hit. Yes, I've got a new synth. Yes, the thrill of it arriving, the unpacking, the plugging in, all this sort of stuff, and then it's sort of, I just if I fire up the Kurzweil, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm home.
Yeah, but it's gone beyond that now.
But I've had the Rolly for years, and I still love it. I'm not sick of the Rolly at all. So
but you see, this is where I've gone from one extreme to the other. Now I'm paying for synthesizers that the wanks aren't even built yet. Yeah,
It's so
Well,
true.
sure.
I paid 1,100 quid for a synth.
But
that
I did
may come
Kickstarter
out
stuff too.
in January.
You're so in the hole. Like,
Do you
Well,
know-
I put
so
money
not
into
even
Osmos, and that may not come out.
oh
Yeah.
my God.
Exactly.
You've got a
Yeah.
point.
But I've already been to the website and they go, "Oh, you can't pre-order one." I was there ready to fucking buy one, and you don't even know if it's ever coming out.
That really is delayed satisfaction, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's the
But that's the
ultimate
thing. It's
prick
gone
tease,
from
you know?
saving up to buy a synth that's been out a couple of years, and then you get it, and go, "Yeah, I've got it," and blah 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 blah, and you then keep you happy for a couple of years, to buying them before they've been fucking invented.
I might get me that.
Just make sure when you finally get it, you put down plastic because you're gonna be all backed up.
Oh,
Get the shower curtain out.
It
Yes.
did
And
seem to, yeah, it did seem to start all with kind of the Apple Mac kind of mindset, right? Here's the new computer. Here's the other one. Throw out the old one. Here's the new thing. Here's the new phone. That phone's no good anymore. You need the 7. You had the 5. 7's no good. You need the X. X is no good. You need the 12 or 13. Now, the only thing I will add to that is we're a little bit of cork sniffers in a good way, and I don't mean in a bad way. There is a curiosity to trying to understand the difference of FM or granular or East Coast, West Coast. There is something to having it and kind of connecting, playing it and starting to understand, you know. You could try to do it on a computer. The problem is, what you're talking about, Ken, is, now we're beyond just going to Guitar Center and buying whatever. We've got things on pre-order. We got things on Kickstarter.
That's next level, yeah.
God, it is next level. I mean,
But to be fair, you see that in any hobby. I mean, I'm deep in the video game collecting world, and it's the same thing. You know, it's people just buy stuff and it just lands on the shelf and they never play it anyway. They just buy to have it.
Yeah.
Synths are probably a little bit more expensive than video games, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's almost become now, it's not the love of playing the new synthesizer, it's the love of buying the new synthesizer.
Yeah.
Acquiring it.
And that's a really, really stupid and dangerous situation.
Well, as I said, it's the dopamine hit.
Yeah.
It's the I'm with the in crowd.
What's this buying a synthesizer?
I don't think we're the in crowd.
No, but there is, you know, when certainly when you look at forums and you see, you know, the anticipation building over a new synth, and then it delivers, and you know all the
it's a hit.
Hip people get it.
Yeah.
And then there's this real burst of excitement, and then it's, well, what's the next new thing?
I mean, for crying out loud, somebody here is called Synth Addict.
Well, I mean, he and Wagyu really should share that moniker. You know, it's,
yeah.
But it is there is a lot of consumerism for those of us who aren't professional or involved in the professional side of music. I mean, I here I will exempt, you know, Robbie and Kent, because they are, you know, involved in that side, whether it's presenting a show or fixing the crap that people have bought. But for those of us who are purely just on the hobby side now, and just enjoying making really shitty farty noises to ourselves, it's very easy to be drawn into that. I need XYZ. I need, you know. It's
I don't
like,
think
you
we're
know,
really that exempt, are we, Robbie?
Do you know, one of the things I often am surprised, but then not surprised by, is that professional musicians, i.e. people who make music and make a very good living from it, are often
not as wanky as the rest of us.
Yeah,
Yes.
they really don't give a flying fig about what the Hydrasynth Deluxe can do. They don't care what this newfangled doodad is capable of. does it inspire me? Can I make some music with it? Can
Will
I
it
sell
earn
that
me
product?
money?
Yeah. And all right, there are some exceptions to those rules, and we tend to get those, some of those people, in our periphery. But you take somebody like Steve Porcaro. I mean, Steve Porcaro is an absolute gear nerd, or was an absolute gear nerd, but nowadays probably not so much. And I could probably list a whole bunch of people that right now they don't care. I mean, I was talking to David Gamson, who back in the 80s was using every piece of technology under the sun and all the latest bits of gear and trying to make them sound amazing and succeeding.
Yeah.
And I was talking to him about the third wave, and he said, why the fuck would I want to spend $4,000 on a wavetable synth when there's a whole bunch of plugins out there that I could just stick in my computer, boom, done. I've got what I want. I don't need the third wave. Whereas somebody like me, I'm like, I fucking need that third wave because I want to itch that PPG scratch, or scratch that PPG itch. Sorry, too much of that. So, here's a professional musician, producer who's had global success as an artist and as a producer, couldn't give a stuff and doesn't really want to spend 4,000. And whereas most of us would probably think, where can I find 4,000 from? What I need to sell this, I need to do that to get the money to buy that thing. And yet here's a top pro doesn't want to spend $4,000 on it.
Yeah. But it's like the room where you work is also a synth museum.
It's a fucking museum. Including me.
Where I work is also a museum. If there was such a thing as a museum
of
for
parts.
No, it's a museum for where people throw shit away.
Think of yourself as Kent. You're more of a surgeon.
Yeah, but it's still just an excuse to own lots of shit. Again.
Yeah, but
isn't it?
We like that sort of shit though.
Yeah, but I got a Timberwolf. Why have I got and why have I allowed a Timberwolf?
That was a bad mistake. That is.
Do you know what the worst thing is? The worst thing is that Timberwolf is within 4 foot of that CS80. It could get contaminated.
It's Wagner's fault.
When I come and see you, Kent, I want to play that Timberwolf because I've never seen one in real life out in the wild, and I've never played one, and I would like to hear if they are as bad as people say.
Well, put it this way.
To be honest, I'm happy playing a stylophone.
Well, look, I give you an absolute truthful account of the very first time I turned it on.
Stop it, Mr.
It was there. I plugged in, mixes up. Okay, ready. I turn it on, and it just makes this god awful racket at me, and I turn it off. And then go and see why was it doing that? Oh, that's turned up. Oh, that's turned up. So I turn a few things down, turn it on, and it was making the same god awful noise, but slightly quiet.
Because it sucks.
Yeah, and everything didn't match up, and it was all aggressive but not aggressive in a good way. Sort of like I don't know, like a rock chick kind of aggressive. This was a hedgehog on a stick up the arse kind of aggressive. It's like, oh god, it's really, And I tried playing it, I tuned it all up and played it, and I go, I can see where you got that 4-sem kind of thing, that vibe where you tune all those modules together kind of thing. But it's just like, there was no finesse, I don't know, it just, ugh.
That's what I felt. I mean, it was like getting the MS-20 Mini, which sounded really good.
Yeah.
It was such a piece of junk. It's just the keys are horrible. And I finally had to tell myself, dude, this is a piece of crap. Right? I know it's an MS-20. It has this is a piece of junk. Right? I don't care what anybody says. Those keyboards are terrible. It was just like the, Andy will remember the System 1 keys. This is so bad. It's like, I don't care what anybody says. This is a terrible instrument. Terrible.
Mind you, in the world of keyboards, the original MS-20 keyboard is not brilliant.
I know, but it was got to be better than that Mini.
Well, it was the same keyboard they put on the.
It's like this cheap little spongy.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, and they're mini. They're like.
So MS-20, Prodigy.
Why isn't this pretty?
And think probably Source as well. It's a very light, tickety kind of keyboard. You know?
Yeah, I guess my point is that I started having crap like that piled up in the studio. I'm like, get this thing out of here. You know, this is not a good instrument. Like, what are you doing in here? I mean, you know what I mean? And it was a moment of gas, just like, I've got to have an instrument.
What you do is you ignore the keyboard and go, I've got an MS-50.
It looked great in photos. Any angle.
Because that's all an MS-50 was just MS-20 without the keyboard on it.
What made me mad was when Korg came back, finally reissued it, and still couldn't put a guitar or decent keyboard on it.
My hero returns.
You've said something. I hope it was sass.
Korg making shitty keybeds. Oh, who'd have thunk it?
God, look at it.
So, is that another film done, Ty?
Yeah, Ty, no offence, you look knackered.
I tell you. Oh.
Or not.
I think
Is
you
that
just
it?
did.
Is that
you
it?
just did. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I genuinely can't believe it's not even fucking midnight.
Whoa.
I cannot go to sleep until I send this off at 2:00 tomorrow afternoon.
Jesus.
And I'm literally just, if I put my head down now, you know that feeling? We've all been there, where literally I know if I just lay down now, within 10 seconds I'd be fast asleep.
All I say, Ty, is we admire what you do and what you produce, and
that's more than I do.
And you obviously get a reasonable living out of it, but I don't think any of us would want to be you.
I don't know. No, you see,
I'd want to be him. I've seen his missus.
Sofa. It looks nicer than mine.
You got that photo as well.
Don't. I'll tell you a funny story.
We'll not go down that road again.
No, I will.
Seriously, I'd be into Ty if he no, yeah.
Whoa.
Just like, back up.
Oh, that's a reveal.
That's a reveal and a half. Yeah.
That's even less than 4 pints.
Yeah. On that bombshell.
That's more. That was more giving away than the stool.
No, I don't. No, I'm not gonna sit here and make out that life is shit, because it's not. I mean, I chose this, and I still stand by
the job. This particular job is shit.
Yeah, this particular job is shit. Yeah. I have the best job in the world. That's the bottom line. That really is the bottom line.
But we have seen you happier. So there is something about this job that is, one of those.
Mind you, I think I've seen you more pissed off and more tired, though.
You've seen me more tired. I don't think you've seen me more pissed off.
No, maybe not more
I
pissed
am
off.
really knackered.
But definitely more tired.
If you think since Sunday, the most amount of sleep I've had since Sunday has been about 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
On Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and tonight I can't sleep
Sound
at
like
all.
fucking Craig David.
without the good bits. But I'm not.
At what point do you start worrying about your health?
Oh, about 17 years ago.
Well, at least you were worrying about it.
But he has he has a very good doctor on speed dial. So
I've said this before. The reality is that up until I was late 30s, early 40s. I mean, I've told this story. I did something with I won this song Christmas competition that everyone, that
loves
was
about.
that. And when I so because of that, I did lots of things. Well, yeah, you know who was on that anyway. And I did So I had lots to do with that when that program was still running. On the very last one, which was back in whenever it was, I was in my late 30s, and they thought that I was one of the contestants. They thought that I was 17, and I was in my late 30s. So I used to look good, and that's because I basically had very little work to do. And so I used to do this thing called sleep and have a life. And when I could sleep and have a life, I used to look good because I was fit and I was healthy. And then when I started getting lots of work, fit and healthy were two words that didn't really
Nobody cares about.
Yeah. And so I just sat on my ass and I became fat and wrinkled and
successful.
Well, dude, but that's the thing. Yeah, but that's the thing. Career-wise, great. Health-wise, just shit. You know, I'm a fat bastard now, and I never used to be. And so yeah, that's what goes. That's what goes. But in terms of, you know, I'm very lucky because I don't eat. Don't eat? No, I do eat. Because I don't drink.
Clearly.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs.
What do you?
Yeah, you didn't go down the rock star route.
Because I do none of that. I mean, basically, my doctor's already said that, you know, if I'd done all of that, I'd be fucked. But because I don't do any of that, that's kind of, you know, it's obviously helped matters. But even so, you know, I'm 54. I look a bit shit. Right at this moment, I look really shit. But you know, I'm not that unhealthy. You know, I'm fat. I'm overweight. But in terms of, you know, all the rest of it, blood pressure and heart rate and all that kind of thing, I'm okay.
While you're here, Ty,
go on.
What attracts you to a new synth?
Me?
Yeah.
The fact it exists.
Do I have
exists.
it? Yeah.
No, but is
It's
it
not,
that?
no.
Is it that, or is it? Oh, that sounds. That
Yeah,
you
there's
know, I think
plenty-
that sounds good.
Okay, I just want to point out that people generally just think I literally just go, it comes out, I buy it. That's not true at all. It's not like as it used to be. I said this years ago. I used to be very much of the ilk of, it has to add something new, bring something new to the party. It has to add something that I didn't have before. So there was a time when I literally had like, you know, two kind of polysynths, two monosynths, different everything has to do one thing incredibly well, and everything has to kind of justify its existence. I have to say, if I'm totally honest with you, that kind of has gone out the window, because I've said this so many times before. I hate the idea of synth collecting. I'm not a synth collector, but at the same time, I mean, I am really, but I
collected a few.
I just hate the idea of it. What I hate more than anything else is collecting them and never using them. That's like kind of the worst thing for me. You've got to, at least if you're going to collect them, at least use them, which is the point I had that other studio built, so that I could use them all. But what attracts me to a synth? I do like things that just have have that something unique about it. And it may only be something. I like a synth that I can do something on that I can't do on any other synth. Simple as that, really. And even if that means that it's something which a lot of people just don't get, or it's like, I mean, the one I always keep coming back to is the fucking M Audio Venom, which we all know is a plastic piece of shit and sounds like a plastic piece of shit. But if you want a synth that sounds like a plastic piece of shit, there's nothing better on this earth. It's a fantastic synth.
Really?
It has, oh my god, the Venom has the most aggressive, dirty, thin kind of sound, and it does distortion unbelievably well in a very cheap, nasty kind of way. And honestly, you can try it on so much other stuff, you won't get it to sound quite as nasty.
Do you own any of the sort of Yamaha PSS, PSR range?
No.
You see, if you want something that sounds cheap and or stroke nasty,
do you know?
Be surprised.
How about a Nat special?
I was going to say, I should point out at this point that rarely do I need something that sounds really cheap and nasty. It's, you know, kind of, we all know the kind of shit that I'm normally doing and paid for. So generally I like things that sound very big and you know. But all I'm trying to say is this, you know, everything. I'm just looking around now, and I could actually go around the studio now, and I could say with every single piece of gear in here exactly what it's good at, exactly why it's a keeper in the main studio. And then I could go through on the other one and go through the list of everything and why I keep that. I don't just collect for the sake of it.
Do you often switch studios then? Do you
Oh,
go
well,
from...
no. When it's all, I will do.
Right.
It's the third one still isn't finished. No, it's not. No, it's still not. It's not finished. But I mean, I will be. And what I did in this one in the main room.
Will it be thematic? Sort of, you know, this one's for the big cinema orchestral, and this one's for TV. And
no, this is work. Simple.
And...
No, this room is work. This is basically the workhorse. This is the one that earns the money. The other ones are basically, you know, kind of going to be playrooms essentially.
Playrooms. Okay.
That and so, but you know, this is the one.
I get that.
Yeah,
I do get that.
And so, but everything, I've basically got everything is in situ, apart from one rack that has got four synths in this corner, and in that corner, those are. I'm not going to say they're interchangeable, because they're not. But everything has got to earn its place in those four in the corner. Everything else is in situ in this room, and those four have to earn their keep. And as things come in or certain projects happen, it will literally be per project. So, you know, one of those may slip. So at the moment, it's a Moog 1, it's a Prophet 10, it's a Montage 7, and fucking hell, what's the Wardolph called? Quantum. But, you know, kind of when I was doing, you know, kind of, you know, 2 or 3 months ago, I was doing this joke. It was fucking hell, Solaris and a C15 was in there. So they kind of those kind of changed. But yeah, but it's everything has to kind of earn its place really. But I don't just collect synths for the sake of just collecting synths. I don't buy stuff. You know, there are lots of synths out there that I just don't particularly like the sound of. I know I'm going to get shot for saying it, but things like sequential, the Rev 2, I've got loads of sequential stuff, but the Rev 2 just doesn't do it for me. And, you know, kind of you sit there going, well, why not? But I've just, it doesn't do it for me.
What you want is an original one.
What, original Prophet?
What, no 08?
Yeah.
Oh, no, 08, fucking pile of shit. I don't.
Original Rev 2.
No, but I don't. This is the thing. You see,
I've got one for sale. Buy it, you bitch.
You want a 5 Rev 2?
This is the thing. My Prophet 10 gets close enough to a Rev 2. I don't get precious about these things. The only thing I've got precious about having an original of is the 80. Outside of that, I don't get precious about any of this crap. I mean, I don't care. And I mean, look, I have this argument all the time. I don't care if it's digital. I don't care if it's a reissue. I don't care if it's...
They're tools.
That's all they are. Does it sound how I want it to sound, and does it do something that makes me, you know, get excited? And if it does, then that's great. If it doesn't, I haven't really got a place for it. So,
I get that entirely, and it's actually quite a sensible way to look at it.
It's also the whole thing between hardware and software. I don't give a flying fuck. I really don't. I don't care if it's hardware or software.
But the key thing is if there's a machine that you don't engage with, you don't use, you don't really want to have it around.
Yeah.
You still keep it.
Yeah, that's my question. Do you keep it?
No, that's a really good question. As long as it will do one thing really well, and it need literally be does one thing really well, because I've done what everyone else has done at some point. When, you know, as I always keep saying this, I had to do the whole shit of if a new synth came out, the first thing, and I really wanted it, the first thing I then had to do was look around at my 2 or 3 synths that I actually owned and gone, okay, which of these can now be sold to be able to afford? I was there for years doing all of that. And absolutely, and the moment that the amount of times, the moment I sold something, I would yearn for this one sound or 2 sounds from that piece of gear. And it happened all the time. I mean, the one I always go back to is my Monopoly, which I just thought when I bought, I can't remember what I replaced it with, but I replaced the Monopoly and just thought, oh God, what I'm going to buy now can do everything Monopoly can do. And then all I did was just miss my Monopoly.
Probably a new polysynth.
It would have been, and it just wasn't, and it just didn't. So what I do now, as long as something has
that
one
unique
one or two things incredibly well, unless things go tits up, I'm very aware of the way the world is at the moment. Everything could go tits up tomorrow. I could be piss poor and have to sell the lot, and that's I wouldn't lose sleep about that. It would, if it all went tomorrow, I really wouldn't get, I wouldn't be, I'm not saying I wouldn't be bothered, but it wouldn't, they're just things.
But there'd be a couple that you'd like to keep hold of for more.
Yeah. Of course there would be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't be too upset by it. If someone turned around to me tomorrow and just turned around, okay, all you can keep is your computer and one synth. I'd go, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'd keep me Oasis, and if possible, the Hydra, and that's it.
I'd keep my Kurzweil K2600 and my computer.
Yeah, but that's great. Everyone's got one of those keyboard and the computer. I mean, kind of Robbie, on the show is always going on about, kind of the V collection, and Ben's going on about the UVI collection and all this kind of thing. They're fucking amazing. They are absolutely incredible, and I don't give a fuck whether they sound exactly like the things their mother done. I really don't care. Do they sound good? Yes, they do. Do you get ridiculous amounts of synths for not? I mean, it's still a lot of money, but not that much money. I mean, this is, you kind of just, people need to just remember the fact of where we were when it was the mid '80s, and what could you buy for the same kind of money in the mid '80s. You
clip round Euro.
If you sit there and go, how much is the V collection? I can't remember because how much is the V collection, Robbie?
435.
600 quid.
Yeah.
600 quid. So basically, back in kind of early mid '80s, that kind of money you could probably get an SH101. Yeah. Probably
SH101 was 250 quid.
You could get a Juno 106.
But that was then.
Okay, so
the equivalent price now.
But with inflation.
So we've got an SH101, and now we have a V collection. And fair enough, you have to have a computer to run it on. But realistically, these days, because of the way the world is now, most people have a computer of some sort. And with a V collection, you have everything.
Well, as Jimmy Chonga says, we are spoiled for choice now.
We are, and I just. I will never forget reading reviews when the iPad came out, and you'd get people reviewing synths and whatever, fucking complaining that, this piece of software is shit. I spent £1.99 on this. How dare and you're thinking
those were the days.
Me.
Yes.
Yeah, £1.99, and you're complaining about it. Someone bought I remember a review of the Fairlight when the Fairlight software came out on an iPad. And was it $17.99? Was it $7.99?
It was 34. It was $9.99 for the standard version.
That's
$34.99 for the Pro.
It was the $9.99 version, and they basically literally slated it.
Yep.
Literally say, and you're just thinking, what fucking planet are you on? And don't start me off on fucking youth today, fuckers.
Mind you, how much was Hans Zimmer strings?
600, 800,
something like that. I can't remember.
Something like that, wasn't it? It was quite.
Don't get me wrong. There's lots.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between professional level.
This is the thing. That's the thing, Sass.
The rest of us.
That is the thing, Sass. The argument is that the higher up the ladder you go, it's like hi-fi. The higher up the ladder you go, the less the difference is. It used to be a case of if you wanted amazing libraries, you had to spend shitloads.
Yeah, well,
money.
VSL.
Completely.
Yeah.
So you have to invest. You have to, kind of spend a lot of money in the first place. Whereas now, that's just not the case. And you could sit there and go, take Spitfire for example. you could buy a cheap Spitfire library. You could buy the expensive Spitfire library. You could go and buy the LA strings. You could buy.
And it sounds bloody good.
The cheaper ones don't quite sound as good as the bigger ones, but I mean, all you're really doing is getting a whole load of articulations. And if you don't really know how to use all those articulations, and all you really want to be doing is writing sustained parts with some legato lines, nobody is going to know any different.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to start recreating, or writing specific, because you really want it to be, incredibly realistic.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but then you have to spend the money. But that's not Joe Public. That's there's a very small market that really need to spend the big libraries.
Yeah, did I need those 13 mic positions?
No, of course. Well, that's the thing. Do you know? I've even stopped that now. I don't know anyone with VSL. You either buy the standard libraries or you buy the extended library.
Yeah.
And I used to buy all the extended libraries, and the extended library is normally about twice the price as the standard library.
There's no point.
That all you gain is mic positions. You don't gain anything else. No different articulations. You literally get mic positions. But even then, the mic positions you get are, kind of extended rear, or kind of side, or in the fucking toilet.
But also, who is going to
in
notice
the corridor? Well,
the end product?
I'd pay decent money for some good positions these days.
Out in the bus shelter.
But the thing is, you sit there going, and I just kind of realised, when was the last time I actually loaded up any of these extended mic positions? And the reality was, never. I mean, literally never. So I stopped buying all the extended libraries, and I just buy all the VSL standard libraries now.
Yeah.
And I've got so many fancy fucking reverb units, and that it's just not worth it.
It does feel like we've hit that sort of point of diminishing returns when it comes
completely
to libraries. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Have we almost reached the peak now of the?
Oh, here we go
software
again.
sample?
Sass, don't start.
Of
we
the
don't know what the
software
future's
sample libraries.
Do you know what? Realistically, you're not. There's got to be some new tech that comes in, because basically something's got to develop.
Well, everything new is going to be Dolby Atmos, isn't it?
No, it's not that so much. I think it's more to do with
the sample modelling idea.
Absolutely.
Going further down that route with multiple mic positions, but that idea.
That's exactly.
That would be like the next step.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with you again, but it's basically exactly as Robert said. Basically, it's there's still a lot of big companies that are essentially still doing the lots of velocity, lots of round robin, but essentially it's still the same
thing,
same kind of sampling techniques. And I think the modelling is going to become more of a thing, essentially, so that when you do start doing the crossfading between samples, it's going to be complete. Whereas
I do get that. Yeah.
Even some of the big libraries, I mean, very expensive libraries, if you can still hear the stepping as it goes through. But so it's going to be more like that. But it's
so the future is software then.
Well, I think so. I mean,
software both in the box and in hardware.
Yeah.
So being able to morph between.
The thing is, if anyone,
samples, etc.
I mean, if you go and look at something like the Neuron, remember the Hartman Neuron? The Hartman Neuron was so ahead of its time, and but the computing power wasn't available basically to really utilize it, and it was never a finished product. But it was so clever, the fact that it was kind of combining samples with resynthesis, and it was just very, very clever, and that was kind of the way forward. And then because they went under, and I think, did it get bought? Who bought it? Was it someone like
ProSonic?
ProSonic.
So the guy who created it was behind ProSonic anyway, Stefan Bernzi.
Yeah.
So and obviously that's nowadays Synaptic.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you look at what Synaptic do, that kind of clever shit that they do, and if you've never checked out,
if they could put that into an instrument,
absolutely.
Like the Morph doing that polyphonically between two sets of samples.
Absolutely. The Synaptic, if you've never tried their software, it is just there's very few pieces of software that blow your mind that you just can't understand. How can they possibly do that? Synaptic do it every time.
So it's a mixture of modelling. It's a mixture of sampling.
Well, it's resynthesis. That's what a lot of it is.
Right.
There's a lot of it is resynthesis. But all this started from the neuron, and so this is a hardware instrument that was essentially I think we've had this conversation. I can't remember if it was a Pentium 2 or Pentium 3. I think it's a 3. But it just couldn't cope. The technology wasn't there to follow it through. And if you could, it's a bit like the VP1. If you could take the Hartman neuron and just turn around and someone would turn around and go, okay, completely code this now and do a software version or a new one. That kind of instrument is so unbelievably exciting.
I mean, 5-10 years ago, on his blog, Stefan Bernsley did do some sort of sound demonstration of comparing how his old resynthesis anything compared to what it would be nowadays sounded like.
Okay.
That was quite interesting, but it also was like, okay, the modern one is sort of more what it should do, but the older one sounds rough and edgy and has a cool thing to it. Yeah,
and add character. That's the thing. The neuron. I've said this before. The neuron still to this day has my favourite patch. Everyone has a favourite patch of a synth, I'm sure. That, kind of whether it's nostalgic or whether it's because they use it all the time now. Everyone has a favourite patch. My favourite 2 patches. Everyone knows my string sustain patch. That anyone that's ever heard me talk shit about the way I work was an old Giga Studio string patch that still appears on almost everything I do now, and is 16 meg, and is over almost everything I ever do. That same patch. There's that, and there's patch 173 on the Neuron, which is one of one of those patches where you could sit there and just play it, and someone would have to come and tell you that it's now 5 o'clock in the morning and you need to go to bed. It's that kind of patch. It's this kind of ambient, washy kind of patch, which is just the most beautiful thing on earth. And that's on a Neuron, and you would not be able to get anything near it on any other synth. It is just that synth.
Wow.
That's the kind of shit that makes me want to buy a synth that, I tell you what it is. Anyone remember the first time they ever walked into a shop and played a wave station?
Never played one.
Okay, that feeling. Back in 1990, 91, if you walked into a shop, you had everything else there, and you played the new wave station, and I swear your head was fucking blown. It was just, it was unlike anything else, and
I felt like that with the DX7. It was the second synth I ever owned, and I'd gone from a Gen SX1000, which I still hate myself for ever selling it because they're too bloody expensive now. But that was a great monosynth, Italian, really badly made, but just sounded, to me, awesome. And then the second one I bought was a DX7, which was almost the antithesis
of
the Gen SX1000.
I just want to point out, if you've gone from an SX1000, a Gen SX1000 to a DX7, I can understand why that's a bit of a step up.
Well, there was a gap in my musical career involving getting married and shit like that, but
all done things like that getting away.
The second brand new synth I ever bought was a DX7, and even now when I hear a DX7, I know lots of people hate it for all sorts of reasons, but at the time, and even now, it sends a shiver up my spine.
Do you know what?
There's something about it.
I think that's really unfair, because when people are critical about DX, and look,
yes, I agree.
I'm the first one to take the piss out of, but I had one for a long time, and people need to understand. This is the thing. It's all context. It's all historic context that people just fucking forget, and. There'd been nothing like it that Joe Blogs like you and I could go and actually do. We couldn't. It
was mind blowing.
We would hear these sounds on records, and we wouldn't understand that they were done on GS1s or GS2s, or we didn't know that. All we knew, there were these fucking amazing sharp metallic sounds, and how the hell did they do those? And so DX7 came along, and all of a sudden everything else sounds really
crap.
Well, not crap, but
well,
there was
old,
there was the
different.
Thing is,
it was very different.
The thing is, what you need to understand is the same way that I'm now bored shitless of analog, really, because I'm looking for something new. That's what
you're bored.
Yeah, exactly.
But the DX7 was groundbreaking.
It was new. It was new, and there were lots of things it did that you just couldn't do on analog. And the moment you can do that, obviously people are going to buy into it. And I mean, you look at the specs: 16-note polyphony, velocity sensitive, for the kind of money it was selling at. That was impossible.
And programmable.
Exactly. You didn't have all that shit, and so of course we all bought into it. So I think to turn around, it wasn't the synth's fault. It was the fact that it ended up on every fucking Whitney Houston song, and and
every song doorbell. During the late 80s, 90s, yes.
And tubular bell sound, and kind of that slap bass that the first time you, there you go, Wave Station Ski Jam. It's the first time you play, the first time you played that bass sound. Was it preset 15? You'll know, Robbie. Is it 15? That bass sound. The first time you played that bass sound, you just thought, fuck me, this is the best bass sound ever. And it was, until you then heard it on every record for the next 5 years. But that's not the synth's fault. No. That's the industry's fault.
Well, actually, I don't think it's a fault. I think actually it's an asset, because it showed how many synths Yamaha sold. The DX7 is still up there with the most sold synths for a very good reason, because it was a very, very good synth.
Can I also just say exactly the same about the M1, because the M1 gets now slated, but the M1, when that came out, exactly the same as the DX7, fucking amazing synth.
Plain universe.
Because the thing is about this is what people forget is, I've had this kind of the DSS1 Appreciation Society. So basically the M1, most of the samples in the M1 were essentially originally samples that were made for the DSS1. And they kind of got together all of the best of from a DSS1, trimmed them all down so they could fit into the really limited ROM, and that became the basic sound basis for the M1. So many of those M1 sounds I was just totally familiar with because I had them on my DSS1. But the M1 is a fucking amazing synth, and the only thing that the M1 doesn't have is the same thing they didn't do on the DSM1, the rack mount of the DSS1, is it doesn't have resonance. That's the only thing that you can really throw at the M1 that's a fault. It doesn't have resonance. That's the only fault. But outside of that,
again with the M1, I walked into you're talking about walking into the shop and going, fuck, I've got to get one of these. Universe on an M1. But I loved the piano, but not for long.
No, I know, because
it was on fucking everything after that.
But it's also the fact that people forget the fact that, kind of 8-note poly, the fact that it was multi-timbral, 8-channel multi-timbral, the fact it had a sequencer built in, the fact that the effects that were built in were like proper full-on effects, proper full digital
no looping at the end,
all of these things, people forget that. All they remember the M1 for is fucking dance piano. That's all they remember it for.
Do you know what I know the M1 for now? Is that it takes 47 screws to take the fucking bass and put a battery in.
That's quite a niche. That's quite a niche kind of thing to remember.
But that's how my job has destroyed my love of a lot of machines.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Robbie! Come on.
Out of interest, Ty, how often do you use an organ sound, and what organ sound do you use if you use it?
What kind of organ? I mean, organ is such
pipe.
Do you mean pipe organ?
Whether pipe, reed.
What's that one? That German, that Hoffenoffen. Yeah, you know that one.
Hopback.
Yeah, that's the puppy.
I'll be honest with you. I rarely use organ sounds. If I do use it, and it's a kind of pipe organ, church organ, I use all the VSL ones.
Right.
They do a couple, which are all great. I use the Spitfire one occasionally. Outside of that, all the organs, like kind of Hammondy. Ooh, what's that? Ollie, what's that?
It's a Soviet Vox organ.
Oh wow! Okay. No,
is it manual?
Manual, yeah.
In terms of more kind of we're hearing it, Rob. In terms of
oh boy, are we hearing it.
In terms of more kind of Hammondy organ kind of shit, it's not. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I very rarely use it, and if I do, I probably just I use the stage 2 occasionally for the organ sounds on that because they're fairly awesome. But yeah, I mean, organ isn't really my. I grew up just taking the piss out of organists, to be fair. So,
yes.
it'd be, you know.
My mum's boyfriend was one.
Yeah.
Hammond. He had a Hammond, and he used to take it on tour. I'd say tour pubs, and he'd play all those. You know the songs I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it on tour pubs.
Yeah.
Hi ho, Silver Line.
Tour of the pubs.
So,
the girl from Appalina.
when are you going to enter the hardware jams? We had.
Oh fuck! It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Come on, we can bring some culture to it. Come on, Tom.
Yeah. No. End of story.
Hardware jam with VSL.
And you
How
see,
hard can it be?
Hardware jams. Hardware jams are what I do every single day of the week. The only difference is
busman's holiday. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the same. That's what I do all the time. I mean, and I don't want to sit here. I know.
No, it's just the idea of setting you a 5-minute challenge. So you've got 5 minutes to come up with a tune that is inspired by a husky.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I do every single day. I'm sitting here. When I eventually
looking at a picture on the screen.
When I do eventually get off my arse and go back to do all the work that I have no time to finish, I am literally going to look at the next scene. I'm going to watch the next scene through once, and within half an hour of that, I've got to have written the music for that scene, and that's just kind of what I do. That's my job. So the idea of then going, tell you what I'll do in some of my free time, I'll do my job. I'll sit and do my job. Fuck off. If you're going to pay me money, I'll do it. If you're not, fuck you.
That's what I like.
Yes. But do you know what I mean? It's that kind of, I mean, this is why when I did the Sonic State thing and made this whole thing of, that genuinely was the first thing I'd done in 20 odd years, because I just,
and it did sound very good.
But hardware jams are not really. I don't really have any interest in just sitting there and because also, if I do a hardware jam, all I'm really going to do is just show off. And
I'd like to see that though.
But you know what?
Festival 5 minutes on the CS80, and everybody's going to have a great time watching it. At least.
But this is what I always say. I've always said this. Why would anyone give a fuck about what I do? And I really mean that. I say
because
it all
we
the time.
love you, Ty. That's
I
why.
don't know why. Why does anyone?
I've never seen you play.
For the same reason we like and love Hans Zimmer and Vangelis and Jean-Michel Jarre.
Never seen you. I've never seen you play a keyboard.
You have, Ken. Because when you've forgotten it. When I came down, the last time I came down,
you've forgotten it.
No, he has.
No,
he has.
Surely not.
Do you remember you had your Clavinova there, and you said, "Oh, I've never heard you play." Yeah. And I sat down and I just played, and you turned around and went, oh, "Well, you were very complimentary, shall we say?" And you turned around and went, "Well, I'm not going to fucking play now after just hearing you do that."
Oh yes, so, you know what? Yeah.
Do you remember?
No, but I mean, as a performance thing.
No one should. No, I know you're just gonna think, oh, he's just saying that, he's just being a wanker. But I don't understand why anyone. The reason
you don't have to understand.
Why would anyone listen to a word I say? Never mind, give a monkeys about. I'm just going to
do as you're fucking told. For fuck's sake. God's sake.
Brilliant. The other thing is,
but you know what? You could have some fun. Something you could fucking do.
As Paul Ortola says, I want Ty in the audience screaming at me to get off the stage. That's what we all want. I want Ty saying, "Sass, you're a cunt. Get off."
Yeah.
That's not how you push buttons. No. You use this wanker.
I tell you what, it also is with hardware jams. It's the fact that when people do hardware jams in inverted commas, all they're really doing so much of the time. This is why I don't get involved in any forums or any critics or anything. What they're really doing is they've done loads of preparation, and they have so much stuff, so many sequences, triggers, samples, all this kind of thing. And all they're really doing is just triggering stuff in a way that it's a performance, which is great, but it's not a jam. It's a performance that they've spent time honing. They know where they're going to bring stuff in.
But no one cares.
I know. No, you're absolutely right. No one should care. But from my point of view, that's not what a hardware jam is. From my point of view, a hardware jam is. Did anyone see that fucking shit thing that I did for the Sonic State thing years ago, where I stood in front of the audience and basically said, "Okay, give me a key, give me a tempo, throw out chords to
E
me."
flat minor.
That's it.
Go
and
for
I,
it. Yeah.
That's it. And I sat there with a blank canvas, and I did it in Cubase. Now, you try and fucking do a proper jam in Cubase.
In Cubase, yeah.
In Cubase, not really made for it. And I did it in Cubase. And I think I've told you the story of I got all the gear set up on 2 planks of wood, and all I'd done is so it all talked to one another on the morning of the gig, and then stripped it down at 11 o'clock, stripped it all down again, and I'd done nothing, no preparation. And I stood there in front of an audience, told them to call out the tempo, the chords, and made a piece of music on the spot. That's a proper jam.
Yeah.
And it didn't sound shit. It didn't sound great, but it didn't sound shit. And I was flying on the seat of my pants because I had no idea what the fuck was going to happen, trying to do that in Cubase. Now, that was fun, because at any point, that could have all gone completely
Yeah,
tits
but
up.
you see, that's what people would love to see.
Yeah, but that's not hardware jam. That's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, I know, but
that's like a performing monkey. That's like a party piece.
At
That's
the
like me
moment,
getting my cock out or juggling,
at the moment,
you know.
it's thematic, but actually, we like to
sell
see
some
monkey
tickets?
dance.
Come on, dance.
Dance monkey.
You know what this,
Dance monkey.
This is the same reason. This is the same
I
reason.
can wind the handle faster on the hurdy-gurdy. You know?
This is the same reason. Do you know how many times I've been asked to play for friends' weddings and all this kind of thing?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to be you. Yeah.
Never done it. I've always said no. The only one I've done it for was I did it for Mate, who basically turned around and said, "Will you write the music for us to walk down the aisle to?"
Yeah.
And that was the only one. That's the only one I ever done. Actually playing.
Can you imagine Ty playing "I Will Only Love You"?
Oh, yeah.
I bet it's still Spanish Eyes.
Oh, yes. Oh God, yeah. Ty is the keyboardist in a wedding gig. That would be worth paying to watch.
But can I point out that you got to imagine? Remember, when I came out of uni, I spent 8 months on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Doing all of this shit. So I can give you
being a
Governor
corporate
Panema.
whore like the rest of us.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Do you know what? But this is the reason I did it was, I think I told you, I was being paid something ridiculous per month, not having to do anything, to be on a cruise ship, and the money I was going to earn meant I could buy a synth. Now, this is back in 1991, and I had to buy a synth that was made to be played in a band with, you know, kind of so it was a small band, and it needed to be really versatile.
So what did you buy?
Well, this is the point. It needed, so the synth at that time to buy was either a D50 or a D70. So basically for this, the D70 would absolutely have been perfect.
Not an M1?
No, oh, absolutely, yeah. By this time, yeah, maybe an M1 or even, you know, kind of
T3.
I was going to say T3, maybe a T3, something like that. That would have been perfect. So I bought a wave station.
Which, to be fair, if you ever listen to the demo song, I mean, they tried to do a generic Rompler with it.
No, but this wasn't the X. This was before the EX. So there was no piano samples in it. So I bought, to go on a cruise ship, to do the
What
piano
station?
parts of the band with no piano sounds. So all you had is the closest you had were the DX7 electric piano patches. So I did 8 months on a cruise ship with them turning around and going, "Can you have more like a piano sound?"
No.
Hasn't got any piano sounds.
Well, as Dieter Volk says, you know, Ty playing the House of the Rising Sun, the last song.
Honestly, I had to, as well as doing that, I got paid extra money if at I think it was 3 o'clock, I think 3 or 4 times during the week at 3 o'clock, if I went and played the piano in the whatever bar, and all I had to play was for half an hour, and I'd start off with some famous song, and I'd end with some famous song, and in the middle I used to just piss around improvising for 20 odd minutes. It was the most hilarious thing. Have I not told you any of my fucking cruise ship stories? Oh my god!
You might have told Kent or Robbie or whatever.
Oh
but not
my
us.
god! Oh, they were hilarious. Yeah, I mean, we had this kind of ruling where we were just fuckers. Basically, the band, we were all just total fuckers. The bass player who I shared a cabin with went on to be the bass player with Groove Armada, and then Faithless, and I think he might still be playing with Faithless. Oh yeah, and Jonathan White, fucking amazing bass player. I want to point out that I'd never met any of the band before, so I'd had a phone call that the person had someone had remembered me playing in the school wind band like 4 years earlier, and they
Can you come and play with us?
And they literally called and they turned and went, "Can you do you want to come and play around the Mediterranean for 8 months? We're leaving in 2 weeks' time." And I just went, "Yeah, okay." So I kind of turned up. I'd met none of the rest of the band before. I want to point out at the time I was wearing skin tight black trousers with white laces up the sides, a kind of white waiter's jacket, and a frilly shirt and a beret. Okay. All the rest of the band just kind of took one look at me and just went,
"Who the fuck is this?
I'm not fucking sharing a room with him."
Hello, Captain Sensible's coming on board.
Exactly. And the only
where's
one
the
left,
parrot? Yes.
The only one left over was Jonathan, the bass player. Who was just like, "Fuck, okay, well, I suppose I've got to share a room with you." And we honestly, we became such amazing mates. We got on like a house on fire. But anyway, one day I'll tell you the story about the trumpeter, but I'm not going to do that because I haven't got tired. But it's fucking hilarious. You will literally piss your pants.
Yeah. One day at band camp.
What we used to do was when there were mainly French and German passengers, and they used to come up, and we just didn't really want to play what they wanted to play because the main guy, Paul, who's in charge, he just wanted to play freeform jazz, and for them to dance to. And so the passengers used to come up, and I used to be the first port of call because I was kind of at the side, and they'd come to me, and they were all speaking German, and he's there going, and he goes, "Valse, valse," and they're going, "Sorry, I don't speak German. I don't understand what it says. Valse, valse, cha-cha, cha-cha," and I'm there going, so I'm playing. Well, all this is happening whilst I'm playing. I'm there going to the band leader, Paul, guy here wants valse. He's a guy, I don't understand what that is. And they're going, cha-cha. No, sorry. And they're going, "Sorry, can't do it."
4-4, anyone?
Yeah. But the reason we used to do it was there was a rule that if no one danced for, I think it was something like 20 minutes, we could basically take a break. So we used to deliberately play this stuff in like kind of 11/8 and 5/4, just so
acid
no one could
jazz.
Just so no one could dance to it. So we sit there, Paul would go 20 minutes. We go for it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to bore you, but there are some stories that are. I mean, honestly,
we'll save it for the
hilarious.
next chat.
They are, but yeah, that's my 8 months on a cruise ship with a way station.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah,
that would have been epic.
The main thing is that what you do discover is that if you're A, English, B, a musician, and C, ginger, foreign women on cruise ships find you very attractive. That was the main thing that came out of it.
That was the hardship, wasn't it?
yeah, that was the. But yeah, it was another world. So yeah, but I was going to say I was going to show you what I used to look like back then.
So you're going to say, going to show us a photograph of the scabs I got.
Hang on a minute.
And this was after the antibiotic.
Hang on.
Oh yes.
Hang on. Wait.
Here we go.
I know.
Oh yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, that was me back then.
Yeah.
I had hair. I was muscly. But now look at this fat cunt.
You're
in
just a
front
poor
of you.
man's Mick Hucknall, weren't you? Really. Pan shot Hucknall.
Oh, that's evil. That's evil. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Sorry.
Anyway, I can't believe I genuinely know, and I know I say so. I can't believe
What,
I
then or
fucking
now?
waited almost an hour. I have no time. I could have slept for this hour, and instead I'm talking to you fuckers.
Yeah. Well, look
Can we
how
all
much
get
more
credit?
productive it was. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to the sample of the show in the show that you're recording the music for.
No. So anyway, I know I keep saying it. I'm going. So
Okay.
Indeed.
Take care, Ty.
Keep it up, guys. Keep me awake.
Bye.
Yeah.
Be good.
See you later. Cheers, guys.
We'll take Berenger every 5 minutes.
That will haunt him, yes. Ty Berenger. Berenger.
Berenger.
They want you as a sponsor.
Wouldn't that be funny if they approached him?
Wouldn't it?
I might write
What,
to...
for the BS80?
Have you
anything.
ever thought about sponsoring Ty Unwin?
Wow.
Yeah, I can imagine how much fun being on a cruise ship as a young single man could be. And the days before the word cougar was ever invented. Yes.
I thought you were going to give us the baseline of what is love there for a minute.
Oh yeah, same thing. Same.
Well,
patch,
that's
innit?
being a young man on a cruise ship before that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to get that DXR. Mess around with the TX and all the combos, but I haven't got around to that yet. Might do that tomorrow. I think I've got anything planned tomorrow. For a change.
I'm struggling to get that M1 fixed altogether. I mean, I got it working. It's making a sound, but the I need to reprogram it, but it's not taking in MIDI. And I just checked everything on the MIDI inside. I've even replaced the optocouplers, but it's just not taking MIDI for some reason.
Oh.
I have to trace it down further.
If you try hitting it with a big hammer.
It's tempting. Very tempting. At this stage, I'm like, I got the box. If I want M1 sounds, I can use the plugin, I suppose. But it's more of a challenge at this stage.
I still would like an M1. Like I'd still like a D50, but then you've got the software now, and it is so damn close.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Well, they were romplers, so it would be really, wouldn't it, I suppose.
Exactly.
But particularly a D50, if you don't want to use it via MIDI. Well, I mean, you put MIDI in there, and you're waiting for a time, and you're waiting, and there's a sound.
Hey, there it is. Yeah.
But the only reason I got it was the price. I mean, it was just €100, and I was like,
well, yeah, you lucked out with that and the D8.
Yeah.
Oh.
You do it.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
And I'm still looking at that MS-10. The page is still open here.
Yeah, I should get that Cynthia up here, shouldn't I? Cynthia 8.
Ooh.
Give it a whiz.
Give us some nice Hawkwind sounds.
Yeah. Do a hardware jam on it, just stab it. There you go. Have some of that. Make a pattern of a cat's face or something with the pins and see what the sound is. Be brilliant if it goes meow. Or
yeah, that was an Easter egg, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that would quite work with the starting with the output layout with the outputs on the left.
Yeah. Spell out the word bum on it and you go.
So, Kent, you going to join the hardware jams?
Huh?
What?
You going to join the hardware jams?
I might give it a giggle.
Come on.
I said he would.
Sounds like a laugh.
Look, the first time I did it, I thought it was going to be just a complete nightmare. It was a lot of fun.
Actually, I could look like I'm creating some really, really wicked sounds, and all I have to do is bring up one of the broken keyboards.
Actually, the challenge, a broken challenge recently. It was
Yeah, I mean, I got a T8 down there that just freaky. Just go, have some of that, and then shine a light in it, and it'll go fucking mad. Yeah, have you ever experienced that? Take the lid off a T8 on a sunny day. It goes absolutely insane.
Does it use optical sensors for the keyboard?
Yeah. And even with the circuit boards on, the light still gets through, and it goes fucking mental. And then you just mix all the knobs around. It's got this great cacophony of sound that'll come out of it.
Wow.
Be a bit of a laugh. I had a tech
a
phone.
good sample pack. You should make a sample pack from it.
Yeah. Well, I did have a tech phone out. He goes, oh, I got this T8 coming. It's going absolutely mad. I said, we got any light on it? He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, is there any light coming in the window? He went, yeah. He goes, no, throw a blanket over it. He went, what? I said, throw a blanket over it. So he threw a blanket over it. He goes, oh, it's working now. You can't play with the lid off. Fucking amazing.
So how do you calibrate that keyboard?
Badly.
In a dark room.
You put a blanket over it and you put it over your head, and then you calibrate it.
Oh,
Use a black umbrella. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say if it's a blanket, it's not RF. It's just it's heat over there, right?
No,
it's sunlight.
Light. Yeah, it's photocell.
Yeah.
It's the opto sensors on the keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because they're getting the light at the same time between the note on and the velocity sensors. Everything's really fucking loud as well.
They're using optos for the velocity
as well. Yeah.
It's one of the best ways to do a keyboard doing it optically.
Yeah, because what it does, it works.
I mean, optos are sealed. It should be okay, right? They're sealed units.
Well, no, they can't because they've got to have a blade. They've got to have a blade running through them.
Yeah, there's a blade
have
between
a piece
them.
Of plastic at the end.
There's a blade that runs between them, and sometimes what happens.
I thought they had a closed unit and the lights and the sensor inside the same package.
Well, because it's wood, if it gets really hot or it sits on an X stand and it warps and stuff like that,
expands,
these blades either start hitting the sensors and it makes the key stick, or the blade sticks on the circuit board that the optos are on.
Are the blades sort of graduated blades so that they have, like on an opto sensor where you would have a series of tracks? So is it reading tracks?
No.
So doing a count and a speed.
It's a bit of black card stuck on the end of the key. And it goes between the sensors. Right.
So do Vactrols have the same problem?
No, Vactrols tend to be covered. So
these are like, they look like little square LEDs basically, and you have 4 of them per key. And when one of them goes, it's a fucking nightmare trying to swap one out. It's unbelievable.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how they're measuring velocity.
The distance, but the time between note on and the blade going across the velocity light. So when the light is blocked between the top sensors, the time between note on and them passing through the next set of sensors, they calculate the velocity from it.
Okay.
So they just make it louder to the end or to the filter or whatever.
Thing. But they're not doing aftertouch on the same.
Oh God, no! That's a strip of draft excluder under the keys.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
And you have these little, like, carbon sticky discs that you stick to the underside of this draft excluder, and then there's a little, like, almost looks like a screw with no head on it, screwed into the bottom of the key, and that pushes down and gives you your aftertouch. And then after you've done that a couple of times, the dent stays in the draft excluder, and then you have to push harder to get it to, or softer, depending. You know, so and then it just all becomes uneven. You have to replace the draft excluder again. So.
Oh, you just have to alter your playing. It's perfect for all the modernist serialist composer, where all notes should be treated equal. Thus, you need to treat your keyboard equal.
Yeah.
And you have to tell it, I have played this note too often, I shall be playing a different note today.
Yeah, so what you have, you get these machines coming and go, can you sort out the aftertouch? And what you got is you touch it up the top, and you got aftertouch pretty much normal, and same, and then in the centre, it's like you barely touch the key and it's full aftertouch, where they're worn out. And you have to replace the entire strip. It's a job. So. And even then, it's not the greatest aftertouch system in the world anyway.
So how are ASM doing the aftertouch on the Hydra?
Don't know, I haven't looked yet.
No.
I think they might have gone for either something that works on proximity or
the capacitance or resistance.
Could be, yeah, or something like you've got on the 80.
Well, I mean, a capacitor would be easiest with current technologies.
Yeah.
Being quite good.
But you can do it using inductance rather than capacitance.
Yeah, well, yes, and Sonic did inductive, but to the cheap it's very possible. But I don't know whether inductive, whether the technology for doing a good capacitive system would outweigh the grievances of having an inductive system. And again, obviously, and Sonic Breakers had their oscillator that they scanned through each inductor and step through them individually.
Well, some just use Hall effect sensors, don't they? And literally a magnet on the end of the key.
I mean, and Sonic is, of course, the beauty of engineering of those circuit boards below, which you just have. They have an inductor traced out, so it's basically just some codes of trace, and then you have the metal attached to the key. When you press it down, it changes the inductance. When it's attached to a high frequency oscillator, also, so it scans through each of the inductor to a high frequency oscillator, and then measures the frequency of that to determine which key might be pressed.
Yeah, because you have that problem with you can't fire up an EPS with no keyboard in it. It sits there looking for the keyboard. Where's the keyboard? I'm not going to do anything until I find a keyboard. And you have to plug the keyboard back in. And goes, oh, there it is. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it needs to do its full calibration routine to start up. Otherwise, it keeps hanging there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I really do feel sorry for the engineers who have to work on this stuff then, because just from a programmatical point of view, reading sensors on. Let's start with basic 88 keypad, and doing
what is that, a diode matrix?
Individual. Well, I mean, you got reading the keys. That's fairly simple, but then reading individual velocity per key, and then individual aftertouch per key. That starts getting really, really nasty.
Well, that's why you don't do individual aftertouch per key normally, because that's effort.
But ASM
it's very clever the way that the 80 done it, but it does require a wiring loom as thick as your arm.
Yeah, but also that wasn't that springs and strips and wires.
As far as the aftertouch is concerned, it's little rubber. Almost like little sort of like rubber potentiometers by pushing them down, and they go along the track like a slider.
So a bit like the Rolly, because it's using a 3M.
Similar, except it's done.
XYZ.
Except it's done horizontally rather than vertically, sort of thing. And then you have about 210 individual VCAs.
Jesus.
That work out all the various. So each.
Seriously.
Yeah, so you got VCA. So if you pick one channel, you've got 4 VCAs that do the initial brightness, after brightness, initial level, after level, and then there'll be ones that do the amount of aftertouch from the amount of pressure. They all have to be calibrated individually. And worse than that, you have to disconnect the wires and connect a set voltage onto the input before you can calibrate them. So everything has to be unsoldered. Then wires soldered on, and then feed in the set voltage and calibrate everything, and then because they're exponential, it's so hard to get them right. It's unreal. But I developed a technique for it eventually after the 30th or 50th fucking 80th. And then solder all the wires back in. And then you have to do it for the loudness, initial, and brightness, and after, and all the rest on bank B, which is another set of boards. And
they're doing all that without a processor?
Yeah, there's no processor.
So it's all sort of, 7.4 series logic and...
No, it's just CMOS.
It's CMOS? Oh.
Yeah, it's all CMOS. No, there's no 74 LS in it at all anyway.
Really?
All CMOS. And...
Well, hats off to the Yamaha engineers.
Well, exactly. But they've used that tech right across everything, right up to the CS70. But on the 70, they did bring in a actual processor and quite a bit of 74 LS as well, mainly because there was a processor in it, and you want it to run at 5 volt, not 15.
Yes.
Keep 15 volt away from the processor, please. Yes, thank you. So, yes, that thing. I mean, it's like. I mean, I know it like the back of my hand, but I think anybody opening one up and going, right, let's see if I can fix this, they'd be.
Well, it's sort of, if I was going to design this, I wouldn't start from here.
Kind of scenario, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, you look at the way it's been designed, and when you compare it to machines that were done 10 years later, it's actually it's done like how a child would do it.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It's the building block, it's the Lego equivalent of a pixel.
Very linear in its layout, and very straightforward. But because of the wiring and the way they have to, where they run into various problems, and then the wiring has to jump back again to go and sort out something, and then go back again to the boards. It does get a little bit weird, to say the least.
But then saying that, I dismantled an old, I think it was a Hammond organ.
Oh,
and there must have been, I don't know, 100 different cards in it.
Yeah.
I mean, with Hammond particularly, with the ones that have the preset keys, that's just the amount of wires behind those. It's like, it's completely stupid.
I mean, the wires weren't the problem. It was the number of boards and trying to work out how 18 different wires from other boards that you were still trying to struggle to get your head around were connecting to this one board.
I mean, look at a picture of the inside of a B3 or C3 or RT3, even worse. What is behind the reverse keys that do the presets is just a complete carnage. Resistors and wires everywhere behind those keys to basically those keys are a full set of drawbars with fixed resistors. So,
I will happily get down on my knees and bow to any organ servicing tech, because my God, the shit they have to deal with.
I mean, organs are really cheap to buy second hand. It's just your
there's a good reason for that.
It's probably going to take a reasonable
bankrupt you
chunk of
trying
money.
to fix it. Yes.
Well, I think one of the things that was semi-unique about the 80 was where on a lot of synths where they do low pass and high pass filtering, and you'd have a switch and you go low pass filter and you go low pass and high pass. But on the 80 you can do both at the same time. What would have been clever is if you could do it with just one chip. They didn't. They had to put 2 filters in, so one does low, one does high.
Right.
Of course,
So,
they're custom and there's rare
do you
rocking.
actually create a bandpass filter when you have both of them on?
Well, you can mix them together, and it creates more interesting kind of resonances, sounds and stuff. What it really needs is a good strong resonance, but that was never going to happen because they're only about 12 dB or something like that.
But isn't that the beauty of the AT, that the filters are unique, the oscillators are unique, and
the
output
oscillators
a
are
unique
mental.
waveform?
Yeah, I mean the oscillators.
That sawtooth is just crazy, but that's so much of the sound of it, and it's with even a boring synth brass sound. Why does it sound like an 80, not anything else? Well,
yeah. Well, I mean the VCO produces 2 waveforms. It produces sine wave, but not a true sine wave. It's quite a pointy sine wave. It looks more like a triangle, but it's between the two. And pulse. That's all we can do. And then they have to make. Then they made a custom wave shaper chip to give you your saw and your square. But the filters distort the saw, which has already got a mistake in it. There's a little glitch at the top of the saw, and it distorts the square. So that instead of you having the flat top and bottoms, they're tilted because there's still a little bit of ramp in the square. So nothing's particularly straight.
And then also the pulse with modulation gets clipped and clamped at the limits.
Yeah,
which is
and your
nice
50% isn't at 0. Your 50% isn't at 0. You have to find it. It's somewhere between. I think it's just above 1 is where your 50% is instead of being at 0.
But dare I say, and apologies to anyone who designs synthesizers who may listen to this, but actually it's these imperfections that actually create the character of a synth.
Yeah.
And if everything were perfect, it would sound very clinical.
Yeah.
Whereas actually having things like a square wave that isn't quite square, or a sine wave that isn't quite a sine wave.
Sine wave, yeah.
Yeah. That's what actually puts the character in. It's those imperfections that combine the sum of the parts produces that sound, because natural instruments have harmonics that are all over the place. They're not perfect.
Yeah.
You listen to you look at the output of any wind instrument, and it's all over the place.
Yeah.
And yet,
the
it
waveforms
sounds
are never
perfect.
quite straight. They go up and down slightly. They go in and out slightly.
Yeah.
Right. When they're stable. Well, when you put that all together with loads of other waveforms doing all this, you get this thicker, warmer, richer sound.
Yeah. Well, more natural sounding.
Yeah. And yet, the 80 cannot recreate any particular instrument well.
No.
If at all.
No. Well, in my opinion, not even close.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to, because it
that's the
is
charm.
an instrument in itself.
Yeah. It's not trying to be anything.
Yeah.
Even though you've got guitar 1 and 2, they're not.
Well, before the electric piano, there was no electric piano.
Yeah.
The electric piano sounds like an electric piano because it is an electric piano. It is a new instrument.
I think that's the problem sometimes. Is like when you start it'd be really cheap and easy to make the 80 in a digital format. Yeah, it would, but you're never going to make it sound like the 80
because it would be too perfect.
Yeah, so you have to make those adjustments to the circuit because it's going to be accurate, and you don't want it too accurate. So, but it's the same with you got more of a chance doing it with software modelling.
Well, perhaps
which is
this
really
is
the way to go.
The point Ty was making when he called me whatever he called me.
Something about you needed to go to the toilet or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. The future then is in the modelling, the attempt at creation of, or what might come out of the attempt at creating a real sound.
Yeah.
So, for example, a flute. We all have flute patches on lots of our synths. And they sort of get close, but they're not perfect.
Yeah.
And samples are great because they are the true recording of the sound. But you have to apply articulations that are not in themselves necessarily natural unless they are samples of those specific articulations, and then how do you blend from one to the other? It's yeah, I mean,
what is the obsession? I'm not directing this at you, Sass. I'm just saying in general, what is the obsession with? And it's still.
Have you ever tried to play flute?
Just no. Let me finish. Let me finish. What is the obsession with synthesizer manufacturers from the year dot till still to this very day to get synthesizers to accurately mimic other instruments? What other instrument
are
exists?
really difficult to play.
Yeah, but what other instruments try to do the same thing? Does a
Pipe
piano?
organ?
Does a piano try to sound like anything else
No,
other than
but-
a piano?
but-
Does a violin try to sound anything else? Why
No,
are we
but-
not
but-
focusing on the strengths of the
Yeah.
form?
I agree.
A pipe organ has been
But-
from the start. But a pipe organ has been from the start. An
Yeah,
instrument
but it
that's
never
been-
did it. It never did it. It never succeeded.
Yes, but also since
No, a
then
pipe organ
succeed.
sounds like a pipe organ. It doesn't sound like an oboe or a clarinet. Or anything.
I think
Well, no, but if you
it
have
doesn't.
Spanish, if you have
No, it
Spanish
doesn't.
trumpets, it sort of sounds like a trumpet. Flute.
No, sort of, but it doesn't sound like Spanish trumpets. It's like every old
No,
synthesizer from
but-
the early 70s had all these little preset
Yeah,
switches like
but-
oboe, clarinet, strings.
Yeah,
why?
But the point is because unless
of the
you
organ
have
heritage?
access to a whole orchestra,
Yeah, but we have
if you
that,
want to
if you
create something that sounds like, you therefore create all these different
But I don't want a
synthesized patches.
I don't want
to,
a synthesizer to
to
sound like
assemble an ensemble that almost recreates the sound that you're seeking to achieve without having to engage a whole orchestra.
I got
No,
samples for that.
I don't think that's what it was about. I think initially this was how synthesizer manufacturers were able to convey to a public that didn't know what the fuck these were the rough idea of what the sound would be when they press the preset. For instance, if you got oboe on an SH1000 and you click it and you go, oh, okay, right, that's right, I kind of dig that sound, yeah, all right. But they give you an idea of what it is when they're going to click that switch rather than it be a drum.
Funny Cat.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Funny
But-
Cat,
but-
they go, you press it just to see.
But also someone who played a clarinet, actually moving from a clarinet to a saxophone and then to an oboe, absolutely, completely different experience.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, so if you have a synthesizer, in those early days, if a synthesizer could do a trumpet really well, it must be really great. Literally, the sounds it could do dictated to the people going to look at these machines of how good they were.
Yes.
Because there was nothing else to go by.
But they weren't
What else
good.
could you go by?
But they
So-
weren't good.
No, they weren't.
Well,
Back then,
no.
but back then they were because they'd never heard.
There was
anything
nothing
sound like
else.
an oboe other than-
But
yeah.
back then your option was, do I want something that sounds like a trumpet, or do I want nothing? If your choices is
Or you go play an actual trumpet to mellotron to synthesizer. So, it was sort of the mellotron would accurately recreate a trumpet sound, but then you could vary the speed, therefore vary the pitch, and you could also alter dynamically which trumpets were playing. But it was all essentially, if you don't have an orchestra, what can you do? And there were two aspects. One was the technical, here's an electronic instrument that can make all these sort of weird noises. And there was demand from, dare I say, music producers for how can we create something without having to employ, what's the lowest cost option? What's the easiest way? Well, if someone can play keys, suddenly a keyboard player can be a trumpetist, or they can play
happened when
oboe
sampling came along. Before sampling,
well, no, because
people weren't replacing trumpets with
organs. Did though?
No, they tried to, but they,
church organs.
A church organ sounds like a church organ. It sounds like nothing else. Nothing on those.
I disagree.
Nothing on those stops sounds like anything else.
Flute sounds like flutes.
It sounds like an organ trying to be a flute.
No, you've never heard really nice.
Oh, fuck if I have.
Yeah, but not originally. Not originally though. If you listen to the flute on the Yamaha B35, you go, that's not a flute. The trumpet doesn't sound like a trumpet. It sounds close, which is really
it's
great.
An approximation.
Yeah, but this is probably where it come from, because they're selling these machines to people who can sit at home and play Spanish eyes like Bert Kaempfert does, and they can get a rough representation of what that would sound like. Yeah. And
or as Dieter Volk says, like a piano, like a grand piano, like a
So it bled into the synth world as well, But I know what you mean.
Don't forget, in the late 70s, early 80s, Wendy Carlos did everything digitally, and it sounded great as an orchestra made with a synth.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be 100% realistic, and it worked.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if she'd done it with an SH1000, not so much.
Yeah, but do you think Kraftwerk sat there and said, we'll make these instruments sound like the real thing? No, they made music with instruments that sounded nothing like anything else.
But that's possibly because they couldn't make them sound better.
When a synth came along that did do it quite well, i.e. the GX1, and they
went for it.
And the fanfare for the common man, they go, does that actually sound like brass? No, not really, but it produced that kind of environment.
It was a good facsimile.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's always been that fascination with recreating, like, the more accurate a synth can do an instrument, the better it must be.
But why?
Because
the human ear is drawn to the harmonics that are created by natural instruments. That's why.
Look at the A-frame drum I have. That is totally synthetic, and it sounds amazing and expressive, and it's realistic at times and crazy ass at times.
I don't think the human ear is drawn to it. The human ear might recognise it, but it's not drawn to it.
There's more
it is because the instruments.
There's more circuitry involved in creating a more accurate instrument, so it makes it a better synth.
No, but instruments
because it's got more scope for sound.
Instruments have succeeded throughout history because of the way that they resonate with the human psyche. So a viola or a violin, the bow drawing across the string resonates, that the harmonics resonate emotionally with the human. That is why these instruments have succeeded and have lasted centuries, because there is an organic connection between the harmonics produced by certain instruments,
just as there is with synthesizers doing
the human
synthesizer things.
It's wherefore the crumhole has disappeared.
Mind you, talk about violins and the way the bow's dragged. I never listened to a 4-year-old recite on a violin, but do you know what I mean? And you go,
I used to be one of those kids.
Yeah, I know. Been there, and it's not pleasant, is it?
As Manny's pointed out in there, there's some Asian, Indonesian instruments that really great,
because we haven't been brought up with those tonal
we in the
aspects.
Western world, but in other cultures, those dissonant inharmonics are as sought after and lauded
because
as
they've
others.
been brought up with that.
So
Well, I wasn't brought up with it. I just got used to them because I listen to a lot of world music.
Well, yeah, a lot of it's familiarity.
I wonder if it was just a way of marketing the bloody things, because the
Oh, yeah,
the sounds
absolutely.
that we were really into didn't sound like other instruments.
No. There was a
But
period
they
for
had
20, 30
harmonic
years
balances that
Yeah,
worked.
but don't you? Yeah, but calling it a trumpet doesn't really help, does it? You either like the sound or you don't.
But then you
But
can't
have
put
to start
sounds like
somewhere.
a trumpet on the Switch, can you?
Yeah, but you have
Sort
to
of
start
a trumpet.
somewhere. You've got to start somewhere, because if you give somebody like with a Mini, I mean, I think you could get patches for it.
But
Go,
there were
to
some
make it
patches
sound like
for
a trumpet.
Mini.
Yeah, and make it sound like a
Back.
trumpet or whatever.
Timpani
All that was
and
doing
other
is
functions.
teaching you what knobs did what and how to make it sound.
It's a starting
but
point,
also
isn't it? It's familiarity again. It brings
Yeah.
it back to that familiarity thing.
Yeah.
But as we've seen with the development of certain instruments, if, for example, you were brought up in India or Pakistan, that, to me, what sounds very discordant, picking style on a
They do microtonal
box
stuff.
guitar, microtonal perhaps is too polite a word to use for it. I prefer discordant.
That's what it is.
myself,
And you get
yes.
sympathetic strings on the sitar that ring out different harmonics.
Exactly.
Yeah, sympathetic resonance.
At every party I've been to where someone has a sitar, I've actually gone up to them and said, if you continue playing that, it's going to end up somewhere where you don't want to see it.
I love my pieces. They're great.
For me personally, the sound...
What do you mean, somewhere where you can't see it?
Yeah, the
Yes,
the
but for
sound
millions of
really
people on the sub-Indian
irritates me.
continent, the sound
Exactly.
of a sitar is
Yes.
deeply
Well, look at the bagpipes.
emotional and resonant,
Bagpipes
just like
are
the
shit all
sound
the
of a
time.
violin is
So-
to you in Western Europe.
Exactly. I admit my biases here, because what I'm saying is, what I grew up with in terms of the Western harmonic balance is very different to an Eastern style or a Japanese style or a Chinese style of music, for example, or even, dare I say, the Aboriginal fucking didgeridoo and sorry.
But like you said in previous shows, if you can't embrace those different sounds, you won't get the new sound you're looking for.
Well, I'm not personally looking for those new sounds, because that discordant pseudo harmony, in my personal opinion, isn't an attractive sound to me.
But you can mix them though and get different variations and stuff. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm quite vanilla in terms of, I like sort of, basic chordal structure and notes within my hearing capability. And
that's why music never changes.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't declare myself an expert on world music, nor an aficionado, or someone who appreciates it. It's those complex tonalities to me are very jarring.
And that's why Peter Gabriel had to go elsewhere. Most of the music he grew up with got boring.
Yeah, but some of the stuff that he also produced, I don't listen to, because it just jars with me. I mean, Paul Simon did the same thing with his...
Well,
when
he
he
exploded
got
at
involved
Graceland.
with the thingy Mombasa tour.
Ladysmith Black Mambazo.
Thank you. And it was sort of, yeah, it's okay, but no, it just doesn't personally appeal to me.
But then
But I
with
can
like Johnny
I
Clayton
can
Sabuka, which is
appreciate-
just South African pop music. So,
But I can appreciate and understand how it works for other people, because it is a cultural thing, and I fully celebrate that. But it doesn't appeal to me. There's nothing wrong in that, is there? Am I racist for not liking
you like what you like.
discordant music?
You like what you like. It's like food.
But you can't then say that the human ear is naturally gravitating towards the bow on a violin, which is a distinctly...
Sorry,
that's
sorry,
exactly what you said.
I should have said the Western ear,
then
Because
yes,
I think
then
the
you would have been a
Western
bit more
ear
accurate.
is.
Well, it's rather
Yeah,
ironic
sorry,
considering
you
that
know,
all these synth patches were programmed by Eastern people, really, isn't it?
For a Western
There,
market.
there is some of that irony. Yes.
I mean, if you think about the majority of these synthesizers are made and back then were made and designed in Japan, and Japan was desperate in many ways culturally to adopt Western. You know, it was trying
At
to
that time, yes.
broaden, and become part of the bigger kind of Western dominated world, and they knew that that's where a huge amount of their market was. So, you know,
And yet, oddly, some Japanese music I find really. I'll use the phrase transcendental. I can listen to a lot of it without.
Well, the pentatonic scales are nice.
I want to
right?
switch this off, and yet their scales are completely alien to me.
This is pentatonic scales. They're not that alien. Here are Joshi scales, a pentatonic scale.
Closely related to, but I wouldn't quite say they were pentatonic. I mean, if
That's
you
what it's called. It's
listen
literally a pentatonic scale.
If you listen to a geisha playing whatever they're called, it's not
Shamisen?
It's I have no idea.
It's their banjo. It's called a shamisen.
It's like a banjo. Yeah, it didn't sound like a pentatonic scale, even though it may well have been, but it didn't sound like that because
maybe she was just shit.
The
microtonal.
The harmonics coming from the instrument
Too much sake.
are much more complex. It's not like a
She was
you know.
shit.
It's very dissimilar to a normal stringed instrument in that it is multi-harmonic.
She was overdue for a string change. So.
But
And
still
a
doesn't
million
explain.
Japanese businessmen paid her a lot of money.
But still doesn't explain why there's an oboe patch on an SH-1000.
Well, look at
Well,
the. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Andy. Go on.
No, I was just going to say the what's that one boutique, the JX3P, that has the whole fucking bank of bad classical instruments, presets.
Oh yeah.
Right, and they sound pretty silly, but they're usable if you tweak them enough and run them through effects and filter them and all that shit. But they were trying very hard to be real instruments in those days, not just a funny cat, but in those things. And they sounded quite silly, but they could be used if you tweak them. I just don't call them.
And a lot of the time,
supposed to.
it was a lot of the time it was a marketing thing. How are you going to sell an instrument to someone?
Right.
Like, it makes loads of weird shit sounds. Or
weird sound one, weird sound two.
Yeah, or we've got 20 sounds here that sound like your typical Western, instruments. So you sell it to them that way, and then hopefully they get drawn in. But I mean, there was this obsession.
But it did work.
Yeah, it did. But there was this obsession up until sampling came along, of trying to make analog synthesizers sound as close as they possibly could, which wasn't very close, to acoustic instruments. And then sampling comes along, and all of a sudden you can actually sound like an acoustic instrument,
And
give or
that's when
take.
it should have stopped.
And that's when it should have stopped. And people should have said, "Let's try and let's push this thing forward. Let's try and do something different."
Well, maybe I'm alone in this, but once we got in the in the wavetable area thing, with M1s and stuff like that, the brass always sounded shit. Always, to me, it just very wrong.
Thin, right?
There was there was something. It was something. Some of the other instruments were, what it's like with like acoustic guitar. You go, yeah, but it was okay. But the brass stabs and stuff like that just didn't, for me, really sort of like, oh, please stop doing that.
Nice one, Paul.
Lousy trumpet. And the Oberheim didn't sound like brass either, but it sounded amazing regardless. So
yeah, absolutely.
It was brass-like.
Yeah, somewhere to start. Somewhere to start.
But was there a key step from the likes of Robert Moog, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly there, and
it's Robert. Yeah.
Yes, the
Not Robert.
Son of Mo, yeah.
Robert Arthur.
And the synth pioneers from, going from the let's start with an oscillator, audio oscillator, and what can we do with it as a scientific instrument, and then moving forward to the Yamaha recreation of instruments by using essentially simple oscillators to start with as the base, to then moving to the sampling and then completely digital recreation of waveforms that, let's face it, effectively were sampled and digitized into bytes and bits, to then how do we modify those digital waveforms? Can we create new sounds? Yes, we can. Where we are now, which is we can do that in a computer and stroke or a physical keyboard, using effectively the same technology. So again, I ask the question, where do we move forward now? I mean, we have FM, we have AM, we have pulse width, we have wavetables, we have wave folding, we have filters of however many steps you want, both analog and digital. Where do we move forward?
Convolution.
Does it have? I mean, do we know? Oh, I think we've had this conversation before. We might not know where it goes next. We don't have, that might not be coming for another few years. But I just want to come back to one point.
Go on.
So when Kim Rari and Peter Vogel were, when Kim approached Peter and said, "I want to make a synthesizer, and I want it to be the greatest synthesizer in the world," their raison d'etre, their whole
reason
thing
of being, yes.
Yeah, their whole thing was to create an instrument that could accurately replicate sounds that were held, that were naturally occurring in things like violins, pianos.
Why was that?
And so on. So
Why was that their starting point?
That was their aim. That was their aim. They wanted to create a synthesis because Kim had been part of ETI, and they'd done the what eventually over here became the Maplin synthesizer, but the ETI 4000, and he just felt that he wanted an instrument that could do acoustic sounds, for want of maybe a different term, but he wanted something that could do that. So they, using a bit of science, said, maybe the way to do this isn't subtractive analog synthesis. Maybe it needs to be digital, and maybe it needs to be additive, because we can analyze the sound of a piano, and we can see that it's comprised of a whole bunch of harmonics, and if we were to replicate those harmonics digitally, maybe we'll get close to a piano sound or a trumpet sound or an oboe or a flute or whatever. And they tried, and not only them, but Tony Furs was trying this down in Canberra, and they both failed miserably. And eventually those two things came together, and Peter and Kim took Tony's work with microprocessors and tried to do fast Fourier transform stuff, which produces wonderfully interesting sounds, but nothing like the things they wanted to produce. And it was only at the very last minute, in sort of 78, when
someone went, "We don't need to do this."
No, they saw the fact that they booked themselves into trade shows the following year, and they needed something to work, because they were telling everyone this is what we're doing, and that's what prompted Peter to say, I wonder, could we capture a sound digitally and then replay that and transpose it accurately across a keyboard and so on and so forth?
Yeah.
And he built his own analog to digital converter, because obviously you couldn't, just pop into your local Maplin store and buy one. And so he built his own, and he built his own D to A, and he then recorded a sample and found that actually when you trigger that sample, it sounds pretty much just like the way the thing that you recorded into it. And then he proceeded to experiment more, and then discovered that you could replicate this one sample across a 73 note keyboard. But of course, once you start moving a few semitones out of the way, you get digital aliasing. So he came up with the whole filter thing. But bottom line is, in 1980, they went to AES in New York with the Series 1 Fairlight and specifically told their salespeople to not talk about the sampling. The sampling was cheating. They didn't want people to know that they'd essentially done what a Mellotron had done, just recorded it somehow and played it back. They wanted people to understand. And this is where, for the first year or two of the Fairlight's existence, people genuinely thought that this computer was working out in some amazing form of computation that sound that you were hearing was synthesized within this computer. It wasn't. It was a sample, and that's all it ever was. And they strove to do that and failed, and eventually came up with sampling, which of course has solved that issue in many, many ways. It's solved that whole issue of trying to recreate something. Because nowadays you can buy, BBCSO or any of those other things, and they sound pretty much like an orchestra. You can have an orchestra now, and it's going to cost you a few $100, and you just load it into your machine. But yet the sampler then got adopted very early on by the likes of Peter Gabriel, Kate Bush, and many, many others around the world, and used to not replicate sounds that were made naturally and acoustically, to create new instruments. Listen to any Depeche Mode, any of the first the third, fourth and fifth Depeche Mode albums, where they're using synclaviers and emulators, and they're creating new instruments that belonged to them and nobody else but them. Nothing sounded. It wasn't a snare drum. It wasn't
it was
bass.
A sample
it was a
of
sample
a sound.
They created their own instruments from this, and that was what sampling really then became. And then, of course, Paul Hardcastle comes along with 19, and in Peter Gabriel's own words, set sampling back about a decade, which it did. And to this day, people still aren't using sampling. I say there aren't. There are people that are using sampling in that very inventive way, creating new, previously unheard of sounds and instruments that are completely their original and their own. But they're being even today, there's, oh wow, look at that person, he's making his own instruments. I'm thinking, yeah, but we've been able to do that for the last 40 years. Yeah. So anyway,
I think the biggest problem really is when we got a lot of memory and samplers, everyone was like, oh wow, we can just do all these multi samples of original instruments, and then the sort of creativity of sampling went away. And then also samplers in general are dead. You get samplers in groove boxes or whatever, but you don't. I would wish someone would come out with a nice rack sampler with plenty of outputs, but I don't think that's ever going to happen again.
It was
I think the only interesting
lost
thing that's
its
happened in
appeal.
sampler is granular, but that's kind of
as
not
Wagyu
covering anyway
says,
either.
granular
copyright
sampling is really great.
Copyright has killed sampling fun.
Yeah, but copyright killed sampling where people were sampling other people's work, but where people were creating their own stuff. I mean, if you listen to Rhythm of the Night by Peter Gabriel, or anything off Black Celebration or Some Great Reward or Construction Time Again by Depeche Mode, and you listen to Pipeline, for crying out loud, by Depeche Mode.
He's got crazy sounds on Zuluk.
Exactly. Yes. I mean, and he's taking, all of them are taking sounds, either recordings of animals,
but the
or
average person couldn't do that. It's sort of, it's
not until about
that,
80. Well, whenever the S1000 hit, that was when sampling got democratized properly, and then all of a sudden you could do that.
You say that, but Casio SK1.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the VSS 30s and VSS 200s, you know.
Okay.
But the Emacs with the transform multiplication stuff, that was great.
Yeah, I mean when
even with the Akai 612 and the early Mirage,
yeah.
suddenly you could.
Yeah, all of a sudden you can do this stuff, and you can actually
In your bedroom,
sample, you hitting a scaffold pipe and make it into a musical instrument.
This is where the MPC and a digital recorder come into play, in that anyone can now go out and for less than 700 quid, they can go and sample noises and put them into their MPC and sequence them and produce a track. And yet there seems to be less of that now than there was in the days when people first started understanding how digital sampling worked.
But did sampling lose its appeal when it got more accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the time it was grainy. Maybe not so much, 8
This is why the Fairlight is so lauded over it. Yeah, and the emulators, because when you sampled a piano on a Fairlight, it kind of sounds like a piano. It sounds more like a piano than anything else has sounded like a piano.
But it's not a piano.
But it's not a piano. It has a slight colouring to it. But it's accurate enough to be recognisable.
I think people had to work a lot harder. Yeah, people had to work a lot harder in the old days when you didn't have so much sample memory. You used to have to sample something and then loop it.
Well,
and then,
look, think BBC Radiophonic Workshop. Think tape loops and slowing things down and running a tape over your finger before it gets to the reed head. All those
early
sort of
sample
things,
manipulation.
Delia, Derbyshire, etc.
Yeah,
they were the
but amazingly,
pioneers.
Delia had absolutely no interest in the Fairlight.
No.
And I've heard that from David himself that she had no interest in it whatsoever because her world was tape. She knew how to work tape. That she got her results. Yeah. But that was essentially sampling inadvertently became the replacement for that kind of thing because all of a sudden digitally you could do reversing and slowing down and all sorts of
almost
weird
took all
shit.
the fun out of it. Dare I say?
I wouldn't say it took the fun, it just adapted it. Because it's not easy to do, certainly in the early days, it wasn't easy to do that stuff. You had to know your onions to do it. You didn't have a function.
Believe me, I've had 2 reel-to-reels lined up and having one as the record and one as the playback head and running them in either direction, either manually or under control. And it's I've got to say, it is great fun.
Oh yeah,
playing
it's great
with
fun.
analog tape is.
I can even remember playing a sequence when recording it on tape, making the loop, and then running it off the reel and round a pencil, stuck in a bit of plasticine on the other side of the room, and that runs the sequence, and then play along with that. It's mad.
I was thinking the other day, what's that FM synth the French company did?
The Essence.
The Essence.
Right.
FM.
I was thinking, why can he take that and make it into a sampler and have that touchscreen and all sorts of think back to the Insonics and stuff like that where they had
this is where the sample
is
where the sample track comes in from
the sample track is going to be very
I'm thinking more of having
Digitac more advanced than that.
in the early day
what you want
where
is a
the
touch
samplers had a synthesis engine to them. It wasn't just sampling a realistic sound and playing it back. You actually took the sample and then put synthesis on top of it. And
that was the Emacs do with the SE synthesis.
Yeah, and the old Insonics like the EPS-16.
But even the final Akai's, there's the S5 6000s and the Z series all had synthesis capabilities that you could manipulate samples through filters and envelopes. But there's a lot of stuff nowadays where you just put a sample in, play it back. That's all you do.
Yeah.
Even Casio FZ1 could do that.
Well, yeah, exactly, and the same with the VSS 200, the Yamaha's VSS. It has a whole bunch of single button features. This button gives you frequency modulation. You can then up or lower the FM applied to the sample. It was insane stuff. But I think things like the sample track are actually really. Can't wait to get hold of mine.
I'm really excited by it.
Yeah,
I've not really looked at that. What does it do?
Well, it's
everything.
It's like a multi-track recorder that also has digital sampling built in, and you can just put. It's kind of like. I'm trying to think what it's. It's a multi-track sampler in a piece of hardware that you can just
like
throw.
It's like an S6000 on acid with beats. It's a sequencer.
What can you
sampler.
do to samples with it?
You can sample anything.
You can sample anything. It's got its own inputs.
How can you process it? I'm just wondering what makes it
well,
different.
How do you want to process it? You can filter it, you can loop it, you can reverse it, you can modulate it, you can use one sample to modulate another sample.
I mean, the Octatrack is great, but the only problem with that is it's a mono sampler. That's the biggest issue.
And it's hard as hell to use.
It's very
well, I mean monophonic, rather than polyphonic. Yeah. You can only play one note at a time on the Octatrack.
No,
you just described the Korg Oasis. Basically. You know that,
from what I've read, the sample track is the way forward in sampling. I'm still not convinced about the interface personally, but
they copied the Digitac basically and added some extra features.
Yeah. The technology, I have no doubt, will work.
I mean, basically, what it is, it gives you 10 tracks of sampling across 16 different scenes, and you can have loops. So you can have sample loops. You can have single shots, maybe that's your percussion and stuff, or you can have drum tracks. There is a step sequencer in there.
Drum track,
There's a step sequencer for drums itself. Then there's a piano roll type sequencer in there, so you can play instruments into it. And then you've got MIDI tracks as well, so you can then send stuff externally to different instruments that are connected. And then you've got global audio tracks, so you can put vocals on, or you can record your mate's guitars or whatever you want in there. And this is all across in one single box.
Across 10 tracks.
Across 13 if you include the
that's over.
I mean, it's an incredible package for the price. I mean, it's just. I think I can't remember what I paid for early doors.
The thing is, I can do that on my MPC 1000 with JJOS.
But not for 235 quid.
Not battery powered, and be able to put it in your pocket and take it.
With built-in speakers.
Yeah, but I mean, what JJ has done with that is amazing, because he's actually added audio tracks onto it as well.
Yeah, I sold my MPC 1000 with a JJOS on it. And Akko dropped the ball on that.
It's still been updated.
Yeah. It's it's absolutely brilliant. If you've got an MPC 1000 and you don't have JJs, then you need your headset into it.
Yeah. So but also Sonicware do seem to support their kit.
Oh yeah,
they do release updates.
I've noticed their prices are really good.
Yeah,
they're phenomenal,
and they're very responsive and easy to kind of communicate with, and I'm really looking forward to that.
You can hit them up on Facebook and they will reply.
Yeah, and it will be Endo, that the guy that owns it or runs the company, that will respond a lot of the time.
With these Chinese companies, they're Chinese, right?
No, Japanese.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they're Japanese.
Oh, right. I thought it was like ALM. Oh, sorry, not ALM.
ASM.
Yeah.
No,
it's an exciting thing.
I think, for me, I think when it hits the ground, it could be a little game changer, a bit like the Hydrosynth from ASM. I think that having the flexibility of a sampler and a sequencer, and the fun aspect of the OP1 field, they
basically took they took SP404 and the Digitac and kind of smashed them together.
Yeah, I think the
But
thing
you
is,
can, you can take, it's got
these...
a built-in mic and built-in speaker, so you can go out and you can.
That's SP404. You have that too.
Yeah, you can plug your phone into it and record from your phone.
But do you know what? I played with an SP404 Mark II on Tuesday. Couldn't get my fucking head around the thing. And I
should try the original.
I just couldn't. Yeah. Could not. I was looking at it thinking, where do I fucking start?
Because you almost have to think of those things that they're like a tape recorder almost.
Well, this is why I worry about the sample track interface, because having bought an XFM, which is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Robbie.
Pretty rough,
yeah.
It's not easy.
The interface on the XFM is an acquired taste.
Mm-hmm.
And I worry that the sample track might have all the features I want, but have an interface that is going to make me want to smash it with the mallet.
It looks...
It's that sort of... At the moment, it looks...
Yeah, it
almost
looks better.
okay.
Yeah, it looks
but it's
like
still... I know it's going to be complex, and it's going to be another... I'm going to have to spend a week with this and the manual. But I think the results I will be able to get out of the sample track will be far better than the results I can get out of something like the XFM.
No, I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's I think you're hopefully gonna see a lot of people going out and actually sampling stuff, not instruments, but stuff.
Exactly.
And making
trains
music
going
out of
by,
stuff.
wind blowing through trees, and
just go out and just make some sounds and instruments that only belong to you, that only you created, and then you made some music from it. And for me, that was the big appeal about sampling, was that I could make my own sounds, and I didn't have to, copy a piano or whatever. I could make my own stuff, because I would sit there listening to those, again, I refer to those kind of early sample based Depeche Mode albums or Zuluk or stuff like that, and think, where is that sound? How do I get that sound? And the frustrating thing was I could never get that sound, because that sound was sampled by one guy with a microphone in one place at one particular given moment in time.
He resampled stuff that he'd already done.
Oh, he'd messed around with it, yeah. They were messing around with stuff. But that thing that they came up with was theirs, and theirs alone. And nobody else had that.
Oh, yeah.
And that was like, wow, I can have my own instruments. And that's why I absolutely loved sampling, and got so many of the fuckers around here.
Well, watching the SK1, but the SAM thing was too short. The damn sample time was too short.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's frustrating as hell. Like, I had the VSS 200, and you could sample a few seconds into that, which was, compared to others, was quite luxurious. But even then, it was still frustrating that you couldn't do other things. But then time wore on, and then sampling moved back into the computer, and then you were kind of limitless in a way, and maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's not. I don't know. Limits are always a good thing. Creative.
No, I think that the future could be the easy manipulation of samples in a synthesizer type way. And it's how do you get that
GR1 recently?
How do you get that interface between?
It's expensive.
This is a sample and this is a how do we meld that into how a synth works?
Operator PO33 is really fun for sampling and tweaking, and it's cheap and it's easy to use. Pretty much has good effects on it.
Do you remember there was this thing going around a few years ago that was kind of bandied around on as being, I think it was going to be like a Kickstarter or something, and it was almost like a table, and you stood over it, and on the screen you loaded in your sample, and it was there as a large waveform.
Oh yeah,
on the screen.
That's right. Yes,
I can't remember what it was called, and it
you
never
could,
came to
twist
anything.
them and lay them on top of each other.
Yeah, and it was heavily.
I'm talking about reactable.
granular.
That came out of Spain.
No, it wasn't a reactable. No,
but it was equally massive, but more rectangle. And for like two people.
Sampler.
You basically had two sliders below the screen that
Oh,
were
the granular
start
one.
and end points.
Yeah.
And it was granular as well, and that was he was
Yeah.
getting some amazing stuff, potentially amazing stuff.
What's
But
that
it never really came
iPad
to it.
app that's like that?
And
Is it
Sonic Transwaves?
Borderland or something like that? I can't
Possibly, yeah.
Borderlands is pretty wild. Yeah.
Borderlands, yeah.
There's Sampler with an R. There's Borderlands. There's a bunch of stuff.
Well, I mean, you know, is the future a 28-inch touchscreen? And, you know, emulating a tape recorder and a keyboard and whatever synth you want, just on a big touchscreen. Or
I mean, the
VR
Tasty Chips
headsets.
GR1 is kind of fun, but, you know.
It's
that's
expensive though as well.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
It's expensive for a Raspberry Pi, but it is a very nice piece of hardware.
Sorry, Wagyu's saying 28-inch.
Nicam stereo.
Nicam stereo, yes.
I got all excited when I got my first Nicam telly. God.
Oh, yes. I remember my Toshiba 39-inch flat screen CRT with Nicam stereo. Yeah. Those were the days.
Weren't they just?
Yeah. A TV that weighs 180 kilos. Yeah.
And 1 meter deep.
And 1 meter deep. Yes. Yeah. For the flat screen, you know.
Well,
if you wanted curved, you could get it 38 inches deep. You know. So.
I actually got my first LCD screen by how shall I put this? Being a bit generous with the truth, or no, not generous with the truth. What's the opposite of generous?
Stingy.
Stingy with the truth, because I thought I can't. I'd got a, what was it? I think it was Hitachi or whatever. I had a 32-inch widescreen CRT, so it was big, huge, hefty.
Oh Jesus Christ! How heavy was that?
Very heavy.
Well, I had a 39-inch.
So I said to the missus, it's not the screen started to go.
With the truth.
The screen started to go funny colours around the edges, and I couldn't be bothered. It was just too expensive to buy a new one or get repaired. So I said, do you know we've never claimed on the house insurance? I said, how about you and I move the television from one corner of the room to another, and all of a sudden one of us trips over the coffee table and it fell out of my hand.
Neck tube. Yes.
Yeah, and so we did that, and within a week I'd got a new Samsung LCD, so I was quite happy with that.
Well, I remember the company I worked for at the time bought a 50-inch plasma.
Oh yeah, I used to sell them.
Flat screen that came in a flight case that was about 6 foot long and about 5 foot wide, and I had to load that into the back of a very, very large pickup, a 3-litre Toyota, I think it was, and take it to London to assemble it for a board meeting. And I was there to plug this thing into a computer and make it work, because board members needed to see £25,000 worth of monitor.
My girlfriend still has her Pioneer plasma TV. It's like a 46, 48-inch or whatever, and it's a beautiful contrast ratio. It's really great.
Well, the Pioneer
they
had
were great, but they
the
weighed
black,
a fucking ton.
Oh yeah, and they get hot too.
But well, I used to sell Pioneer and Hitachi plasmas, and the big 50-inch Pioneer was the picture on it was stunning, because the level of black on it was just, the blacks were properly black,
and it only drew about a kilowatt.
Yeah, but you didn't need any other heating in the room, because it was stunningly hot.
But the picture was absolutely outstanding for the time.
For the time, it was fantastic.
And now, for £550, you can buy a 65-inch Hisense TV from Costco. 65-inch TV.
Yeah, but is it me, or do the new stuff look like video? Like you watch a film on the new TVs, And it has a sheen
I've
to it. It looks
noticed
like
that.
fucking video.
It's like watching a TV program rather than a movie.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really-
just, it sucks.
It depends. If you buy a £4,000 65-inch TV, it's going to look very, very different to a 550 quid 65-inch.
True, but there's that high frame rate and this kind of these like
But it all
filters
depends
they
on
put
the
on
source.
there. It would have been.
It's source, it's frame rate,
all depends on the source
display
content.
technology. But a 4K TV for 550 quid at 65 inch, and you think, how much would a projector have cost to do?
I watched them on a $50,000 projector at a guy's house, and they were stunning. It looked like a fucking movie theater.
Yeah, well, Paul Latoll is saying he's got TCL, not Hisense. But, TCL, Hisense, the cheaper brands, they're actually all using the same panels that all the main manufacturers are using.
I don't know what it is
I think
today,
they're
but
mainly
certainly back in my
LG.
day, LG and Samsung made all the panels.
It's mainly LG, I think, these days.
Well, for that reason, I bought when I bought my 4K telly, I bought an LG because I knew it was probably going to be the same screen as in the other ones that I was looking at that were £300 or £400 dearer. And I've just been watching. I watched Matrix Resurrections tonight in 4K on that, and it just stunning because it's.
To be perfectly honest, I'm happy watching on a 1920 display. It's sort of. If I don't have my glasses on, I can't tell the difference these days.
I know. I mean, I've done some, comparisons between regular Blu-ray and Ultra HD Blu-ray, and with Ultra HD Blu-ray, with HDR, it does have an edge, and it depends. Again, it depends on the source content, but there is a noticeable difference, but not so much that you couldn't watch the regular Blu-ray and think this looks great. Yeah. This looks great. So
the tricky thing, some of the new 4K stuff coming out, the color timing is different. They use a different print.
Yeah.
They went back to the original look and not some glossed up version for the mass audience, and it could be a very different experience.
And also, if you don't have your TV color calibrated, how do you know?
Sure.
And then, I think I do wonder whether TVs are going down the oxygen-free copper route. If you don't have OFC cables connecting your speakers, they're going to sound different. Well, I'm sorry, I know plenty of recording studios that just used mains cables. 13 amp mains cables as their connectors for their speakers, because they figured that a really good conductor is, a really good conductor. You don't need braided strands. You don't need some.
Oh, no monster cable.
Wankery attached to the cables.
Well, there's that whole thing with HDMI cables is that you can spend £100 on an HDMI cable or £10
with gold-plated connectors.
Exactly, but at the end it's a digital signal. It's not like it's susceptible to interference. No,
it is actually susceptible to interference,
but not in a home setting.
It's like buying gold-plated MIDI cables.
The best I've ever had gold-plated ADAT cables.
But yeah, there are people that will sell ADAT cables at £100 or £10, and at the end of the day, it's
a fibre optic cable.
It's a shitty multi-mode fibre. A plastic shit multi-mode fibre. It's it's the cheapest thing in the world.
Yeah. But I'm. If I was younger, I would have been drawn into the, I need a 4K TV. I need this. And actually, it was more, I want. I want to be able to say, oh, come and look at my 65-inch television. Whereas now, I just think, you know what? I can watch on my laptop screen.
I don't even know
I
the
can
TV.
plug my headphones in. I'm quite happy, you know. I don't need this shit. But
No
I
matter
do
what,
need
guys
more
always have to have a pissing
synthesizers.
contest. So,
Well, the thing is, I know my dick is bigger, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. You know, it's fact now. So I can watch something on a 13-inch laptop screen and feel perfectly comfortable. Simple as that.
How do you cope with 13
That shut you all up, hasn't it?
How can
Well,
anybody use a 13-inch laptop?
If you sat where I sat in my front room watching a 13-inch laptop screen,
The weight of my testicles would have collapsed your floor. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. I need to go and get.
No, I obviously I
Have
am
I
joking.
invented a new type of music? It's called removing dog hairs from a rollie.
Use a Dyson.
Yeah, I'm not using that anywhere near this.
No, on the dog.
Oh, that don't work. That don't work. It's just there's just more hair behind the hair.
Actually,
just braids for Dyson.
Yeah.
You in the doorway to your room, you could have a suction feed. So when the dogs walk through,
I'm
they have
listening.
to go through a vacuum in order to get in. That would strip them of all their loose foliage.
They haven't made a Hoover that could hold that much hair. Honestly,
Oh,
God,
I
that
don't
husky
know.
never ends.
I was in the not Chep Like Cock. No, it was Chep Like Cock Airport, and they had a smoking room that had what they called an air curtain.
Yeah.
And it was literally a stream of, in my opinion, hypersonic air that prevented any tobacco smoke exiting the room we were in.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that would strip most dogs naked of hair. It was that strong. I mean, it would inflate your trousers walking through it. But it was a very effective air curtain.
Mm. Yeah, well, it's the same with this kitchen build. It's everywhere. It's dust everywhere. My God, we're going to be cleaning this house for weeks. Awful.
Yeah, I know the feeling, Maggie.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Ken, you will get a very nice kitchen that will keep Fiona happy. So,
well, that's good enough then.
Until she decides it's too small.
It's going to be very spacious, actually, thank Christ. And it's going to have very little in it, because the other one was a storeroom as well as a kitchen. It was just useless, absolutely useless. I think we had more keyboards in the kitchen than the Yamaha's synth section.
Well, as I've said many times, Kent, you are neglecting the space above your head. You could have a rack on cables you could lower down from the ceiling above you and have synths on a wire.
Yeah.
And this wall space that you haven't quite covered yet.
You've got a point.
But you would need stilts to get to them, obviously.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah.
On such fun notes, I might go to bed.
I'm kind of in the same boat,
Well,
Robert, because I at the moment I feel like a lightly toasted dog shit on a Rivita. And
That's awfully specific.
Yeah,
I don't even want to know how you get to such specificity without having experience.
Oh, I dream a lot. Put it that way.
Well, I've just had a bottle of sake, so
Oh,
you know
God.
I'm quite sleepy as well. So.
Was it who makes that Pentatonic?
No, it's written in Japanese. It's Ozeki Sake, apparently.
Oh yeah.
And everything else is unreadable. So yes.
Well, now.
No, it's unreadable because I don't speak Japanese. So.
Oh, okay. Not because you can't see it anymore.
No, well, there's a bit of that as well.
Because a bit of that, yeah, it's going out there.
Oh, thanks, Neil. Yeah, he says we can tell. Okay, cheers, cheers, mate. Love you too. You know. Anyway, right, okay. I'm gonna call it a day.
Yeah.
And I'll catch everyone soon. See you on the PSN show tomorrow night, Kent.
Yeah, I should be awake by then.
And
God,
yeah,
I started R5 this morning. So.
Oh, jeez. Well, have a great time, guys.
Right,
see ya.
See you soon.
Catch you
Take
guys.
care, guys. Look after yourselves, okay? See you all tomorrow. Woo! Yay!